Welcome to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. Thanks to Rob Barron for putting his microphone on before we started. Which, to be fair, on this show is not always a given.
Welcome.
Thanks to Mark Machado. His is actually tattooed to his chest, so that microphone never leaves. Of the Murally End podcast, of course. Let us get into the bets, shall we, Roberto?
Yes, please.
As everyone knows you. First over, first ball wicket, 34s. 34.0. We're doing all bets in decimals, by the way, so no matter what you hear me say, I mean decimals. Wicket in the first over at 4.5. Both of those are Trent Bolt related.
Yeah, and also Travis Head being extremely vulnerable to the swinging ball early. He got bowled first ball 2 games ago. He got bowled second ball 1 game ago, and Trent Bolt is an absolute monster in the first over. So that is why.
That is why. Sunrisers highest first 6 overs at 1.8 and under 15.5 Sunrisers 4s at 2.0. Where did you find that one?
Yeah, so Sky Bet was the 1.8 for the highest first 6 overs. That's very good. Mm-hmm. The under 15.5 4s I think might have been Bet365. It's a pretty general line, and it's a pretty normal line, 15.5 4s. But SRH are really bad at hitting 4s. Partly because they hit so many 6s, they're not bad at scoring runs, are they? But when the ball's flying through the air all the time, it's difficult to hit as many 4s as all the other teams. But they've hit less or fewer 4s than any other team in this IPL, which is remarkable given that they're finished in the top 2.
Then we have Sandeep, top Rajasthan bowler at 5.0. Sandeep man of the match at 26.0. That's very friendly. Natarajan top Sunrisers bowler at 4.33. Natarajan man of the match at 34.0. And you've got Head at over 1.5 6s at 2.75.
Yeah. So if Head doesn't get cleaned up by Bolt in the first over, then 2.75 is definitely too big for 2 6s for him. He plays in one way. We know for a fact he's going to play like that, as is Abhishek. So yeah, there's some really good bets there, but I've just seen, and we've just discussed some of the prices that you can get if you don't shop around, and don't be backing things at 12 to 1 that you can get 33 to 1 for. Like, I have friends that say, oh, you're telling me to back Natarajan at 33's man of the match. I backed him, but I could only get 12s. 12s is a terrible bet, horrible price. But 33s is good. So there's too much of a difference between these prices or these sorts of prices for you not to get the best. So if you can't get the best, then don't back it.
Sunrisers batting first. Abhishek Sharma, Travis Head, Rahul Tripathi, Aiden Markram, Nitesh Kumar Reddy, Heinrich Klaasen, Abdul Samad, Pat Cummins, Bhuvi Kumar, Jaidev Onadkat, T. Natarajan, and they will probably bring in someone along the lines of Glenn Phillips, or I'm trying to think who else they might. Oh, Shabazz, as their impact sub, by the look of that. Rajasthan, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Sanju Samson, Rian Parag, Dhruv Jurel, Robin Power, Ravichandran Ashwin, Trent Bolt, Sandeep Sharma, Avish Khan, Yuzi Chahal, and they will bring in another bowler. No, they'll bring in another batter.
They'll bring in Hetmeyer.
Oh, I got the other one wrong before. Sorry. They will bring in Hetmeyer as their one, so it will be either Shabazz or Makande, or maybe even Umar Malik as the bowler coming in on the other side. Mark, thoughts?
I'm really excited about this. Too exciting.
You sound really excited.
I'm really excited about it. It's amazing. It's such a great game. The winner gets into the final. It's all to play for. Look, every cricketer in the world dreams of being an IPL champion. These players potentially 40 overs or 80 overs away from that. Couldn't count how many overs there.
How many overs?
80. 80. 2 games of cricket left. If you win them both, you get to hold that giant big golden trophy up.
I am also excited.
What more could you ever want?
This is my excited face right here.
Yeah, look at that.
I mean, I am absolutely buzzing. This is game 80,006 of this IPL. But we've done pretty good this IPL, and we need to continue to do so. Just to remind people that just because it's the whatever it's called, mega eliminator or semi-final or eliminator 2 or qualifier 50 or whatever it is, doesn't mean you have to have 10 times the amount of money on bets. Jarrod, I'm talking to you here. It's just another game.
I don't think I could put any more of my stack on.
It's just another game. Stake how you stake in all the other games. It's slightly higher profile, but that one thing to remember with your betting today is that these players don't care about net run rate. Net run rate is not a consideration, where it definitely was for all the games leading up to these knockouts. So the chasing team is just trying to score the runs. They're not trying to... And pressure comes in now. Pressure didn't come. We saw that in the last game. Pressure comes in these chases. Pressure wasn't so much of a thing in game 30 because it was like, right, we're going to chase these. Let's do it as quick as we can. We know how SRH are going to... This is such an interesting matchup up front. Trent Boult against Travis Head, the best first over bowler against one of the most exciting hitters in the tournament. And even if he gets off strike, Abhishek does the same, but faster. Like he's like Head turbo. I love the stat about Abhishek that he hasn't gone past 30 balls in the whole tournament, yet he's still got more sixes than anybody else. Like,
Can I give you a potential bet?
Yes, please.
I'm on Paddy Power.
And of course you are.
And at 14s, a wicket in the first over for Sunrisers is 14s, bowled.
Oh, I see what you mean. So let's say it's not a bet. Let's say
it's not. We're not going with it.
The shortest you could be for bowled is 4, and you'll be able to get 5, and that's a bet, by the way.
Yeah.
And then wicket in first over. Let's say it's 4. Well, you're already at 16, which is 15 to 1. What did they say?
14 they said 14.
So we think it's going to happen, but it should be 22 or something.
Okay. So I put 20 units on
Jake is here with us. Jake is here with us today, and Jake's going to do an hour and a half to camera at the end. But don't forget to back Head to get bowled, Jake. Because I keep telling Jake to back Head bowled way too late. And he's usually bowled 4 seconds later, but we've got a whole 5 minutes now before he's going to get bowled. But Head won't care that he's been bowled twice in his last 3 balls in the IPL.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Imagine being that unsuccessful at your job and just going home and not caring when you're paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. That's the kind of vibes I need to take into my life, I think. Just getting bowled out first ball and just go, yeah, it's fine. Do it again all tomorrow, lads. Win.
What do you think about the odds at the moment, Rob? We've got Sunrisers at 1.89 and Rajasthan at 2.10. Would have thought that of all the teams that match up pretty well against the Sunrisers, Rajasthan would be right up there.
Yeah, it feels very much like, I mean, if you put Butler in this team instead of Kohler Cadmore, you could make the argument that the prices would be the other way around. But for me, it's very close to an even money game, because I think Rajasthan really do match up well with these guys. I just think that the weight of money tends to go in favour of the team that does all the whacking, because punters love that. For me, at these prices, I could only be a backer of Raj at 2.12. Just a first 6.
Would you bet on that though?
I think it's slight value. Yeah, I've had a small bet on Raj to start with. The first 6 line. We don't know what to expect from this pitch, let's say that from the outset. It's apparently pitch 7. They're saying there's one short boundary. We've not seen that yet, like extremely short boundary. We don't know exactly what to expect from the pitch, but the first 6 overs line at 56, considering the scores that we've had from Sunrisers this year, looks pretty low. They've gone monster in some of the... they've got over 100 twice. They've got over 120 once. But... I would hold fire. So the first overlines there, you said under 7.5. Trent Boult has gone under 6.5, 12 out of 14 when he's bowled. You can bet under 7.5, 10 to 11. But under 6.5 at 2.75. These are basically the bookies saying SRH always gun it, so it's going to be overs. And we're saying, yeah, but don't forget, Trent Boult's doing pretty good. Like nobody has got him. And the thing that sticks in my mind from Trent Boult this season is one of the ones where he didn't get a wicket was when he had 6 balls at Fraser McGurk, and Fraser McGurk had got like 80 off 30 in the game before or something. And McGurk couldn't hit him. McGurk scored 6 runs off those 6 balls. So if McGurk can't do it with his intent of 100 out of 100, there's no reason why the line should be as high as they are. So first over unders is another bet for me. I'm just having a look at. So one strategy might be, for the first 6 overs betting, is you let Boult have the over first. You don't pile in the overs now. And if the line moves down too much, we're all expecting it to be a good over from Trent Boult. If the line goes down too much, then maybe fire on the overs.
So they're into 2.10. I think they were 2.12 a moment ago, but still, it's not too far off evens as the Travishek or Abhishek partnership come out. Travishek seems to be the one everyone goes with.
Travishek's got a ring to it.
I think Abhishek makes more sense because they go out first. Abhishek. No one else likes it.
No, I don't know.
I also like to call them the Sunrisers Southpaw Sloggers, but no one likes that one either.
I quite like it.
Thank
I
you.
like it.
But they are out in the middle.
I like Abishhead.
Is there any other thoughts we have before the start of this one, gentlemen? Is there,
I've just been informed from a friend of mine, Alex, who may or may not be watching. Hello, Alex, if you are. That quite a lot of UK betting firms think the answer to the question, what price is Travis Head to be bowled, is 5 to 1 or 6.0, and that is very silly from a guy who gets bowled all the time. So definitely back that. And Jake, look at your phone.
Rob, you've talked about Travis Head and Trent Boult a lot. Any other players that are worth keeping an eye on who could do funny things in terms of give you good odds for various different?
So I think Head, the firms that have been giving him 29.5 runs is overrating him, considering how he's been recently. I think the Abhishek lines of sort of 25 totally agree with. He's such a massive intent merchant that his line being like 3 or 4 away from what you think, it's only one shot for him. Like it's only, it's almost. I'd rather bet on number of balls faced for him than runs scored, if you know what I mean. Yeah. There's some interesting matchups here. Like Sandeep matches up quite well for a lot of these bats. Second innings, I'm really interested to see which version of Jaiswal we get. The one we had chasing in the last game was the mature, I'm not hitting the ball in the air sort of thing. It all depends on what this pitch is doing. So for now, I'm holding fire on a lot of those things because I don't know what the pitch is going to do. It looks like, as we're looking at it, the shorter boundary is on the right-hand side of our screens. And that will definitely be a thing in for Rajasthan as to how they juggle their spinners and who bowls from which end. So that's something to look out for kind of
here we go
6 in over betting.
Trent Boult, first ball, and it hits the pads of Travis Head. They take a quick single. It could be a run out. Oh, that's a terrible single. Don't run in the power play and steal singles. I hate it. I'm not going to ever be okay with this. It was a leg bye. It was a good ball by Trent Boult. Abhishek wanted it. Travis Head was kind of a little bit unsure where the ball was for a moment. And because Trent Boult is such a good fielder, they almost got a run out from it. What was Abhishek thinking there? I think he might have got in, but why?
Yeah. Well, that's a fun start, isn't it?
It's a start.
You don't think that's fun?
It's not unfun.
Do you think that was a lot of that was just Abhishek just desperate to face the ball? So
I don't know. Looking back at it, both of them seem to think it was a run. I just don't know why.
Feels like big match, high adrenaline.
Can you imagine getting run out playing that?
I know.
Anyway,
I'm a Sri Lanka fan, so that seems totally normal. Doesn't that happen in most games?
Trent Boult comes in, he swings this away as Abhishek comes down and swings at that and is beaten outside off stump. It was quite wide in the end. I don't know if Trent Boult saw him coming, but if you're wondering if it's swinging, it's swinging. And he's missed that by the size of a small beaver.
He's going to get out if he's slashing at these. It could be 6 and out here.
Could be out now. He's facing him again. Remember, we were on under 7.5 runs off this over. And there's the 6. And that clangs in to the just over the fence itself into, I don't know, maybe a sponsored car or something out there. Big hit by Abhishek.
That is the first time this season that Trent Boult has been hit for a 6 in the first over.
Back of a length. It wasn't that short. It wasn't a terrible ball. It probably could have got it a little bit fuller. But it was certainly in the arc if he wants to play that shot. Not as much swing, obviously. Didn't miss the car by much. I thought it actually hit the car originally.
It's always fun when it hits the car, isn't it?
At least Perry was excited to do it, wasn't she? Abhishek is facing up to Trent Boult again. 7 without loss. So one of the bets we've given you is in all sorts of trouble of a failure here.
He needs the wicket now for that to win.
Maybe 3 wickets against Sunrisers. Trent Boult coming in again. It's full. It's straight. Oh, it's a beautiful shot by Abhishek.
Shot.
Punches that back down the ground
That's
for
a
4.
great shot.
And he will pick up a easy as you like a boundary there. So Abhishek's looking good, but Trent Boult's just a little bit rattled. He's bowled a wide one, he's bowled a slightly shorter one, and now he's over pitched. Although to be fair, that swung into the middle of his bat. It wasn't too far away. He's just got to find his length here.
It's a beautiful shot, that.
Does Abhishek keep going in this over is the other interesting thing.
Abhishek always keeps going.
You would think so.
He doesn't know how to
I think
do
other
anything else.
players might not, but Abhishek versus Bolt. Bolt still think he's a chance here. And this ball is hit out to deep third, and they pick up a couple.
So this will be really interesting to see how Rajasthan respond to this, because one thing they've been able to bank on every single game without fail is Bolt getting them off to a good start. And the most he's gone for in an over this season is 8. And as we said before, 12 out of 14 have been less than 7 for Bolt. If he doesn't get the wicket, this ball here, this is their worst start in any game of this IPL. And usually when Bolt's really good at the start, which he always is.
Oh, this could be out. This could be out. It's sliced up in the air. And if you stayed on Rajasthan, you are now looking pretty good. And I say that as a man who stayed on Rajasthan. They've gone out for Abhishek's gone out for 12 off 5. It was probably maybe the length that got him there, Mark. I'm not sure, because that was the ball he pulled successfully earlier in the over.
Yeah, I think that was the length, and I think actually that was quite class bowling from Trent Bolt there, because he saw what he kind of predicted what Abhishek was going to try and do, and just moved where the ball landed slightly.
Yeah, I want to have another look at that. It was Riley Rousseau took an easy catch. Not Riley Rousseau. What's his name? Kohli Cadmore.
Kohli Cadmore, yeah.
Same person, basically.
A franchise batter.
Speaking of predictions, did say it was going to be 6 and out, didn't I?
You did say it was going to be 6
say
and out?
there's going to be a wicket in the first over at 4.5, didn't we?
Did we? Was that one wicket first over 4.5? We'll take that as the win. If
Ding, ding, ding.
you can do the ding, but you've got to be able to do it. So there you go. We started you off with 1 in the first over. We also said Rajasthan was a good bet in that first over. So if you did get in early on, you had the opportunity there of cashing in. If you got out now, you would have maybe a 5% profit already.
Yep. Yeah, you'd be doing.
What was it? 212 into 195. It was lower than that actually. It was 188.
Kimber looks for. Are you double green already, or are you sticking in?
Oh no, I'll stick it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is where I think
He's in it for the long run.
The importance of Tripathi's intent here is because we don't have Reddy coming in at 4 and carrying on. We have Markram, who you would expect, as most palindromes do when they play in cricket matches, to slow the rate down.
Ashwin is on second over, and Head has hit this straight to square leg. So we do have Tripathi in.
This is interesting. So yeah, Tripathi is an intent merchant. That's what he does. He comes in and he's really busy, even when he's not smashing boundaries. He's running 1s and 2s. How do you think Head will approach Ashwin here?
Well, he's been attacking the ball, spinning away all year, and he doesn't. Just pushes this down the ground for 1. So that is interesting.
Does Head think now, oh yeah, what happened the other day when we both got out early? It was big trouble.
Carnage, yeah.
So does Head wind it in a bit? Because we've not seen that from him this season. The dropping of the intent because they need to defer the risk.
Just seeing that Abhishek shot again. The ball, he had a similar ball on a similar length, but it was outside off stump, but he tried to pull it. This one he tried to muscle over mid-wicket or mid-on. He would have been better off playing the same shot he'd already played. I don't wonder if they changed the field then. Anyway, Tripathi, who's been Mr. Intent, as everyone calls him.
It's his nickname. I love Tripathi.
I'm a huge fan as well. I'm glad to see him back and making runs. He's going to be facing Ashwin. We've got a long on and a deep mid wicket, so Ashwin wants him to hit him to the leg side. And Tripathi put this up in the air. That could have been caught. It probably won't go for 4. Oh, might go for 4 actually. No. Great fielding by Chahal.
My word, that's a sentence you don't say very often. Great fielding by Chahal.
Did they run 3 then or 2?
If they ran 2, that is a disgrace. Because Chahal runs about as fast as I do, and he throws the ball about as far as I do.
I thought you were a great fielder.
No, I'm a great close fielder. Can't throw, can't run.
He's really great when the ball's right in front of him.
Can catch just
quite slowly into his hands.
Just within my no, you get as fast as you want.
Yeah.
Just within my sort of a 3 metre wingspan.
Hockey goalkeeper wingspan.
Just setting off from a standing start.
Ashwin in again to Tripathi, who sort of mangles this to mid off. Did they take a run there?
No,
surely they did take a run.
So they ran when they shouldn't have taken a run, and they didn't run 3 when there was the easiest 3 there ever.
Very interesting start here. Now, will Head have a go?
See, this is where he thinks he'll be conflicted here, Travis said, because half of him will be thinking, I've just lost my mate and I don't want to get out as well. But the other half will be thinking, well, I am Travis Head and I love smacking it.
Yeah.
That's, to be fair, good fielding there. I don't know if that was who that was at point. Kohli Cadmore again. He leans back and tries to smash this and doesn't quite get it away. Rajasthan's into 187-ish. Just moving around here a little bit.
5 runs from this over after 5 balls. They're surely going to have to try and hit this out of the park.
That's a shout.
And he has, I'm not sure, it's off for 4. Not sure how much of that he completely meant, but I tried to get out before that ball and that Betfair wouldn't allow me, so I've missed out on my double greens.
I don't mind the 1.98. By the way, great shout from Mark there.
Yes,
the 1.98 Raj at this point, it's definitely a good start for Raj. It's very hard. I mean, we're on the... this is going quite well from a betting point of view, being on the highest first 6 overs, the wicket in the first over and all that sort of stuff. But the market is kind of saying it's slightly good for Raj. I'd say it's a bit better than that. Head hasn't done anything yet. I know they've got 22 runs, but Abhishek got more than half of them. Such an Abhishek innings, that. 12 off 5 with 1 6. He always gets a 6, doesn't he?
You love it that he gets a 6. You're disappointed he missed out in one game, aren't you?
Where do you rank that in his innings from this season, Rob? In terms of that to me feels...
It's like his 3rd worst or something. Because it's such an important game, and if he faces 30 balls, they're huge favourites.
Yeah.
And we discussed the shot a bit.
Bolt to Head, and Head just backs away and plays a terrible shot here. But
Head looks out of form, doesn't he?
He does not look massively in form.
So this is where I'm looking around to see what the Travis Head run line is everywhere. Because, as we said before the game, 29.5 is a lot to give a guy that's been cleaned up 2 of his last 3 balls. Let's have a look around.
We've got a bunch of people on our YouTube page as well. So who we got? We got Shera, we got Shiant, Akshu, Crandom, Keshav, Kartik, Mansenij, lots of different... heaps of people in there at the moment. So we have Trent Bolt here to Tripathi. Just coming out back into even money, both sides, right on the button at the moment. The market cannot decide here. I'm kind of with the market, if I'm being honest.
We haven't had a tie yet this IPL.
We haven't had a tie. 70 to 1? 70?
It's only 50.
70.0.
People know it's coming because it's evens each.
Oh! This is a good ball by Trent Bolt. That swings back in to the stumps. And
That bowl's 80% of people who are attacking it, that ball. That is absolutely bang on the money. That's what he normally does in his first over.
Well, they're showing highlights of his first overs now.
Getting right out loads of times.
1.96. So that one ball, even though he defended it quite well, let's just change the odds a little bit here. And Tripathi could be caught and isn't somehow. That was off the glove with the short fine leg. He's almost run himself out as well. He's trying to go out in each and every way he can. And unfortunately, fortunately for him, he gets in. But he tried to pull that. He was late on it.
The fielder didn't seem to be running towards the ball there when you watch it.
I think what happens is it hits his glove, and the fielder was going where he thought the ball was going to come off the bat.
Yeah.
To be fair to Sandeep, we can't have a go at him because he then did brilliant bit of fielding when he did pick it up and almost ran him out, and it would have been run out. I'm pretty sure from short fine leg, throwing at the bowler's end. Exciting.
Jarrod, who do you think?
He comes in again. It's 4 straight. They're going for another single, but is that Ashwin who just goes, I'm not going to try and even run you out here. So what was that, Rob?
Who do you think bowls the next over is my question to you.
It's a very good question. It's Sandeep, isn't it?
I think it probably is. I don't think you can go Ashwin again. I think they've done really well to... An over for 9 for Ashwin is pretty good. They tried to burgle it in for 6. Probably what that over was in for, as the market is saying, like, we don't know how to split these two teams right now.
Outside of slash to backward point, there's no run there. Crandom says, today's my first day in cricket betting, and your last.
Same.
Yeah.
Quite excited. So hard to register up in India. Actually says, it doesn't make a ton of sense to drop Viaskanth when conditions might finally be helpful for once. I had forgotten they've done that because they brought Markram back in. Keshav says, how much of Washington Sundar's stocks fallen? Quite a bit. And Barron is around as well. Remember, you can email us live@cricket8.com. You can also, not today, not now, but another day, listen to the Murally End podcast. We can hear Mark and friends.
We talk about Viaskanth a lot on that. And other players who would enjoy playing in this stadium as well.
Punched through point by Tripathi. Nice intent there. Wasn't a bad ball by Trent Bolt in any way, but just a good shot. And Sunrise has come back into favourites. It's a bit weird he's been dropped, Mark.
It is a bit weird.
Maybe because they collapsed last game and they don't trust their batting anymore. But
yeah, also, I mean, he's a very young player. He hasn't played a lot of professional cricket. Maybe they just thought they want to bring in who do they bring in? They're bringing Aidan Markram
Yep.
in for him. Thought maybe he's maybe the man for the big occasion.
I
And
don't
maybe they just know something about this pitch that we don't know yet as well.
I certainly don't have a huge issue with it at all. From a perspective of they want to bat the way they want to bat, and Markram makes them do that. And he, as you said, he's very untested. It is Ashwin again. Well, we didn't expect this.
I am expecting a 6 this over.
Just a
what I'm
6 or a
expecting.
wicket as well?
No, not a wicket as well. I am expecting a 6 because I think, and you can get 8.5 for a 6, which is basically saying that they think that they probably won't be a 6 in the rest of this over. I don't see how he bowls 5 balls here without one of them getting smacked over the ropes.
Let's have a look. It might be this one. He backs away and smashes this over mid-off. It's 2 bounces for 4. Rob is about 15 metres off, which he has been most of his life. But it was a good shot by Tripathi. He's doing this is what I like, because Head isn't looking in great form at the moment. And if Tripathi can keep the intent up, if Head gets to 10 off 10.
Yeah, then how dangerous does he become? This is really well poised again, this game.
Can I just say, is this a short and guided past short
delightful.
third? Oh, Chahal had to dive there. He's made an error. He decided to run behind at Monty Panesar style, but you had to put in the dive. There was no way he was ever going to be able to run back with that. Can I just say, the Trent Bolt footmarks are really, really obvious on this wicket after a couple of overs. You don't usually get it. Look at it. You can see exactly where he has stood, and he's churned
call.
up the pitch already. You don't usually see this in a T20 wicket this early.
What does that tell you about how the pitch is going to play, Jarrod?
Feels to me. Here's your 6.
Oh!
Is it? He swept this.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
And that has gone over the ropes. Clangs into a window. There's lots of clanging. Clang, clang, clang.
Speaking of clangs, there's your 8.5.
Yes. Well, another one. Rob's having a good little day. I would assume, generally, it means there's a little bit of moisture in the wicket, but we haven't really seen any moisture, have we? So the opposite could be that it's very dry, but...
Yeah.
So it's either wet or dry, is that
Well,
the
I
summary?
think it's either very wet or very dry.
It looks to me like it's, from what I can see, that it's possibly looks wet. It doesn't look dry.
I'm with you. I would say what
the
they did
images.
is they were a bit worried that it was too dry,
Yeah.
and they've given it a late water. And because of that, they may have just put a little bit too much water on. He backs back. He's almost been bowled. Sanju Samson has fumbled this. Should be a run out.
No.
Oh, he's fumbled the run out as well.
That should have been a run out. He's 5 yards away from the stumps there, Sanju. He just forgot the first bit of a run out is you have to pick up the ball, which he didn't quite manage to do. But Head was in big trouble there. Makes me want to have a look at the old favourite run out price because
We've had about 3 different potential run outs already.
Yeah, the standard price for run out here is about 20 to 1. Or 21 if we're talking decimals all day, which I keep forgetting. And they're not running like a standard pair at the moment. There could have been 2 or maybe 3 run-outs already. So yeah, if you can get 20, it's probably a bet.
The run line for this innings is 198 at the moment.
I want to see, and I'm not going to see it, I want to see Chahal bowl early so I can find out how much we can get out of this wicket. Because Ashwin's not going to tell me. We know what Bolt's going to do. Like, I can't make my mind up on the pitch yet. 200 seems like a fair enough line at this point because they're going quickly. They've got 45 on the board already. But just looking at those footholes and looking at the condition of the pitch and the team selections, they obviously think something's going to happen here, and both teams might have slightly different opinions. The thing that interests me that we've not talked about yet...
Oh, pads, and Tripathi just flicks this up over his shoulder
Gonna get
again,
away with
and that's
it.
for 6.
What a shot. What an innings this is.
Tripathi.
What an innings this
Come
is
to
already.
the Tripathi. 51 for 1 after 4.1.
They're all of a sudden they are miles ahead.
I was about to say, what do you think about the 1.67 here?
I think I would rather be a backer than a layer at that price. I think it's fair.
I think it's a very fair price.
I think they're doing it extremely well. They're like, we need a wicket sort of thing.
Also, who were Rajasthan's best 2 bowlers in their last game?
These 2 went for 1 boundary between them in their 8 overs last time.
But at the end of this over, they will have bowled 5? Yeah, 5.
And they've already gone for 8 boundaries between them today, which is crazy.
So Tripathi is 33 off 13, and Head is 6 off 7 at the other end. They're into 1.64, 1.65.
This is quite an innings from Tripathi, isn't it? Even if he
goes out now, he's done his job completely.
He's done a superb job, whatever happens now, because he's not going to suddenly start hitting singles in the 7th over, is he? That's something that I'm already thinking about, is what is the line going to be for 7th over runs? Because I guarantee you the bookies will drop it down, because they'll think, right, now they're going to start knocking it about a bit. Not this team.
If they've got wickets in hand, they won't.
Yeah, nine wickets in hand, yeah, which is why, obviously, you won't be able to back it now, but in the next over, as that over goes on, if they're still one down, they're going to keep whacking.
Tripathi again, short, wide, cut, 4.
another boundary.
Wow. 1.57 now. So if you did get in when Rob said it was worth a bet, it's already cashed in for you a little bit here.
37 off 14 balls. Not bad for Tripathi, is it?
It's hot out there too. We just see Tripathi's been out there for what'd you say it was? How many balls? 14 balls?
14 balls, yeah.
And he's just played that cut shot, and he looks like all of the liquid in the world has come off him. The man is moist.
Yeah. Straight out of the shower onto the pitch, kind of like.
19 minutes into the game for those that were on
Moist watch.
moist watch for Jarrod, yeah.
Tripathi, 37 off 14 here. Short, and yeah, this might be out. Short third. Wow. It was the short, slow one, and already we are seeing them going away from on-pace deliveries. It was basically the rubbish bouncer. Tripathi is frustrated because he thinks, I just get a little bit more on that, and it flies over the top. And instead, he's just tapped it up, and it's gone to short third, and he has been caught. 37 off 15. The wet man will go off. Towel him down, someone.
That was a fantastic innings. He was there for 15 balls, and I enjoyed every single one of them.
If
that was great.
he doesn't play a shot there, that's a wide.
Yeah.
That is well above his head. He did well to reach that.
It's a great innings. Well played, Tripathi.
So frustrating for a batsman, though, to get out on what could have been an extra, isn't it?
Yeah, he knew as well. He knew as soon as he'd done it, that was going to be a wide. Why didn't I leave it? But you can't leave it when you're Tripathi.
Now,
do we think Markram or do we think Reddy?
Well, Markram comes in, doesn't he?
Okay, probably.
Otherwise, there's no point bringing him into the side. He's in for this moment.
If you could have any other palindrome, who would it be?
Who are the greatest palindrome cricketers?
Pap, Tat, and Viv. The last one's probably better than the other two.
The last one isn't made up.
How long last night did he spend thinking the odds were up to that?
I wasn't thinking about palindromes last night when I was sat in the cinema on my own. That's what I did last night. That's life in the fast lane for you, mate.
You could have sent either of us a message and come over.
Yeah.
Would you have come to St Albans, where I was last night?
Why were you in St Albans?
We've got an office there.
Oh, okay.
And no friends, so off I was to the cinema by myself, watching a brand new film called Raising Arizona.
Any good?
Yeah, it's good, yeah. It's something like 32 years old.
Bolt in on the pads.
Oh, yeah, cricket.
A new film that's 32 years old. Sorry, I'm confused.
It's a Coen Brothers movie from a long time.
Oh, right.
Just got a couple here of Maiden Lal, the Indian player, and Arun Lal. So LAL, there's a palindrome for you. Do you want any others? Talat played in the PSL.
All good.
Hannah Rowe played in cricket in New Zealand for a little while. And does Bob count? A lot of people are saying. This is on cricketweb.net if you want to find your palindromic cricketers.
I'm not sure.
Kind of research we do here. And he looks dreadful.
Okay, I think we now got to the stage where, even though normally, right, when you're trading player runs, when the guy at the other end who's with mega high intent gets out, it gives the guy who's still at the crease an extra run or two.
Yeah.
Because they have to wind it in a bit. But Markram is there to do that job. Markram's now there to steady the ship. They need SRH. The reason why they've been successful this season is somebody, at least one person, usually both, are gunning it. I don't expect Head to drop anchor now just because the other guys have got out.
Ooh.
Hey, Markram is out. He has been caught. Well, that is huge because he was brought in to steady the ship. The ship is in flames at the moment, and they've gone from favourites to, well, I was going to say the outsiders, but not so much. But they've gone from heavy favourites at the start of this over, certainly to well behind the times. We were just saying that Bolt and Ashwin were going to finish their 5th over by the end of this, and they hadn't got much out of it. They've got a little bit out of it now. 57 for 3. It was a length ball outside off stump. Markram tried to flash it over the offside, and instead he just managed to hit it straight to short third, and it was caught by Chahal, the great fielder. He didn't catch it brilliantly, but he caught
what's he doing there? It's that's about 70% to be caught when you're hitting the ball to Chahal there. If you're putting it to a normal fielder, it's 98.
I got a bet on as I called that wicket, and I wanted to watch the thing, but I also had like a seventh of my eye going down to see if the bet had gone on, and it had. I just managed to get on, so I got on at 2:34.
What I can't wait for is when I'm listening to the Ashes and you're on doing an Ashes Test match for TalkSport, and your co-commentator at one point is going to ask you a question, and you'll be like, "Hang on a second." And he was like, sorry, I was just getting a bet on. What was that you're on about?
I think I did trading for England Test series, but tests don't move as fast, do they? So
you're saying, as a commentator on Test matches, you've got plenty of time to crack away and have a bet.
Well, I'm not a commentator always, so I don't think I did it when I was ever commentating because it doesn't work.
You couldn't.
As
we're doing right now.
But I was doing analysis.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking up things like that anyway. You know, it's a regular thing that we look up on air anyway, because sometimes you'll think this team's on top, and then you look at their odds and you be like, oh, maybe they're not. And this is again another ball hits Travis Head's pads.
Yeah.
Travis Head is just stuck in neutral here, isn't he?
He is. I'm going to get out of my position, and it's not because I don't think Rajasthan is well on top, but I cannot bet against Travis Head and Heinrich Klaasen at the same time.
I mean, this is a very early time for Klaasen to be in over 6. You like it though, Jarrod, don't you, when Klaasen comes in early?
I've got no issue with him coming in early, because if he's 10 off 10, and if these guys might both end up roughly 10 off 10, but my issue for both of them is now, this is not what either of them are in the side for, right? This is what Markram was brought here for, and now they have to make some pretty big decisions. We've got Sandeep Sharma coming on for the 6th over. What a comfy 6th over this is, by the way. Trent bowls just take 2 wickets at the other end. You go into the Sunrisers, you're expecting to get hit to the moon, and it's like, oh no, we've just got a couple of guys consolidating a little bit more.
Yeah, this over is going for 6 or 7 is what everybody thinks now. I think Rajasthan will be happy and Sunrisers will be happy if this final over the power play goes for 6 or 7, which is a really weird thing to say when you've got this team who is getting 75 a lot from the first 6. They're still going to get more than they were due. The market thought 58 at the start of the power play.
He's just got this over mid-on, probably about 1.5 meters over the top. I don't know if that was
Head, that was Travis Head.
No, I mean in the field. I wasn't sure who it was out in the ring there, but he tried to get up and under it, and he got marginally under it. But he got some good power. But again, Travis Head not looking sensational here.
It's the kind of first signs of life in his bat, though. So
it is.
Sometimes it takes a while to get going, but he's got a solid 11 off 10. So
I have to say I'm surprised that this is 50-50.
I was about to say they're 63 for 3.
3 down.
Chahal hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah, 3 down.
Sandeep comes in and gives himself some room.
The way Head's playing here, he is an extreme risk of a wicket these next 2 balls, because he's almost got to that bit where we talked about people being in bad form and whether form is much of a thing. But he's not looked good the last few innings, and this is one of those times where he's like, I'm just going to whack myself back into form. I've only got a few balls left at this power play. And if he's trying to smack Sandeep, who didn't have a great time of it last time, his wicket percentage shoots right up.
It's outside off stump. He gets down on one knee and he manages to hit this into the wicket. And to be fair, those surfaces are hard because that bounces up and over Tom Kohler-Cadmore at backward point. Although, the way that Sandeep looked at Kohler-Cadmore there, it's possible that Cadmore slipped.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah. Where's Jake? Jake is our expert on dew. No one knows more about moisture than Jake. That's what everyone says. It's on his...
Yeah. That's what we call him, isn't it? Moist Jake.
Yeah. On his... I don't think that was a terrible effort from Kohler-Cadmore, was it?
I don't think he would have stopped it if he made a better effort.
Both of those things are true. 8 4s, 3 6s. This is a good ball on the stumps. This is the ball that's been hitting head on the pads, and this time he pushes it down to mid-on and gets 1.
So they got 10 more than expected, but they probably, from the first 6, they probably were in for about 1.2 wickets, maybe slightly more.
We've got some messages on YouTube. Lots of Keshav saying some nice things about Tripathi. Karthik mentioning that he was looking nervous while running between wickets. I think all of them have been as well. And Amit says, absolutely senseless batting. Remember, you can email us at live@cricket8.com.
Can we talk about that senseless batting comment? Because isn't that what we want?
Which
Not just we, sorry, that like...
I don't know who he's talking about there, because I'm wondering if he sent that comment about Tripathi's shot, whereas Tripathi got a bad ball, and if he hits that over the top, we all go, wow, that got what it deserved.
Tripathi lived by the wonderful sword. He died by the wonderful sword with which he lives, right?
And that was what he was on the side to do.
That's what you can ever want in life.
You're meant to do.
You don't want him to try and hit a really good ball for 4 or 6.
It's not senseless. It's definitely, if it's about Tripathi's innings, I'm going to defend him because it wasn't senseless.
And if it's Markram's, Markram got a length ball angled across him with the offside up and tried to force it away. He just got an edge.
And, and the one fielder there was Chahal, so fair enough.
Well, he wasn't trying to hit it in that direction though, was he? But have we got a timeout here? Are we strategically anything? Do you feel strategic?
I feel more strategic than you.
No,
No,
we do not
he's
have one.
covered it.
Avesh Khan coming in straight after the play. This could be caught. The toe of the bat. It was short and wide. Avesh Shaw head move. And the market is just spooked, Rob Barron.
Yeah, well, they've got loads of runs, but they've also lost some wickets. But they've got great players at the crease. But one of them doesn't look in good form. You can make a case both ways here. Because, like you just said, Jarrod, I don't want to massively be against Head and Klassen. But if they get one of them out, they're in the soup, aren't they? It's ready next and not much after. And it's almost, if they lost Klassen here, are they thinking about
Impact sub.
we might have to go Shabazz? You can say Shabazz if you want.
Shabazz.
It's been a while. Where did that come from? Is that a Jarrod Kimber original, or is that to do with
I just said it one day, and you.
Oh, it's not from Shazam, is it? It's not a...
No, I didn't get it from Shazam.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if they do it in Shazam. I did it, and Luke in the other room laughed.
That's all he needs, isn't it? A bit of encouragement.
That's how I work these things.
Laughing Luke again. Brilliant.
Yeah, Laughing Luke, as they all call him.
Yeah.
So we've got Nitesh, Abdul Samad, and Pat Cummins due in. So Nitesh will be fine. They're certainly not going to do anything silly until Nitesh is batted. Not that the impact sub would be silly. But they won't make any bold choices before then. But they also don't want any of those guys in for a long time. This is on the hip of Head. In form, Head just hits out for 6.
Klassen nearly ran 2 there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Klassen was always looking for a run out there, wasn't he?
What are the odds for run out, Rob?
The standard 16-1, which I am not interested in right now. I think these two will not be taking undue running risk, despite that last ball. There was never a run there.
Well, also why
Klassen just
Karthik
take
said
off a
on
bit.
YouTube that Tripathi was running pretty poorly. I mean, so was Head, to be fair. But Markram has come in and well, I was going to say settled it down, but he did run halfway down the wicket there. I wonder if the ball's just stopping a little bit in the surface, by the way, when the seam bowlers come in. And this one is flicked for 6. Well, that was the exact same ball, and Avesh Khan went, well, you didn't quite nail it the first time, Trav. What if I just do the same thing again and see how you go? And he's hit that 24 rows back. Big 6
shot.
over backward square leg.
That did look like the best time shot Travis Head's played all day today. I mean, I think he's got 3 boundaries, and that was the best one by absolute miles.
Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Straight out of the middle.
I like how he put the Brian Lara leg up there, and he didn't need to.
But you always should if you can.
I can't pull with my leg up in the air. It's obviously a thing that certain people can do, I tried it when I was a kid, and I almost fell over. Head facing up to Avesh Khan again. This is legs out, that's up, it's slashed in the air. And it's beautiful for 4.
That's terrible. That's shocking.
That is very
Sandeep
bad.
Sharma, I think, down on that boundary. Yes, it is. That went straight into his hands, except for the fact his hands have been replaced with flippers. And unfortunately, it rebounded off a flipper. And then very slowly went to the boundary behind him while he looked to see where the ball was. That could have been a wicket because it was slashed anywhere. And instead, it spun on the second bounce. It did get him on the spin, to be fair to him. But if you field it third in international cricket and you know the ball's only bounced once or twice, it is bound to spin.
He probably still should have stopped it after he misfielded it.
Yeah. I think he looked to his left in the end and went to its right.
Yeah, that was all kinds of bad.
This might have got Travis Head started, by the way. They're into 180 again here. They're favourites. And Sandeep has fielded the ball. And we all know that the crowd is going to be absolutely giving it to him. Especially, I suppose it's a neutral crowd here, isn't it?
You'd think so. It's another 7th over where SRH don't stop. It's another 7th
So we
over where
didn't
they
go in on that over because of the wicket.
because of the wicket, and they said Travis Head has basically said never mind, I'm going to be Travis Head. That's how I've got all my success. He did it in the World Cup final. He did it in the World Test Championship final. Like, Travis Head is a big game player. That is one thing about him. He now looks good, but it is strategy time, Jarrod Kimber.
It is. The strategic timeout is what Rob Barron, the Rooster, is trying to tell me. Mark Machado is thinking about his next Nearly End podcast. I'm Jarrod Kimber. You can find me everywhere, but mostly I'm in this very chair for Cricket 8, which I'll be in 2 minutes and 30 seconds time. I have lost more than I've won. So I've got a 66% win percentage, but I've won far more than that, and that I've actually lost because I put the wrong bets on. But it gets better.
I mean, this is very much like my girlfriend's at a different school, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's seen them though. I sent him he's aware of all that thing. But he also
I've actually been right all the time. It's just I kept pressing the wrong button.
But I'm going to tell you why it gets better, because the other day I did manage to pull it back. The other day Sudarshan came through, and I've never done a bet on Sudarshan being overs, but you know that he's the most consistent player, so you should bet Sudarshan overs every single time. He has something like 60% of his innings between 20 and 45 runs. No one else is close, right? So I went for the overs, and I was so confident, and I got it on. But I've never bet overs before on that particular market. And the app I was on, I hadn't used, so I went the wrong way. Sudarshan comes out, and he smashes 2 cover drives for 4. And I'm sitting there going, he's going to go past 20 in about a minute and a half here. And just as I tell him I've made the mistake, Sudarshan hits the ball the middle and runs and gets run out for 12.
Joy.
So it's the only time he's got out below 30 this season, by the way. When the Jarrod millions go down, he can just change the universe.
So I've made 8 mistakes that have cost me, and 1 mistake that I've pulled back. So I'm not happy with that.
No, you shouldn't be happy with that, because that is literally 7.
How do you feel as a commentator about the reviews for wides, Dan Norcross?
Well, do you know, I really enjoyed them when they first came in. And obviously, it was in the women's tournament that it first came in, because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his natural stance can't play a normal shot to the ball.
Yeah.
But instead it's become, is the ball inside the blue line or is it above head height?
Yes.
Now, of course, if you are a midget, then, you know, the blue line is irrelevant. I mean, if you're really short, if you're Sunil Gavaskar, the wide line...
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I have the Rooster, Rob Barron. I have Murali Ends, Mark Machado. As this from first ball of Chahal is overpitched, outside off stump, and is driven down for 1. The run rate at the moment is 2 runs per ball, and yet they are on the edge of the precipice.
I don't know if you noticed there, Chahal, the minute he turned around after letting that ball go, the first thing he did was look at the ground. Like it wasn't quite doing what he was expecting it to do. So I'm not sure if I'm overreading it.
The pitch, or is that it's dewy? And
I think it might be dewy. I think.
Let's have a look for some towels. Towel watch. The spin-off of Baywatch that didn't work, as this one slides on a little bit and it's pushed down to...
There, you can see he looked, once he realised he wasn't going to field the ball, which was quite early on, he looked straight back in the pitch again. So I don't know if there's something...
Yeah, well, keep an eye. He's certainly got a big towel in his butt.
Which is where towels should be. You wouldn't want to towel shame anyone on this feed, Jarrod.
We're seeing a collection of his wickets, which means we're seeing the first half of the season, because he hasn't taken many for a while, as this one is hit on the head by Travis Head, down to long off, as Rian Parag does his underarm throw, which is horrendous, and everyone abuses him for it. Not because it was the underarm throw, just because I think he threw it in the wrong spot.
Lots of teams in this spot, you can see the 6 singles happening. This isn't one of those teams.
Sorry, do you see this stat? The most sixes Heinrich Klaasen has ever hit off anyone is off Chahal. He's hit 11 sixes from 47 balls against him.
Bang!
He's at 12 of 48 as he just whacks this away, does Heinrich Klaassen. A typical shot, that sort of back foot. It wasn't that short, but he just sort of plays it like a tennis forehand, and it's over deep mid-wicket for 6, or maybe wide long on for 6. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
They're massive favourites here, and they're a wicket from panic.
Yeah, this is one where I wouldn't be having massive bets because it's so close. It's so close to breaking one way or the other. They could get 270 here.
Yep.
They honestly could. If these two stick around till the end, that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. And they could be 150 all out. It's SRH is, we're doing really well because we've got high intent, so we're going to keep doing that. And I totally agree with that. You can't play a whole season of smacking it everywhere and then stop when it gets to the semi-final or whatever this is called. It's so well poised, this game.
It is. Sunrisers are 1.69. They've already got 91 runs. Last ball to go in the 8th over. Will Head go for Chahal as well? Chahal's been struggling the second part of the season. Trav Ball wanted it, and then he decided at the last minute he'd just flick it away for 1. As Robin Powell. Also, everyone's underarm throwing, which is just unnecessary at the moment.
Would you say these are the two most well-dressed teams in the league? They've got the two best kits, haven't they? I really like the Sunrisers.
So Sunrisers is very controversial, their kit, isn't it? Because a lot of people absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad.
I'm notoriously badly dressed, which means I will love it.
I'm a big fan. I think the best kit in the IPL over the last couple of years is probably Gujarat Titans' first year.
Oh, I like the Super Giants first year, but they changed the blue, that kind of baby blue colour.
Yeah.
They've gone to a much darker blue now, haven't they?
We did a whole Crickpicks podcast about this with me, Estelle, and Barron recently, where we went through the best franchise teams. I think, is it the Jaffna Stallions?
Yeah.
Jaffna Stallions has the best kit in that I've ever seen.
Oh, really?
And then they changed it. New ownership came in and completely stuffed it up. Ashwin is back, and he grinds his belly button on the ball as it is driven back to him by Travis Head, and he fields it a little bit like an old man who's lost a receipt that's really important in a car park, and it's blowing under a car. This is no! There's like appeals everywhere. Sanju Samson doesn't even know what he's appealing for.
Yeah.
He started appealing for the caught behind. I don't think he took the bails off, did he?
I don't think he did, but
They didn't review.
yeah.
There was certainly a noise.
He kind of whiffed the ball above the bails like it was a beautifully baked cake or something that he wanted to
Oh, and he's
sniff.
cut this one off middle stump, as Travis said, as he backs away. So 1 run off this over.
Would you like to see the best goalkeeper top in the world while you're talking about kits?
Yes.
I own this and I will be wearing this next week. It's that. Which camera? Camera 5? Camera 3. Hello, cameras. That's the best goalkeeper top you can own. It's good, isn't it?
What team's that?
Other questions are available. That is a team called FCO who play in, I think they're called Ferro Carril West or something.
Carom ball by Ashwin, which is punched down to long off for just the 1 run.
What league is that?
Club Atletico Ferro Carril Oeste de General Pico, which I am going to guess is Mexico.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Sunrisers kit to bring it back to the IPL.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. And I think the pink looks great as well, you know.
Oh, no, I'm a big fan of the pink. When we did the Crickpicks episode, there was quite a few pink shirts. I think the Sixers might have got in as well. And I think we actually didn't pick a Rajasthan one. We picked the Barbados one because it's slightly better designed. This ball's on the pads. He's bowling for singles here. Ashwin.
I was wrong, by the way. It's the Argentinian second division, obviously. Sorry, fans.
Yeah.
Sorry, fans of whatever that team's called.
But yeah,
the quiet over, by the way, the lesser seen quiet over with Klaassen and Head batting with 4 singles and 2 dots. Something's going to happen this over. They're not going to do that again.
It's a wicket. It's wicket or
multiple sixes.
12 plus.
Yeah, it's this over is.
You could back wicket in this over, and you could go on, if you're a spread better, you could then back over 10.
Just buy at 9 or whatever it is. Yeah.
I think that would be a very safe bet. In this
the line
they're certainly not going to have another over where they get 4 singles.
The line for this over was 8.5, and you might still be able to get it now. It's going over that if they don't lose a wicket. There's no way they're doing another over of Pootle. It's not the SRH way.
My favourite thing about that over is before that we were contemplating if they go to 270 for 3 or all out for 150, and they kind of just did nothing.
Yeah, it will never happen again.
Yeah.
We will never watch SRH do that ever again.
We got some messages on YouTube as well about the boundary sizes. Is this big change in boundary dimensions normal? This one is punched back again, Klaassen, up to long off. So the problem is when you play back-to-back games in the same venue, you can't use the same centre wicket, and you also can't use the wicket next to it. So you have to use a few wickets across. It's why cricket teams around the world, cricket boards around the world, are looking at hybrid pitches. And we've started to see hybrid pitches in some places as well. I think the Major League might have been one of the first places to use them in a sort of a major T20 competition, if you consider that one a major T20 competition. And so this is why. And it's not just that. The camera crews hate it because they like to be able to set the camera up right in the middle. The teams hate it because it dictates where you get hit for boundaries and everything else. And it gets in batters' heads, it gets in bowlers' heads. So there's another single there from a cut shot from Travis Head.
Can I ask you both a question? So just to wrap that one up, they're playing on pitch number 7. So pitch number 1 is here. So they're 7. They're all the way over here.
Can you explain that again?
So
you got 1.
Pitch number 1.
And then next to that is 2.
Stick with me.
And if you keep going, this is how when my son said to me, tell me about the what is it? The 3? No, not the 3 amigos. The
3 Musketeers.
Yeah, the 3 Musketeers. And I said, well, there was a
Porthos,
musketeer.
Athos, and
yeah, there was a musketeer, and then he met
Annabelle.
another musketeer, and then further on in their relationship, they then met a 3rd musketeer.
And then D'Artagnan just came along for the ride.
Why was he not?
D'Artagnan or Dogtagnan?
Yeah. Dogtagnan was much later, but more fun, much more fun. There's one for the kids. I'll ask you both a question here. As 9 balls have passed with nothing happening, which is impossible. So this is a 6 or a wicket.
6 or wicket. 6 it. It's Sandeep Sharma
It's
coming in. It's a half volley outside off stump.
So
nothing.
this sustained period of nothing happening really makes me want to back unders, because there must be something in the pitch if these two guys aren't scoring. If the scoring is somehow dried up, because this doesn't happen, does it? These two players that have now both set, Head particularly, are just pootling along. What
I find interesting is, with all these algorithms and everything else, we've now got these two guys set. And Sunrisers came into about 160 at one stage, and they're now at 172. I don't think this is bad for Sunrisers at all, what is happening here. Their odds should not have come out in this period.
Well, I think,
that's
something's happening to the pitch before our eyes, because it's not the fact that they've nudged this over about. Something's happening to the pitch that is slowing this down.
Would you like me to explain that, though?
Yes,
please.
That
was a short ball outside, actually probably almost at the stumps. He tried to whack it away, and it kind of went up like a tennis ball and then came down, which is something I said earlier. I thought it was a little bit too paced for the seamers. I think we said that around the 5th or 6th over, perhaps. And then again, a few overs later. And so, that ball just sort of ballooned up, and Head was all the way through his pull shot. He almost had hit himself in the back of the head, and this could be a wicket. Oh! And it is! Well, there we go. Rajasthan back on top here. He tries, again, this back of a length bowling. He tries to force this away on the offside, sort of uppercut it perhaps, or slash it away, and unfortunately he gets almost nothing on it, and it dribbles to short third, and another wicket there.
Yeah.
Did we say a wicket in this over?
Yeah, we did, and we said unders about 2 balls ago, because something was happening here. So if it's Chennai at home in the middle overs with 2 set guys, and you see this is the run of balls we've just had leading up to that wicket. 1 1 dot dot 1 1 1 1 1 1 dot 1 dot. Right, that is
number wang.
That is binary-tastic. That is not what SRH do. So you know something's going to happen. You know it is. If it's Chennai doing it, back in the day, if it was Dhoni and Jadeja doing that in the middle overs, or Badranath and Jadeja doing it, you're just like this. You're just like, we know it's going to happen. We know there's going to be 3 overs of 1s and dots. And you just sit there like you're in a holding pattern. You're probably making yourself a cup of tea or whatever, because the game doesn't go anywhere. But when you've got a team like this who base their whole strategy on smash, who are doing that for 3 overs, something is going to happen. And if the pitch is dying before our eyes here, which is very possible this stage of the season, I know we've not used this particular strip, it makes things very interesting. So that's one of those wickets that you can see coming. And the other thing that could have happened then, so the line was 202 when we said unders there. The other thing that could have happened there is that Head just goes ballistic and goes 6-6-6. But there's no way that this team allows the 5.5 and over to happen, because they've got here by blasting teams out of the game, and Rajasthan are now favourites again. So it's Reddy, then it's Samad, and then it's not a lot. It's Pat Cummins. So they're going to be considering the impact sub being, maybe they go Samveer today.
So just having a look, Barron sent us some numbers. He's saying, as this ball was on the pads from Chahal
It's a
to
good time to
Klaassen.
put Chahal on, because Klaassen has lots of muscle memory here,
Yeah.
where he knows he wants to hit Chahal for 6. He knows he wants to. And they're trying to get in his head a bit here. So go on then, hit him for 6. He's going to toss one up at some point here. Chahal, maybe this next ball, he'll toss it up and try and get Klaassen to try and hit him for 6. Because if they get Klaassen now, it's done.
That is a ball he would normally try and hit for 6, and instead, quite good batting, he's picked the gap at it deep mid-wicket. He's going to come back for a couple.
Because Chahal is a bowler who doesn't mind being hit for 6. There are some bowlers, which is why leg spin is the hardest thing ever to bowl, is because it breaks a lot of bowlers' brains, doesn't it? Because by the very nature of it, while you're learning, you get hit for 6 once and over, don't you?
It's a
Because
horrendous.
It's an awful thing on the mind.
We really shouldn't let children bowl leg spin, and I
Yeah.
say this as a survivor.
If
I have in fact survived.
And look
Yeah,
at
look
what's
what
happened to your brain. Yeah, look at
Do
it.
you know how many? There's like a huge percentage of cricket writers who are former leg spinners.
This
It's like a
explains lot.
really, really high percentage when you go through it, and you do realise that it's a weird art to choose.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this thing that I may not be able to do very well, but it's really cool. But actually what's going to happen is I'm going to bowl full tosses and get hit over deep mid-wicket a lot for 6.
You didn't start as a leg spinner though, did you? Did I once read or hear you say that you became a leg spinner inspired?
No. To get into my very important cricket history during the IPL final.
Yes, please.
My dad was my coach.
Yeah.
And there was 2 of us who were both very good wicket keepers and batters.
Yeah.
And we both were trying to, we were like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
And we were both trying to bowl seam up. And my dad was a fast bowler. This is almost caught at short cover, actually,
turned.
leading edge.
Turned.
And my dad was a former fast bowler himself, and he sort of took both of us aside and said, look, neither of you are ever going to bowl fast. And he pointed at one of us and said, you bowl off spin. And he pointed at the other one and said, you bowl leg spin. And we both tried the other one as well.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, my dad saw something in both of us, and we ended up winning, under 13 C grade trophies and things, based on having one off spinner who was unhittable and one leg spinner who was unhittable, and we would swap the gloves. So I would keep to him and he would keep to me.
I really like that. That's very good parenting.
That is very good, yeah.
But do you want to know where it came from? This is the funniest thing. So I said to my dad one day, I was on a podcast. I said, why did you do it? Like, I know we thought we weren't particularly fast, but I could swing the ball a bit. And my mate was quite, good athlete. And he said, yeah, but when I was in the nets, I could never hit a spinner. I thought it'd be great to coach some. And that was his whole theory, was in the nets. So my dad was a number 11, and if you got him facing pace, he would just do this all day. And the minute the ball would go up the head, he'd be like, what is this skullduggery?
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a very, very good over. Sunrisers have gone from 170 to 181, but very important over.
It was 92 for 3 after 8, and it is now a different score entirely. It's now 102 for 4 after 11. That is genuinely shocking, 3 overs for SRH in a big game. And what can happen in big games is teams that are used to doing certain things can get discombobulated, can get a bit messed up, and the pressure causes nonsense. And what we're seeing now is they're now stuck. Reddy doesn't know. Reddy's 0 off 3. He's lucky to still be there for his 0 off 3. And this is what happens sometimes when you get young kids who have been playing well in tournaments. They're like, I can't play the game that has got me here. The whacking. That he's been really successful when he's played the innings where he's motoring. And now he's coming in, and a lot of him is thinking, well, think who I've got behind me here.
Yep.
And it ain't much.
Gets a 2 here, Klaassen. Sort of slightly mangles that cut shot. Hello Kimber says, Hello Kimber is what Coley Sexual says. There's a YouTube account for it.
Hello, Kimber.
Hi Alpha says, how do you guys do this? And I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I think
We
he means
don't know.
radiate sexual energy.
We don't know is the answer. It's just a natural thing.
Joel Edwards says, Bolt in the first over again. In the first again. Wasn't first over this time.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
It was last ball.
First.
Yeah.
As we told you,
Sandeep Sharma comes in, and again, every time they try and play these shots off the back foot, they just mangle them a little bit. This one goes the long off in the end. So much did Klaasen mistime it. And Addy says, could the ball be softening a little bit? So there was the wicket of Tripathi was a short ball into the wicket cutter. And I think that when you bowl short into the wicket on this pitch, if you roll your fingers or you do anything special with it, it just doesn't come through at a normal pace. So this is not a change of friction thing, because Barron's been through all the change of friction and he can't find anything that suggests that. But there's certainly on a length, the ball is not coming on the way the batters assume it will. And so Sandeep has certainly worked this. Avesh loves bowling this length. You see, again, that's just a short ball, right? And occasionally they'll bowl one on pace, like that one was, and then the ball before was a little bit slower. So they're just mixing it up here. Avesh Khan might come on and bowl those really, really dirty leg cutters in a moment.
I would bowl Avesh right now.
That he
because he's only bowled one. They kind of have to bowl him next over. So next over is an incredibly short price to be Avesh. Chahal has a little break. Surely.
Klaasen is 20 off 15.
Was it 23 balls since the last boundary?
Yeah, 24 now.
24.
Here it comes.
Oh,
The leave.
Is that a wide?
Probably.
No, it's not.
I think he wided it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, they have given that as a wide. Again, though, that ball just did not bounce properly. You could see the way it went up and then came down to the wicketkeeper. So the short balls are ending up around the waist of the wicketkeeper here. And it's the lack of pace that is causing an issue as they are coming off.
This is a really interesting cricket match that we're watching here. When do you ever see this team with two of their monsters set going at 5 and over?
Yeah. It's a tricky
So
wicket.
the pitch is doing enough here to keep us all interested. This is very, very interesting.
Again,
cricket.
takes the pace off this, and Klaasen tries to force it away through Jaiswal. Jaiswal fumbles, but there's no run there. This is 2 balls to go in this over, and Klaasen looks very frustrated to me. They really, if I was out there with Klaasen at the moment, obviously he's batting with someone young, but if I could get a message to him, it would be, go to the 14th over, keep going at this pace, and then let's see if they could still score 220.
Yeah, and Klaasen could still score 100 from it.
But it doesn't look like a wicket where any of those things are easy. So he might be getting frustrated because he wants to score at a better rate. Pi Alpha says, as this ball is good, Yorker, and well played by Klaasen. Actually, played that beautifully out to deep mid wicket for one.
Very good cricket.
Pi Alpha says it wasn't our sexual machismo he was talking about, which is a shame.
Why not?
He was talking about our accurate predictions.
Ah, okay.
Also, just a production message. When we do send the YouTube messages through, can we not have the big love heart in the middle of the bit I need to read out? How do we do this? Because me and Rob have watched 4 million hours of cricket.
This is true. And when we're not watching it, we send each other messages about it.
Yes. You're talking about the group last night. Short ball, again, what I've said, it's just dying. This one was a bouncer that doesn't even make the wicket keeper as it goes through. Last night, myself and Jake were watching the West Indies South Africa game.
oh yeah.
Which it was not a game that anyone should be watching, really. I'm not sure the players in it were watching it, if
Yeah,
I'm being honest.
yeah.
But we were still there, interested.
Did you watch any of the USA Bangladesh game?
I
yesterday?
haven't, but
I love the results.
a big shout out to my friends at MV Play. They're going to hook me up with the ability to watch back full games very soon.
Oh wow!
So I've got to send them an email I don't know if they're listening, but if they are, hello.
Who are they and what do they do? And
You don't know about MV Play?
no, tell me about it.
MV Play is one of these companies that records cricket games around the world, and they work with Cricket New Zealand, ECB, a few other major boards, but they work with teams as well. They also do a lot of the, when you see club games filmed, they have to do that. It's a New Zealand company, and they're really good. A lot of analysts use them, and so hopefully then I don't have to get up at 3 a.m. to watch games as much.
When you
when they
wake
take
up
them
to re-watch games, do you want to know the results
Yes.
when you watch them? Okay.
Chahal back on, and this ball has hit Klaasen's pads, and there's no run there. I don't know how I feel about this, Rob, because I've got a bet on Rajasthan at the moment, and Chahal is bowling to Klaasen.
Yeah, it feels like
I could lose a lot of money or win a lot of money right here.
anything. It's why it's a great game to watch.
It is
Because
a really
it's on an
fascinating game to
absolute
watch.
knife edge, and they haven't.
He's backed away, and he's left it, and it's outside off stump.
They haven't scored a boundary for 3 hours now, and this is a team that scores a boundary every 1 second normally.
Can you tell me what a boundary was like? Because I've forgotten.
Are we going to see a wicket or a boundary in this over?
No.
Klaasen.
Surely we are. Surely we are.
Again, Chahal comes in, and
No.
Klaasen cannot get this past short cover. Well, not even short cover. He timed it too well, which, to be fair, on this pitch, he has not done a lot.
This is.
I'm so nervous about
is-
what is about to happen here.
Then you should close.
I don't want to close because I could make a lot of money if he goes out here.
And what if he?
If he hits 1-6, I'll get out. I'm double
Okay,
greening. It's
okay, fair
fine.
enough.
But I'm still nervous, and it is going to be a 6. Oh, the shot! He's just up in the air,
6.
and it's over the cheerleader's head and over deep cover. What a strike that was! Well, he blocked out. Well, I say blocked out. He left one of them, Mark.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's just like, I can't continue to do this. I'm just going to have to hit this ball for 6.
So can I give just a bit of generic betting advice
Yes.
or trading advice? So if you're sitting here thinking this market looks about right and it could smash one way or the other any minute, and we all thought that then. We all thought like it's just too long. It's simply too long. It's Chahal against Klaasen and something's going to happen. And if you think the prices are about right, if you look down at the prices, and if you've got a model, your model should tell you, but you think the prices are about right, you should be closing there. You shouldn't have a position because it could just as easily have been out, that ball.
Yes,
and it moves wildly.
Can I
if
tell
it's
you
out.
why I did it? Because, and I will explain it after Chahal comes into Klaasen again. If he gets a wicket this ball, I'll be annoyed. As he bowls half volley and is flicked away out to deep mid wicket for 1. The reason I did is because I went back in and I got Rajasthan at about 185, 186. And because of all the dots that we had seen, I had already made a profit that I thought if he hit a 6, it wouldn't. It would go back about the swing would be back. So
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
be neutral.
So
So I've
you're-
made a neutral decision there.
So some people trade like that. So they're basically saying, I'm on side, and even if there's a wicket, I'm fine, so I'm going to run it.
Yeah.
So if the bats do really well here, I'm miles ahead. So
Yes.
lots of people do trade like that. And other people, and I know 2 brothers that trade at very high levels, and they both do it in a very different way, and they're both very successful.
This is a quick one outside of stump. Hits
but-
a deep cover for 1.
One of them always tells me, if you agree with the price, you close. Whether you're closing for red, whether you're closing for green, whether you're closing for neutral. And the other one will sit there and go, well, I think this is a great bet. I think it's 10 ticks too big, so I'm hammering it. And then he just sits there and he goes, now I think the price is right, so I can sit there like this. And I'll just watch. And if I feel like everything's right, and now, I'm more on the side of Klaasen than I am on Chahal, then I'll go in on the bats. Or if I'm feeling like, there's a bit more, if I'm on side, I will trade slightly differently to if I'm miles in the red.
Yeah.
Both of those guys make money, but what I would say is when you've developed a strategy that works, you must stick with it for a reasonable amount of time and give it a chance to play out. So your strategy is vibes, and you are,
No.
percentage-wise, the most successful Betfair trader of all time.
From this perspective, the way that I was looking at that is that, as I said, I'd already got that swing in the other direction. But also, if I was willing to take a little bit of a hit because I'm a hedge, and also because I don't mind taking a little bit of a hit for 1-6. Whereas we both know that if Klaasen went out then, that would have been a huge swing in my direction.
Yeah, so I am red on the match winner here. Double red I closed a couple of times, but I went in on the first 6 when I saw Tripathi, and my old vibes just came out. It's like when I see that man, I just bat over to the first 6 because I love his intent. So I don't mind being this amount red. And what some people do is they play so let's say they're backing overs, they will offset that by laying the batting team in the match winner, if you know what I mean. So they're like, if I make X with my runs bet, then I'm going to be offside with my match winner bet.
Nitesh has mistimed this.
But the theory,
Did that go really close to a fielder who was it Jaiswal who wasn't trying to field
I
it?
think the field just stopped using their hands and legs again.
I also think that's the way the camera was shot. I don't think it was
Okay.
that close to him.
Anyway, it was scooped up the outside edge and went sort of past the left shoulder of cover, and Robin Powell came. Robin
Cow is in Powell corner. The interesting thing here, if you really don't rate Avesh Khan, who's going for 13 and over today and went for 13 and over last game, you should be on the bats now because he's got to bowl 3 of the last 7 here.
Yeah, of course.
And that's why them bowling Chahal last over was a really big gamble, because it means they've 100% backloaded Avesh, because you're not going to throw the ball to anybody else now, are you? You're not going to go Parag have an over, Powell have an over.
They've decided on their bowl. So they've got 1 over left of Chahal, which is going to be a nervy over if Klaasen's still in. They're going to have to go that almost straight away, aren't they?
I think they might save him now. I don't think they do it now. I think they try and get Klaasen out before Chahal bowls again.
Now, this should have been a wide, but because Nitesh moved, he's reviewing this. Does he know the regulations? Because
I'm not sure.
if you move before the ball is bowled, I don't. Your position means that you can or can't be given as a wide, as far as I am aware. And so I do think that in that particular case, he's definitely moved before the ball's bowled, so that's not a wide. That's a bad review. I don't.
Do you think he hasn't realised that he moved before the ball was bowled?
Just look at the picture.
Yeah,
explain it to the audience. He's got his foot a metre outside leg stump and his bat's facing the other way. I think he had to have known.
Because sometimes I'm gonna use a vague reference because I don't want to annoy people in the comments. Sometimes politicians say things that they think are true, but everyone else is not true. And could that have been what
I guess
knows isn't true?
I think he doesn't know the regulation, and he saw it was really wide and thought it should have been a wide. Good Yorker outside off stump here by Avish Khan, which is open face down to deep backward point. We've got some more mentions on the YouTube. Joel says, weird off-topic question for Mark. Why is rugby union popular in Sri Lanka? It's Black Caps, isn't it? Not Black Caps. What is the other thing called? The rugby team?
All
Blacks. Every time I go to New Zealand, to Sri Lanka, everyone's got All Black shirts on.
Because the actual real answer for it is because our sport culture.
The real answer was what I gave.
The real answer is what Jarrod gave. But the sports culture was kind of dictated from
Posh
schools in Colombo and Kandy, and they played cricket and rugby. And I think if Sri Lanka didn't get Test status in '82, rugby would probably be as big as cricket is. But because they were allowed to get Test status and have the best cricket teams there, cricket accelerated and exploded.
Yeah, there's a lot of rugby played over there as well. You see a lot of street basketball now. Well, not street basketball, but outside basketball tournaments and stuff on the streets of Colombo specifically as well. Netball's obviously a big sport. Again, a shout out to my friend Targini.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like one of the world's greatest ever netball players.
Exactly.
And Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, has been to Sri Lanka more than he's been to the UK. During his reign as president, which is absolutely unbelievable.
Avesh Khan comes in again. This is great catch. He tries to reverse scoop this, Nitesh. He gets it off the face of the bat, and it's gone straight to short third, and it has been caught. Wow.
The fact that Chahal has taken more than one catch means this is all lined up
Performance
for Rajasthan, and we might as well go home because if Chahal's taking good catches, this is over.
Yeah,
except Heinrich Klassen's batting. So
that's the Klassen thing. Rajasthan's price is great, but I just don't feel confident staying in on him. And if he goes out, of course, it's not worth backing them.
If he goes out, you would really fear for them here, wouldn't you, SRH? Like, who's the bowler that you think is going to rip through them? There is definitely something in this pitch, but that shot there from Reddy is the shot of a 22-year-old kid who was 5 off 9. Because he'd started playing that shot about half an hour before he even started his run-up.
Yeah.
Like, in his head already, he was like, I'm reversing this over Chahal and that's the end of it. And then he got a ball that wasn't quite there for the shot, but he was already playing it. Like, watch that wicket back if you can at home.
He timed it quite well. Unfortunately for him, he just hit it directly to the fielder.
He played the shot he wanted to play, but he played it to a ball that he shouldn't have played that shot for. But that is the whatever you call it, futility of youth, or the exuberance of youth, perhaps.
Futility of youth.
My youth was largely futile, but and also exuberant. But yeah, that was a shot of a kid. And that's what pressure and knockout games and stuff like that can do. And we said when he came in, he's not going to be comfortable with this scenario because he's not been in this scenario. You want Klassen there now, like he's probably the best white ball bat in the world. But he has an awful lot on his shoulders here because he's not used to being 29 off 23 with no help. Like, what does Samad do now? He came in his first ball for 6 the other day. He's not going to do that today, is he?
It is, though, the 14th over, which is where you said you wanted to get him to, Jarrod. So now, presumably, he unlocks and just goes for it. Tries to get a quick, or not a quick.
Oh my word.
And Samad has come in and he's got a golden duck. I tell you what, if there's anything that is not helping the Sunrisers at the moment, it's the fact that in these finals they have found an awful lot of golden ducks. I believe that's their third, and they've got a second ball duck as well. Avesh is on a hat trick and he will be next over. And they are 120 for 6 now, and Rajasthan are 1-5. Why are Rajasthan? Oh, I suppose Klassen's still there, but that's bad. They need an impact sub now, they don't have a choice.
Unless you want to send Pat Cummins in.
Bring the
You've still got an
impact
over of
sub on.
Ashwin and Chahal.
Bring the impact sub on, and hopefully he can get you through to the next 2 or 3 overs with these two. One of them's got to go, because what you're going to do, finish on 140 here.
Yeah.
Like, just give it a go, right?
I think you go Cummins, and then if you have because they don't have someone that they can definitely bring. Like, is Shabazz the answer here? Is Samveer Singh the answer? Because it's one of those two if you're doing it. Because you have to get overs out of whichever one that is, probably. Who would you rather have bowling on this surface, Shabazz or Samveer Singh?
Defer to your knowledge on this, Jarrod. Who are you thinking?
What's your decision now, Jarrod? Are you putting Cummins in, or are you putting Booth in for the pinch block?
I don't
Booth
think
could get you 8 off 7 here, and
Samveer Singh should be a better bowler on this pitch.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to go the impact sub, I would go Samveer Singh. But that's a strategic timeout. Shall we have a strategic timeout and think about it, gentlemen?
Sure.
We'll be back in 2 minutes and 30 seconds here on Cricket 8. Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to 2 players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is first
You bowl
innings.
your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning.
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah.
It's as simple
But
as
that's
that.
what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they
Yeah.
should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally, yeah. Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo was on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him. Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14s. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like, I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust, and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
They're 199 for 6.
Welcome back to Cricket 8 as Chahal comes in to Klaasen and bowls down the leg side, and it's a wide. Shabazz is the impact sub. So they obviously think he's going to make more of an impact with the bat. You can see my friend Gaurav as the analyst there. This is the point of time when you are an analyst, you just drop your head down. A little bit. There's not much you can do. And Klaasen, big 6. Is that his 3rd 6 off Chahal?
He's over.
He likes playing Chahal again. There's no point explaining the shot. You know what the shot is. He just stood on his back foot and just played a forehand, and has whacked this over. This time over long on. His ability to play that shot and hit a 6 from basically cover to square leg is quite impressive.
Yeah, it's like he's teed off there, isn't it?
Do you know they haven't hit a 4 in this innings since Tripathi got out?
Don't you have a bet on
Since
fours?
Head got out, sorry. I do. I am. So here's a stat that will surprise a lot of people.
That's going to be a no.
Sunrisers, despite finishing where they finished, which was second, was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it even first?
Second?
Second. And hitting some extremely high totals and having, with KKR, the best intent in the whole of the IPL, have hit the fewest or the least 4s out of all the teams in this competition.
Because they when they take a risk, it's on a 6, not a 4, right?
Well, Clarkson is showing you now. Like, he's faced 25 balls, Clarkson. He hasn't hit a 4. Yeah, they're 6 beasts, this lot, and they are not 4 hitters.
Oh, there's Shane Bond, the bowling coach of Rajasthan, coming out to give a little hug to Avesh Khan at the timeout.
I wouldn't mind a hug from Shane Bond. He was one of my absolute favourite cricketers growing up, Shane Bond, because he was just superb. He was really fast, great thinker.
If
Yeah,
you could
I'm
have a
Shane
hug
Bond.
from any former professional cricketer.
Gino Ranatunga.
Oh, yeah?
Former, is he a good hugger?
No, just look at he's got a huggable body.
He's got the...
No? You need a bit more size about you, as in height. You need to be
I think it's too
better
short.
size.
It's too short for you.
Yeah, it'd be a bad matchup for me, the hug from Ranatunga.
Yeah.
I
Matt
think
Hayden.
that now you're talking, yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, and he'd cook you a good dinner as well, wouldn't he?
Temba Bavuma. It's not former though, is it?
No.
This is outside.
It's
I
very
don't think he'd be a good
specifically
hugger.
former I wanted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
To tend to Taibu. I just think both of them look very huggable
Yeah.
people.
Asnodka. There's one for the kids.
He's still playing, isn't he?
I don't know, he's not that old. Yeah, he was about 12 when Rajasthan won IPL1 under Shane Warne.
We've got some dot balls again.
It's ... 6 time, isn't it? Klassen. Shabazz, what is his role here, Shabazz? Is his role to bat for Klassen, or is his role to get on with it?
I'm just going to have to give a message to the production team here. As this is outside of stump, it's cut. Sound like it was an edge, it's a wide. If we did have a second screen with YouTube comments, maybe if it was a little bit high so it's over camera 2, where it starts, would be perfect. That one's for the kids. 131 for 6 after 14.4.
Could you send comments in on who are the best former cricketers to hug, please?
Yes.
Let's assume
Yeah.
you're about 6 foot, however tall I am. I've no idea. I don't know anything about people's heights after that conversation you and I had, Jarrod, a few weeks ago.
Half volley outside off stump. And if you just want to know where they are as a team, Shabazz got a half volley outside of stump. He's a left-hander facing Chahal, and he pushed that for 1, where he decided he was going to push that for 1 before it was bowled.
Yeah, I really want to see Reddy's wicket again, because I want to know how many balls before that ball happened he decided to play that shot, because I think that might be the earliest anyone's ever gone.
Well, we saw him with the wide play the same shot.
I once conceded a very important penalty in a shootout to get my team knocked out of a football
I
tournament.
do want to hear about your life being terrible, but just before we do, this is Chahal's last ball to Heinrich Klaassen. Klaassen's going to want to hit this for 6, and he defends it. So no, he decides not to. That's clever batting, but maybe the ball just wasn't in the right area. Either way.
That wasn't a bad over for them though, because they got 12 runs off it. I mean, for Clarkson and SRH.
But if
which
that's the
is,
last time you're facing Chahal and you're Klaassen, don't you want to hit that for 6?
yes, but considering they've been struggling to get more
Don't
than
disagree.
six runs and over.
I would have tried to hit that over for 36.
Same, that's what I would have done.
That's what I like to do. I like to start with 36 and work
Yeah.
my way down to a maiden.
Yeah, sorry. So, and the criticism I got from my teammates on the penalty that I went the wrong way for was you dived before the world was born, and that keeps coming out. So Reddy played that shot before the world was born then.
We don't have many former players on it. We do have Rakim Cornwall as a hugger, Azim Khan as a hugger, Inzi. Yuvraj Singh.
Inzi, yeah.
Yuvraj Singh is an interesting one. I'll be thinking about that one for a little while. Addy says Shabazz has a very decent record in the death in this IPL. No one's having a go at his batting. What we are saying is, what is the more useful bowling also at this stage? It is the total package that we need, that we're really talking about here.
Ravi Chandran's got us playing 5D chess here, right? So trying to figure out what this pitch is going to be like at the back end of.
And if you've got a right arm medium pacer who can bowl short balls that get stuck in the pitch a little bit, that get beat the bat like this one just has, I think that's a better option than Shabazz, because I haven't seen much special from the spinner, or certainly from the finger spinners today.
How do you guys think Klassen matches up to Ashwin? Because that's a big bit of this.
Have
game.
you got a?
I can find it, but how do you think, like off the dome? How do you think he matches up to him?
Well, so far I've noticed that he keeps bowling at his pads, and Klassen doesn't have a great shot for that. So I would assume it's the people who attacked off stump that Klaasen is better at than the people who attack leg stump.
In general, Ashwin bowls best the people he's bowled to the most at. And I think he would have bowled quite a lot at Klaasen, so I think he...
Do you think he would have? I'm not sure he would have. Because Klaasen hasn't been in the IPL that long.
I'm trying to think about what... Because it's so difficult to remember when Ashwin was being picked or not being picked for various tours.
Yeah, international is fair as well. He has made some runs against India, Klaasen. You might be right. That is going back a while as well. We're just having... There's a bit of a delay here as they have reviewed a wide.
My matchup calculator says he's faced him for 2 balls.
So I was totally wrong.
He's faced him for about that many today. They've given that as a wide.
Yeah, it's not updated for today's. So yeah, we don't have it. I just think that the fact that he is a spinner that doesn't spin it much means Klaasen is going to try and monster him, and I think that could be huge for this game.
For me, it's about whether Klaasen can get what we've seen of Ashwin in this series so far, in these finals so far, is he's basically bowling for singles, right?
Yeah.
And can Klaasen find a way to hit sixes off those singles, off those balls, which is the ones at your hip? So Sky does that against Ashwin. When he goes in at the thigh pad, Sky goes, okay, well, I'm going to go the up and over sweep shot. Does Klaasen have that? Does he have the ability to hit him off that length? Because if he doesn't, he might get a little bit stuck against Ashwin. 3 catches for Jarrod tonight is ridiculous.
I mean, that's a miracle.
You've got your performance points, though, don't you?
Yeah, that's an absolute miracle.
This is almost caught at short mid-wicket there.
Shabazz doesn't know what to do. This is why the impact sub can make stuff interesting. When a guy comes in, he's like, well, I'm the last bat. That's what I've been put in to do. So now what do I do? Got Pat Cummins after you. Like, he's not completely hopeless. And Booth can...
Cummins played a good innings in the last game, didn't he?
Cummins has a 14 ball 50 in this competition. Like, Cummins can definitely bat. You don't think he can, Jarrod, but he definitely can.
No, he can hold. He can very occasionally hit very good shots, and a lot of. If he could bat all the time, he'd be batting at number 6 or number 7.
Yeah, I think
he's not accidentally at number 8. Do you know what I mean? Teams have tried him at number 7 before. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
he's got some very good skills, and he's got some flaws in his game.
But
I love watching him bat.
My point here is Shabazz shouldn't be 4 off 6 because Cummins is good enough to come in with 4.5 overs to go.
Well, Cummins also could have been 4 off 6.
Yeah.
Cummins has a very good defence. Like, if that's what you wanted the player to do.
An important point here from Keshav. What if Mohammad Irfan hugged Bavuma? What then? I don't want to think about what would happen then.
Mohammad Irfan would be a great person to get a hug from, though.
We got VVS Laxman.
Yeah.
As a hugger, I see there as well.
Interesting.
134 for 6. And Sunrisers are 240 at the moment. Chahal is off the field. He looks absolutely gassed, if we're being honest. Avesh has come in, length ball, outside off stump, and he tries to drive this Heinrich Klaasen. He goes down. So when does Klaasen go into 7th gear?
Well, he's going to have to... He'll be thinking about it, surely. I mean, there's 4 overs left. They're on 135. Their run rate is 8.6. What's the point of sticking about? Do you know what I mean? Like,
the market says 181 is the line at the moment. They're going to need more than that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Did we miss Avesh's hat-trick ball again? We did. It was a wide. Doesn't matter. T20 hat-tricks. Shabazz backs away, and again we see a ball go back of a length into the pitch, and he tries to whack it, and it doesn't go anywhere. And if you're looking at this, or you're listening to us, and you think, well, what if Sunrisers bowl the exact same way? They will. The difference is when you're trying to set a total, and especially when you lose early wickets and you're trying to hit the ball really, really hard, you get yourself a little bit behind playing that shot. Whereas they don't have to overhit it when they come out, Rajasthan. This is actually setting up very similar to the last game for Rajasthan.
Yeah, it is. And Rajasthan are the team that have the smarts, don't they? They've got a lot of experience. They've got a lot of kind of more of the street fighting qualities and brains than the team that are just usually so used to just standing and whacking. And that's why it's a really interesting matchup. And we ended up with the last 3 teams being 2 of the whackers and 1 the smart team with all the bowlers in. And it's almost a changing of eras, this IPL. Raja almost a throwback of a team of how he used to set up. Chennai, of how Chennai set up, has been proven that that's nonsense.
Yep.
They're spending 5 overs nudging it about. There's no time for that anymore. You can't do it.
Yeah.
But Rajasthan are like, yeah, well, we're not going to score 250. And if it's a mega road, okay, we're going to, if Jaiswal does 100 off 50, then fine. But you probably beat us. But if there's anything in the pitch for our bowlers, we're going to outthink you, and they're outplaying SRH at the moment. But they've got the best white ball batsman in the whole wide world at the crease, and he's mega set now. So anything could still happen.
It's just not a wicket that looks like it's suiting him at the moment. Alan Thomas says, how could your best fielder be off the field with Chahal? Obviously, he's so tired from all those catches, Alan, that the man needs a break. Joel Edwards says, Warwick Armstrong and Aubrey Faulkner. Aubrey Faulkner would be a lovely cuddle, and he'd talk you through it. Thank you to everyone. Remember, you can email us also. Oh, someone said Rohit. You can email us live@cricket8.com as well, or if you are on YouTube, we will endeavour to read those out for you. Sunrises are at 246. Just a bit of a delay here. I'm not sure what it was. It's not a timeout. Anyway, it's Ashwin coming back, and he's been hit. Oh, 6. He pitched that 6, if we're being honest there, Shabazz. It was a little bit back of a length, and he swung across with the pull shot. And I'll tell you this, Ashwin does not get hit for a lot of 6s, and you can see straight away, unlike Chahal, who's like, no, it makes sense, sometimes I get hit for 6. Ashwin is a little bit put off by that. But he was too short there, wasn't he, Mark?
Yeah, that was definitely not the ball he was planning to bowl. It just went too short, and look, I think that was quite in his almost exactly where Shabazz wanted it to be. I don't think he'll be trying to be bowling too many of those.
Is this a good ball on leg stump?
That's what he was trying to get, wasn't it?
I don't like balls being deliberate singles from the batsman and the bowler in the 17th over.
It's not ideal,
of knockout games.
So Travis Head was the impact sub. It's very rare to have an Australian batter of his skill who's as useless a fielder as Travis Head is.
How does that happen?
I don't know, but I've watched him in the field before. He's a complete space cadet.
Yeah.
He doesn't he doesn't read. He's in his own head, and he's a potential captain. So it might just be that he's thinking. Here's the deliberate single there from Ashwin. Beautiful bowling on the leg side, but good batting by Klaasen to come back for 2. Just find a gap there. Good cricket from both the bowler, the batter, and the fielder. Yeah, because he's not a space cadet. Yeah. We know that he's a future captain, but it's like he's thinking about tactics or something else. And you watch him sometimes. I watched him in the World Test Championship.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, does he realise that he actually has to field some of these balls? And he's not a quick mover either.
It's Kevin Peterson syndrome. He's thinking so much about other stuff that he can't concentrate on his job.
Is Klaasen going to go against Ashwin? He bowls for the deliberate single again, and Klaasen's like, okay then, I'm going to take 2 if you're going to do this.
That's top cricket. He's basically, what Klaasen's done there, and this is one of the reasons why he's the best white ball bat in the whole world, he's assessed the situation and said, right, Ashwin is going to bowl to not let me hit 6s. There's a gap here. I'm going to hit it softly into this gap because I'm set and I'm really good at cricket for 2. And if I can get 2 every ball, that's the same as hitting a 6 every 3 balls. If I'm, do you know what I mean? So it's so good. It's such good cricket, and it must make Rajasthan think now, we're going to have to plug that gap because he's seen exactly what we're trying to do, and he's got 4 off 2.
Sunrisers coming back into favourites here. I'm not sure I agree with that. He's bowled on
tried to do the exact same thing again.
Klaasen has just got it wrong. Good bowling from Ashwin. I mean, Ashwin hasn't done anything wrong here. Klaasen's just been up at a match. It was just that first ball, the over, that Ashwin would have added his best. But to be honest, on a wicket like this that isn't helping finger spin, it tells you the class of Ashwin that he's still bowling this over and holding in as well as he is.
I think this is a free hit.
Shabazz, it's going to be spinning away from him. So if I am Ashwin here, I'm bowling this wide outside off stump because I think Shabazz is going to try and hit this for 6. So it's a very big chance of a 6 over mid-wicket or straight up in the air is what I would be thinking.
I would normally think that this would be caught by Chahal, but he's left the field.
Chahal runs back onto the field to take a cap. No, it hasn't happened. Where's he going to go? It is outside off stump, but to be fair to Shabazz, he's played this well, and it should have been fielded.
It's another 2, I think.
Yeah.
It should have been stopped. That was good from Shabazz, though, because that was the sucker ball from Ashwin. It's exactly what me and Ashwin are just mind melding. We're both playing 7D chess over here. And instead he's just picked up another one. We've got... Actually says, do you think Cummins back of a length cutters could find some success here? Yes, I think we'll see a lot of that. But if they don't get past 185, I'm not sure you'll be able to keep enough pressure on them anyway. And if you keep bowling back of a length into the pitch, even when it's helpful, people can just chip you away for runs. They don't have to play the big shots. That's the issue.
I think 185 is a good score on this deck.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I think there's been in just a bit in the pitch. I think the power play is
crucial.
If Boovy takes 2 early wickets, I like 185. If he doesn't, I don't see how they can ever put enough pressure on.
But I
Do
think,
you think they can get 35 runs off the next 3 overs then?
yeah, Klassen set, of course they can. They can get 50. Klassen can get 22.
So are you
off
going
any
in
of
on
these
Sunrisers now?
I'm not backing them to win. So I've got a golden middle here of 185 to 202, anywhere in there. 185 to 198 is my.
So that means,
case.
Mark, that he's bet the unders on 202.
Yeah.
He's backed the overs on 183.
So yeah, anywhere in there would be delicious.
And then what usually happens to me is I end up with a beautiful golden middle that is perfectly done, and then I end up 5 runs short of it, or 5 runs past it, and I end up with a par when I've done everything right, and it's the cricket that's been wrong.
Yeah, this is my problem. Is that the cricketers tend not to do things tailored specifically for my bets, which that's the thing I need
stupid,
to
isn't
check.
it?
Yeah, it's really thick.
Yeah.
It's really dumb.
Very selfish of them.
Yeah, it is exactly that. Yeah, it needs to happen more often. Like when I need X to happen.
First, just go through some of our bets. First ball wicket, we didn't get that. First wicket in first over, we did get that one. So, as this is half a stump from Trent Bolt, and it is helped.
This
I
could-
say helped, back
Massive.
over his head for 6. Klaassen barely lent on that, and Sunrisers are almost back into favourites here. Market agreeing with Rob Barron.
We've just had 10 overs without a 4 being hit.
Under 15 and a half Sunrisers 4s. How many 4s?
We've had 10 overs without a 4 being hit, but they did get loads at the start. They've had 9, so we were allowed 6 more.
You should be fine with that.
Should be fine. Good bet that. That's their 9th 6, I believe.
We're probably not going to get Sandeep top bowler or man of the match, though.
No, we're
As he
not.
comes around the wicket here,
Wide.
that should not be called a wide. That's bad umpiring. Will they review this one?
I don't think so.
He's gone around the wicket and bowled a Yorker. I reckon that hit the chalk. As we see I think he's the CEO of Rajasthan.
Oh yeah, he's got a few quid, the boy, hasn't he?
157 for 6. So we've had a 6 and a wide. It's a good start to this over. Predicted runs is 191 at the moment.
That would be lovely. If you'd like it to be 1.91, get what you're due, lads. Get exactly what you're due. What are you cheering over there, JK?
I've got nothing on.
How do you feel about that? Is it relief? Or
I've got double greens, so he's gone back over the wicket again as Bolt, and Klaassen forces this away off the back foot, but he only gets 1 down to one of the fielders. I think I'll probably be pretty excited to go back in on Rajasthan.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm thinking at the moment. I thought Sunrisers would go in at about 210 to 215 on a decimal. And I thought that backing the first couple of Boovies overs, if there was any swing, would be the best bet. But if they're at 197 or 190 or even 185 by the start, I'm not sure that is worth a bet. And I might, if that's the case, I might wait for Rajasthan to get to 17, 18 when I assume they will just win this game easily.
So, Rajasthan are an amazing first over team. Now, you can't read too much into it with the batting because Kohli Campbell's only played twice.
Yeah.
But they have taken 5 wickets in the first over from 14. It's now 6 from 15, Trent Bolt. We identified this before the tournament. 6 out of 15, he's got a wicket in the first over, Trent Bolt. That is a gun. And with the bat, they've lost a wicket 5 out of 14.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be on Raj right at the start. And I don't mind. Back in the day, it used to be Jaiswal and Butler, and Jaiswal hit half the first balls of the IPL for 4 or 6.
Yeah.
He was a total gun. Hasn't done that at all this season. I think he's got 1 or maybe 2. I would much rather be, if you're tempted to back Raj in the chase, I would hold fire for an over because Boovy's going to be swinging it to a team that lose a lot of wickets in the first over. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
exactly
I'd
what
rather
I
be on the. I'd rather be. So sometimes, so when you're micro trading or when you're fixed odds betting, and I'm a fixed odds gambler through and through, it's who do I fancy right now? This matchup.
Yeah.
And do I fancy the bowler? Do I fancy the bat, or neither? And you can tailor bets. You can be on overs for an over if you really fancy, Klassen against Bolt or whatever it is. You could be on the bowler, which Bolt in the first over. I don't mind people like being on Bolt in the first over is a really good plan.
Yeah.
You might sit on your hands when it's Sunrisers because it's Abhishek and head, and Abhishek doesn't care. Or when it's Fraggle. Like how can you be on unders for when Fraggle's batting? How can you do it? How can you press the button? And I know people factor it in to their prices, but how can you sit there and go, well, Fraser McGurk's in, so I'm going to be on unders first 6? It's like you need to get him out to stop it from going.
Yeah.
Bolt on the pads of Klaassen, and this has worked
Well,
away out to deep wicket. I don't really understand the market. They've made Sunrise's favourite again. I don't understand.
So they're saying that
185 is enough.
they're saying 185 is a good score, which I don't massively disagree with.
So Bhuvi Kumar this year has bowled the first over 10 times. He's got 2 wickets at 21.
Okay.
He's bowled the second over 4 times. He's got 1 wicket at 40. He's bowled the third over 10 times, and he's got 3 wickets at 30.
Okay, that sort of stands up.
So he's fine, but it's not what we've seen from Trent Bolt with the new ball, is it?
No, it isn't.
Bolt in again, it's shorts down the leg side. He tries to whack this away. It's been given as a wide. It was, but again, Shabazz missed another ball that was a slower ball into the wicket.
Klaassen's got a 50 now.
Oh, he does. 50 off 33.
And for him, that's a sedate 50. That's
Yeah.
a 50 where he's calmed himself down totally all the way through. Do you remember when 50 off 33 was amazing?
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago.
It was about 2 months ago.
And it's 50 off 33 where he's played it as if he was playing a test match.
Yeah.
Good Yorker here. And great fielding by Trent Bolt back in as he drops the ball on the ground. Maybe wait for the umpire to call over before you do that next time, because I would have run. And the market now says that this is an even money game. What is the odds on tie?
Yeah, it must be about 40. We haven't had a tie this IPL. So there's 2 things that were mega odds on. Tie because of maths, because there's 70-something games. You'd expect 1 tie out of 70. And
40.
hat-trick was really short. And I'm pretty confident to say we haven't had a hat-trick in this IPL yet. Can you remember one?
Remember one.
I don't think there has been. And you know, I've been sat in this seat for 3 months solid now, waiting for a hat-trick. But a hat-trick to be in the tournament was something like 1.3. That was a certainty.
Yeah.
And we haven't had
Well,
one.
hat-trick's that common. That.
Yeah.
It's
the end of
one
games.
every 20 games or something, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Much more common in T20 than any other format.
Yeah.
The tie match is 40s. It's not really worth going in on, is it? You're going in.
40s is fine. It's because you have to. There's lots of things that have to go for you. But one thing that I'm quite excited about here is I do think we see a close game here, because they're not heading for a score that's out of sight. That's for sure. And there's definitely something in the pitch.
I wouldn't mind here either a couple of wickets or a couple of sixes, because I reckon that will go. It will swing out from 40 to something else then, won't it? I wouldn't mind it being 55. Can you make that happen? That's the number I would like to come up on my screen, Mark.
But that's good from a betting point of view. You're becoming
No, you're
sentient.
right. I'll just
You're
put it on
becoming
there.
sentient when you bet. So once again, if you've not been with us for every game, firstly, shame on you. And secondly, we talk about this a lot. It's being price sensitive is the key.
Oh, he's bowled him! Heinrich Klaassen is out. Sandeep Sharma has bowled
his
him.
trousers.
And that does change things.
I'll tell you
quite a
what,
bit.
if Sandeep gets another wicket this over, he's going to be top bowler because Bolt got smashed. So if we're on wicket in the rest of the over at 4-1 effectively, and that feels more like 50-50 that there'll be another wicket this over, because it's Cummins and then it's Clowns.
If he finishes the entire, it's a good ball. Did that tail in a little bit? Did you guys see?
In which
Yeah,
case
it did.
you've got to look around for backing bold now, lads, because when there's tail, there's
Remember that?
bolds.
When the ball starts reversing, that's when the bolds come in.
Yeah, that's a top ball. That
How
is.
many more wickets do we need for our player of the match bet?
2 probably.
If he gets 4 for 20 or something.
And if
Could
he
this be the hat trick as well?
is he on a hat trick?
No, well,
Oh.
he's
Mark's looking
That's
forward.
calling a hat trick very early.
yeah.
That's calling a hat trick very early when he's got one with the first ball. I would love to see a Sandeep hat trick now. I might do a roly poly on this table if we see a hat trick.
Barron says
now.
the economy rate of 0.6 versus short balls today. So I think that must be, I think he means the strike rate is 0.6, but I'm not 100% sure. You might have to tell us that as well.
Estimated runs, so 0.6 a ball. So less than a run a ball off short balls.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm assuming he means.
Yeah, okay.
That's incredible, isn't it? It really does tell you something. But they have been trying to overhit a lot of them.
What about that question underneath?
Given that the short, this is from Addy. He's got an edge outside, and it's been missed by Sanju Sampson.
Sanju.
And it dribbles away for 4.
Sanju takes that and we're in the money.
Oh,
Addy says, given the short balls are doing well, and given what Jarrod has said before about Natarajan, how do you feel about the Natarajan best bowler bet? It's not.
4.3. I feel good.
Yeah.
It's tailing that. It's tailing, and
What?
that is a dropped catch.
No.
No, it's not advanced before.
If you take a step forward,
Definite reverse swing. And
you need to be on bold here. I don't know whether you can, Jake.
Sandeep bowling again to Pat Cummins. It is another short ball and another slower one, and Pat Cummins played a shot 7 minutes beforehand.
Yeah, he can't play.
That
Sandeep
was
here.
premature batting.
Big chance of a pole here. Come on, Sandeep.
So what I will do, Addy, is I might look up Natarajan's record with the short ball later. But yeah, he is a Yorker bowler. It's not his natural best delivery, Natarajan, is it? I think Cummins will be quite well suited to this. It's not really Boovy bowling slower balls into the pitch. It's not
It's
really
Cummins, isn't it?
The biggest
suited
problem
to
is they don't actually have a good slower ball bowler.
No.
But
leg ball
Cummins
push
is
on the leg
developing that skill, though.
Well, what he is, he's slightly different. It's not a good slow ball. What he is, everyone knows what is coming. He's essentially bowling cutters at 130 k's an hour, but it's not deceptive and it doesn't drop or anything.
Yeah.
It just makes you make another choice, which is almost a different kind of bowler again. I think it's a.
But it has the same impact for the batter as the slow ball would, because it puts that.
It does
doubt
and
in
it
your
doesn't
mind.
because it doesn't drop.
Yeah.
So it doesn't do anything miraculous, but it means that his arm is still coming over fast, and he sets the fields very well for it. And he says to you, it's going to come it's going to come at a pace that you're not going to feel comfortable at.
Yeah.
And you then have to make a decision whether you want to whack it or manipulate it. And generally, what happens is if you try and manipulate it, you miss a couple, you get some dot balls, and then he builds up the pressure.
2 people have just messaged in, and how have we not talking about this man yet today? A Nadcat.
Yeah, we forgot he was playing, didn't we? We didn't call him.
How can we forget about the cat?
He's the man they brought in as well. Like, so that it's almost like they knew this could happen.
So outside off stump, he tries to smash this away, Shabazz, but unfortunately to him, he finds long on.
One more chance for Sandeep.
He's saying economy rate. So there's been 10 short balls, Varun says,
Yeah.
and one of them, and there's been one run off them.
Wow.
I don't think that can be right though, because I think there's 2 short balls that have gone for bounces. Sorry, gone for wides, I should say. But it can't be far off the truth. We haven't seen many shots. Even the pull shots we saw earlier today they weren't short balls. They were back of the length, if anything. Sandeep in again. Another short ball and another play and miss.
Well bowled, Sandeep. He's had a really good day there. 2 for 25.
That's probably man of the match, isn't it?
Nah, I don't think it is.
Chahal's got 3 catches.
He's not getting it.
Like, magnet hands Chahal. Like,
I think that's the single most surprising thing about this mad game, is that Chahal's got 3 catches. You know you're living in a parallel universe if Chahal's got 3 catches. So how many runs do we think this last over is worth, lads? 169 is the score.
It should be 8, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Neither of them look like they're about to hit a boundary.
I would lay over 10.5 at evens all day long if somebody wants to back it.
10.5's a lot of runs.
Yeah, I'm backing it unders.
I mean, just the way the ball is coming on, it seems very, very unlikely at the moment.
Yeah. So I have 2. I've got a 3-run middle where I end up basically exactly flat, and everything else is good.
Oh, you've completely stuffed up your total, haven't you?
No, I've got really good numbers, and I've got flat, which is literally 0 for 182, 183, or 184. I make £0, and anything else is great.
This is a good ball from Avesh. It's wide, it's full. Shabazz tries to get under it and misses it. So
I thought under 10.5 runs at even, so you're allowed 10 from this over, was a good bet. The market is so attuned to putting the last over in for 13 or 14 or sometimes even 15 in this tournament, but it's only these 2. I think the pitch has been... here comes Dew Watch, everybody. That doesn't look like anywhere near as much as in the past, does it?
Tiny little bit of dew, but I wouldn't be
That's
massively
nothing compared
worried.
to what we've seen in this tournament.
Short, wide, and again, it's another dot ball. Well, Varun's going to be all over this. I'm just having a look at Natarajan's record with the short ball. He's got a strike rate of an economy rate of 10.77, which seems high, but I think is actually not too bad for the short ball. But he doesn't get wickets off it. So I might, during the break, look at all their seamers and see how they go, because they're going to have to do it. But it isn't just bowling short that you need to do here. It is specifically bowling cutters short of a length. And we just saw the percentage of slow balls they bowled today. I missed it on the screen. Someone might be able to put that in the comments for us. Avesh is going for another short ball, but it's a wide. I would say...
Was it given as a wide? Has it been given? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would say that almost all the, and Barron might be able to look this up, but I reckon almost all the runs that have been off the short balls have been wides.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen a run off the bats yet, unless that they called that one. There was a hook shot early on that came off the gloves and was almost caught, but I don't think that was a short ball. I think that was back of a length. He just got low on it, Tripathi.
It's unbelievable. This is an unbelievable over, isn't it, for the 20th over of a T20 game.
Dot wide.
1-1 from the first 2 balls, unbelievable.
We have Avesh Khan coming in again, 170 for 7. It's a full toss, it's been scooped up and it's caught. It's caught at long on. Good fielding in there as Jarrod comes around. He's had some problems with hands this tournament. He's very good with gloves. Hands in gloves, that's Jarrod's thing, but this time he does manage to catch it. That really shouldn't change the odds as much as it just did.
The impact sub getting 18 off 18 with the bat is not great, is it? Boovie could have done that.
Yeah.
I don't know, watching Boovie bat the other day,
Boovie sometimes could have done that.
Boovie when he was 28 could have done that.
But he can score a run a ball without
Yeah, but
getting
Cummins
out.
could have come in.
Yeah, I think that's a waste of an impact sub unless Shabazz does loads of stuff.
But
with
it's
the
not
ball.
like they have a great bowler outside the side to bring in anyway.
Why hasn't Glenn Phillips played in this IPL?
It's also a good question. As a bowler,
Hasn't anything.
But
He should have been sub-fielder at least 5 times, and we haven't seen that either.
Do you have any intel? Has he got any injuries or?
not that I'm aware of, no. I mean, they haven't even been able to get Markram in. They obviously like Markram more than Turner. So.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to make him captain, didn't they?
I said Turner then, didn't I? I meant Phillips. Glenn Turner hasn't played since 1984.
Ashton
Doesn't
Turner's
stop him
been
being
on-
available for the IPL auction, though.
Ashton Turner's been in the IPL.
He played this year.
Yeah. I can't remember him doing anything. Did he do anything? Did he
I
get
reckon he
10
played
off
2
8 or
games.
something? He's a proper thinker. Ashton
Our
Turner.
winner, our YouTube vote, as this is the
cat.
Oh, Unad Cat comes out, just flicks this over the top as if to say, "Why can't you Muppet hit 4s? This is easy."
He's my favourite batsman. And my other favourite batsman
Is Trent Bolt?
Is Trent Bolt.
We might see both of them.
I
tonight.
love an Adcat. Just give me more an Adcat. That's all I've ever wanted.
We got some votes from our group on YouTube. That was a good hit, actually. He didn't mean it.
Would have been wide by a foot if he'd left it.
88% of our viewers on YouTube say Rajasthan is going to win. which
Wow.
is-
88%.
Yes.
Interesting.
You're going to
Well,
bet against that?
you must be all in at 1.8 then.
They're
It's
1.65 now.
And that shows how long since I last looked at the
Yep.
match winner. 1.65.
That's why I said it dropped with that last wicket, which I
Seems
don't
quite
really
skinny.
understand.
Just
There's
a-
a lot of dot balls though in there.
Yeah, it's
That
just a
Sandeep
dart, that
Homer
wicket.
changed things quite a bit. But we thought it was almost even money when we thought they'd get to 185. They're only 10 runs short of that. I don't think the difference in the market makes sense.
I know what you mean.
Even so,
Can the cat hit a 6? Didn't he hit a 6 last ball of an innings against somebody? An Adcat in this IPL. I reckon he did.
He's got 2 more balls. Average Khan is 3 for 26.
He could get 4 for very soon if he's bowling at the cat.
He's bowled a wide
good
one,
ball.
and the Cat's played a pretty decent cover drive, and it trickles out to Robin Powell, who picks it up and walks it back in.
So what I don't want here is a 6.
It's Pat Cummins facing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at his best, his ability to hit 6 off these sorts of balls is, I almost think, what is his main skill as a batter. We'll have a break. Do we have any bets for the next innings, quickly?
I don't mind the 4.3 Jaiswal top Rajasthan bat.
Okay.
We're on highest first 6 for SRH already. That was pretty good. What else is there knocking about? What else can we give you? We're on loads of stuff that's already won, and we're on stuff that's in good shape.
Avesh comes in. It's outside off stump. They're going to take. They should take a single.
no.
Cummins forgot to run. And Avesh has thrown the ball as violently at the stumps as anyone ever has.
They're gonna
when
review
he
the
did
wide.
not need to do it. There was no reason. All he was going to do is give runs away. Luckily for him, he's hit the stumps. I think he was back in.
I think they review the wide and the run out, and we've got at least 10 minutes before this ball is done.
We might have quite some time. There might be, dare I say it, Mark, dueling reviews.
That was absolutely brilliant for lost ball off a T20 innings. Like everything that could possibly happen kind of happened there, right?
I don't know why people are walking off if they've reviewed the wide as well, because it was very close to a wide.
Yeah.
It's not a wide.
Oh, we're on Natarajan, top bowler,
Yeah.
4.3. There's not masses about. We'll try and come on a couple of minutes before the inning starts and see what the bookies go up with, see if there's any bets
It
there.
is definitely not a wide because Pat Cummins has walked outside off stump by a mile, and it's gone about 2 inches outside the leg stump line. The wide line, I should say. So I don't think this will be given as a wide. So firstly, that is the last ball.
Yeah.
Secondly, as the umpire, just make sure that I'm right. Although I was completely right on that LBW the other day with Dinesh Karthik.
Oh yeah, I wasn't here that day, but
Did you see it? When he clearly hit his pad.
yeah.
I'm so sick and tired of that. And on the run out, we'll get to this in a minute.
Oh, he's out!
Well, there you go. He saved a non-existent run there.
Why didn't they run anyway? Why didn't Cummins
Because
run there? He thought it might be a wide.
No, Cummins walked down, and I think Cummins thought it wasn't a wide. That's what he was trying to test in a cup. But that's the end of this innings. 107 for 9, the Sunrisers. Whatever you may say about the Sunrisers, they've come in all the way through, and some of us might have suggested there would be some regression to the mean for their batting. It has been mean in these finals so far for them, sadly. But they need 176 here, Rajasthan Royals. And if I'm being honest, it's a tricky wicket in some ways, but that has got to be their happy place. We'll be back in about 8 minutes with more action here on Cricket 8. That's Rob, that's Mark, I'm Jarrod. These are the vibes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8, your number one destination for all things Indian cricket related. As always, I'm your host, Nikesh Rugani, alongside Mega Sinha. Another week of IPL action has passed us by. Lots to talk about, including not just the performances of the teams and how the table's looking at the moment, but India's T20 World Cup squad has also been announced. So we'll be discussing that in some more detail as well. But Mega, just turning our attention to the IPL to start with, looking at that table, a very familiar look at the top of the table, although Rajasthan have temporarily at least been dethroned as we speak now by KKR, who are turning into some machine, aren't they?
Indeed. Rajasthan Royals love close matches, and courtesy that, they found themselves at the top of the table for 5 consecutive weeks. But finally, they've been dethroned rather, and now it's KKR perched at the top. And how amazing a form KKR is in itself. Their spinners, how lethal they've been. And am I allowed to call Sunil Narine a spinner? Because he's an all-rounder, a proper all-rounder. In top 5 in the batting charts as well, highest run getter for his team. And the wonders, the magic that Gambhir has worked on him is there for everybody to see. Because remember, the last few seasons, he was given that opening slot for a game or two, or otherwise as well was tried as a floater. Runs were just not coming, and that short ball strategy was working very well against him. But this time around, teams are trying that ploy, but to no avail. Sunil Narine continues to notch up those knocks, and in the spin department as well, contributing alongside Varun Chakravarti. Phil Salt has been in phenomenal form as well. So it's all working for them, and looks like it's going to be an interesting battle between the war for the top position as well.
Indeed. Look, 461 runs Sunil Narine has got. He's got 14 wickets as well. It's not inconceivable that he could finish as the orange cap holder for most runs and purple cap holder for most wickets as well. He's 4 behind Jasprit Bumrah at the moment.
Yeah.
And Bumrah doesn't look like he's going to make it to the playoffs as well. So that might give Narine a couple of more games potentially to overtake him at some stage. And in terms of the runs, he's got his 3 highest ever scores in T20 cricket in this season's IPL. I mean, he was the guy who played such a crucial role in KKR winning the IPL in 2012 and in 2014. And now nearly a decade later, he's turning it back on. He's back at the top of the order. And that's obviously a lot to do with Gautam Gambhir, who was his captain when KKR last won the IPL trophy. And he said, look, I want him back at the top of the order. He's given him that confidence. He says, you're the man. I know you can get this job done at the top of the order. Bat alongside Phil Salt, win us games. And that's exactly what he's doing. He just needed that arm around the shoulder, just that little bit of confidence, because he's always had the capability and the skill to be able to do that kind of job at the top of the order. It's not always going to come off. He's not always going to get 80s and 100s and things like that. Even if it doesn't, he doesn't tend to waste too many deliveries in that power play. That's the thing. He always goes for it. He's always playing his shots. And even sometimes when you do see him going at a run of ball for like 7 off 7, it's not for want of trying. He's swinging and missing a lot of the time, and then he's connecting with the odd one. So his intent is brilliant at the top of the order. And we talk about modern day players, don't we? Modern day T20 cricket and all these high scores that we've seen this season, the 260 plus scores from SRH and the 200 plus scores from pretty much everyone through this season. But when you look at Sunil Narine, he's an old school cricketer who's always played cricket in this modern kind of way. And it's beautiful to see. It's just a shame, I think, for the West Indies that he's firmly retired from international cricket, and we're not going to see him in the World Cup next month, isn't it?
Indeed. In fact, there was some conversation that happened between the board and him, but he was pretty clear on not returning, and he's not featured in the last few editions of the T20 World Cup. So not really surprising on that front, but really a shame with the sort of form he is in, and the World Cup being played at his home, he'd not feature in it.
Absolutely. So Rajasthan then slipping into second position. They got a game in hand over the KKR. I mean, those two sides locked in at 16 points. I think you'd be a fool to bet against them getting into those playoffs and potentially even finishing in those top two positions. There's a group of sides just perched behind them at the moment. Chennai Super Kings, Sunrisers Hyderabad, Lucknow Super Giants all on 12 points. Then you got the Delhi Capitals lurking dangerously in 6th position, just a couple of points behind with still 3 games left to play in the group stages. You'd think it would be a battle between those sides for the remaining playoff positions. However, out of nowhere, the Bangalore find themselves in 7th position. They're vastly improving their net run rate as they pick up these victories as well. They've won 4 now out of 11 matches. They're on 8 points, so they're 4 points behind that group on 12. And that's at the moment, kind of what would get you into the playoffs. And given their net run rate, it would, another win, and that, would be improved furthermore. That they would be in that sort of top 4 shout with a couple of more wins and depending on other results. But it's a long way to go. Mathematically still possible. There's a bunch of sides on 8 points, by the way, but Punjab Kings, Mumbai Indians, Gujarat Titans, all with worse run rates. Gujarat Titans pretty much done and dusted, given their net run rate, minus 1.320 at the moment. Bangalore, let's talk about Bangalore. Have they left it too late?
Indeed. Obviously, they do have the momentum on their side, but a mountain to climb, and the mid-table huddle that we're talking about has presented a lot of contenders. So it's certainly not going to be easy, but good for them, good for their fans, because the sort of form that they were in, it was absolutely disappointing with the resources that they had, at least in the batting department, for the team to constantly fail to cross the line. And there were matches where they got it close, but still couldn't close the games. So from that point of view, obviously important. And with the next year, mega auctions and all of that, the team needed to find what is working for it and what's not working for it. So I'm looking at it more from next season's point of view and from the point of view of its fans. I think for them to break into the playoffs, miracles need to happen. They happened for the RCB back in 2016 when courtesy Virat Kohli's phenomenal form, they rode on the back of it to make it to eventually the finals. But too challenging. Do you see them realistically making it to the playoffs, finishing in the top 4?
Realistically, I mean, you got to say no, given their position in the table. Just 3 games remaining. They need to win all 3 and hope other results go in their favour, and just keep an eye on that net run rate as well, and just keep improving it game by game. So they're going to need some pretty comfortable wins going forward in their final 3 matches. You wouldn't bet against them winning those 3 matches, but it could just be a step too far. But again, they're riding on the back of Virat Kohli's form. And, he's the man. He's the top run scorer in this season's IPL. I told you, didn't I, by the way, at the start of the season, that Kohli's going to have a bumper season. He's going to prove to everybody that he is a T20 player and he should be in that India team. And he obviously is, and will be representing India in that World Cup. I just think, Glenn Maxwell's been a big disappointment this season. The bowlers are kind of getting it together now, but that's been the issue, hasn't it, over so many years? It doesn't matter if you put Dale Steyn in there, if you put Jack Callis in there, if you put Mitchell Stark in there, if you put Siraj in there, Anil Kumble, Zahir Khan, all these guys. It doesn't matter. They just don't do it when they put on that red shirt, that red and black shirt, or red and blue as it is this season. But there will be a lot of regrets for RCB, I think, come the end of the season. They've still got a mathematical chance. And look, we all know about their fan base, as well, spending a lot of time in Bangalore, we should call it, not Bangalore. They're proper fanatics, and they will not give up until that 14th match is complete and it's impossible for them to make the playoffs. Let's see. It would be a great story, wouldn't it? And, there's so many people around the world, not just in India, but around the world, willing RCB to do well because they want Virat Kohli to have that elusive trophy, which he's never won, the IPL. And he's performed so well in it over so many years that they feel that he just deserves it really in some way. I mean, look, nobody has a God-given right to win anything. You've got to do it through performances, but he individually has been one of the stars of all these years of the IPL. And it would be quite fitting if they were to make the playoffs and have a run at that trophy. But it looks a long way off at the moment. Just above them, Delhi Capitals, more realistic chance. They're 2 points better off at the moment. I've got a sneaky feeling that the Delhi Capitals are going to somehow make their way into that top four.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. We're halfway through Sunrisers versus Rajasthan Royals. Sunrisers scored 175 in their innings. Rajasthan will be hoping that they can overcome that. What do you say, Jarrod? Who are you fancying at the halfway stage?
I think the odds are wrong. I think Rajasthan should be probably closer to 180.
Yeah.
So they're at 164 at the moment, so I won't be betting for a little while. But I do think Rajasthan should still win this. I think something has to go terribly wrong. We know that Sunrisers are going to bowl short into the wicket and going to bowl a lot of slow balls, but when you're only chasing 180, or 175 in this case, 176, you don't have to try and whack everything out the park, whereas the Sunrisers were trying to whack it. So I think Rajasthan clearly are in front, but a couple of wickets to Bhuvi straight away, and who knows, things might change around. But I find it very hard to think that there's a wicket in the world that Sunrisers could defend 176 on comfortably. It
feels like that after the IPL that we've had, that 176 feels quite a pedestrian score all of a sudden, isn't it? Kind of 3 months ago, you would have just said, "All right, they've got to have one person kind of stick about and make a score." But now it feels like actually they can knock this out of the park quite easily, literally.
Also, remember that they were, this is a batting team. They're not particularly good at bowling or anything else. And they were scoring at 2 runs a ball after the first 8 overs. Is that right? Was it 8 overs or 9 overs when the slowdown started?
8th,
right?
Basically.
So,
9th.
If that means
correct.
that the ball's coming on a lot better early on, if Rajasthan are none for 60 after 8, they just need to chip it around afterwards, and they can take risks when they want to take risks, and they've got good players who are good on these sorts of wickets. So Robman Powell and Shimron Hetmeyer at the end, they can bring in an impact sub, which will be someone Hetmeyer, won't it?
It must be Hetmeyer.
Yeah. So I think they've got lots of options here.
Wicket this over 4.5. I like. We spoke about how many Raj have lost this season, and if Booth does get swing, he's really dangerous. If you were on the highest first 6 overs SRH at 4-5, there's nothing wrong with getting the middle here. Back in the over 52.5 for a bit at evens for the first 6, and then you've got 53 to 67 as a really big free middle, or nearly free. Or you can run it because you're in 15 runs onside is a lot for first 6, but I do like wicket in first over here.
I always like wicket in first over. It's fun anyway. And I agree with you, Jarrod, that the pitch has got to do a hell of a lot to make Sunrisers defend 175. It's not just got to do a bit. It's got to do a hell of a lot in different ways. It's got to swing, and it's got to spin, and it's got to stop.
It's not going to spin.
And we didn't see it spin before, so it's not going to spin now.
So you would need 3 overs of swing.
The due is minimal.
Yep, that's true.
Booth has to bowl 3 power play overs here for them to be effective.
Yes.
And they all have to be good. And if they're 48 for none off 6, which they won't be, because if they're none down, they'll be 60 for none. We're done here. They need early wickets. But that said, we haven't had a tie yet this IPL, have we?
There is one bowler on their side that
Full stop.
That bowls very well. That bowls well when it comes to short balls, and that is Pat Cummins. He's got a strike rate of he's got an economy rate of 11.83. So they still go for runs generally, but he's taken 5 wickets with the short ball. Whereas the rest of his bowlers combined in the last 12 months, Kumar, Natarajan and Unadkat, have not taken 5 wickets. So if it's going to work, it's probably going to be him. He's going to be able to do it. But in this last 12 months, bowling short balls, Natarajan's got a economy rate of 8.27. So we're going to see, those 2 bowlers are set up to do this. And I have seen on certain occasions Unadkat bowl that ball as well. The issue is that it's much easier to bowl that ball in the first innings or when you have scoreboard pressure, and they have neither of those things. But it is going to be Boovy to bowl first, the great man, as Luke is in front of us trying to put us off as much as possible. Or maybe just want to lay in front of the fan, you know.
Just relax and chill out.
Yeah.
It's a great place to be.
Jaiswal and Tom Kohler-Cadmore are opening up. Kohler-Cadmore is actually a first drop, really, more than an opener. I think he's got some of the most runs in the world in the last 2 or 3 years, batting at first drop. He's going to be facing Bhuvi Kumar, who's had an interesting IPL. We had someone nominated him for best new ball bowler in our awards, and I had a look. I think his new ball in the power play is averaging about 26, which is fine. It's not a terrible average to have at all, but certainly not been the force that Trent Bolt has been.
It's funny how much or how often you look at averages, Jarrod, because from a gambling point of view, in T20, I never look at them. I never look at someone's average. And people that...
Bhuvi comes in, first ball, and this does move a little bit. That seemed to be more seam to me, though, than swing.
I thought that was a great first ball because, I mean, it's kind of... I wouldn't say it's on as even. It's a dot ball. Dots are going to be really important if they're going to defend this score. And he kind of straight up showed Jaiswal what he's going to be all about. He's trying to get a bit of something out of the pitch, and he's going to wants to cause him some issues.
I'm going to say one thing about the Sunrisers I've noticed this year. As Bhuvi comes in, this one does maybe curves a little bit in the air. It's missed time to cover. There's no run. Is that a couple of times this year? I think they've had to bowl in situations where they haven't made as many runs, and their bowlers have had decent conditions in which to bowl. Sometimes even favourable conditions in which to bowl, and almost every time they've bottled it. They've been very poor at bowling when they've been under pressure.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But they do have 2 good new ball bowlers in this team, which they haven't had all the way through. So if that's a tactical decision, as this one does swing, but away from Jaiswal, who just drops this out to backward point.
Good signs if you are on the... We said just before, there was a couple of firms there, 4.3. 4 is fine for Jaiswal to be the top run scorer, because he's not the old Jaiswal at the moment. He's the thinking man. That Jaiswal there is the one that doesn't have Butler alongside him, who's thinking, I have to take responsibility. And how good is that for a 22-year-old? He's going, if indeed he is 22, he has to go, right, I've got Kohler-Cadmore at the other end, not an all-time great. I've got Kohler-Cadmore. Our batting lineup, there's nobody who is guaranteed to stand up for us, like Sanju always seems to tail off in the IPL. And that 1 off 3 there is him thinking, this is tricky.
Kohler-Cadmore almost drags this back on. We saw this in his last innings as well. And straight away, Bhuvi has decided to swing it back in. So they think that is a weakness that he has. And he's dragged that, and that was not far away from, I want to say, off stump. No, it might have been leg, actually.
Yeah, that's one of those that just sneaks past leg, isn't it?
Inside edge, bounce over the leg stump. But a long way over in the end, if we're being honest. And Bhuvi has made a series of gestures that mean nothing to other human beings, but hopefully someone saw that and understood what he wanted. Oh, it's the keeper up at the stumps with a helmet.
I like it.
I'm not sure that's the gesture. I think I would have just done this to Klaassen.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to mime a helmet and then put gloves in front of them. But that is because Kohler Cadmore came down the wicket.
We saw Klaassen the other day come up to the stumps as
and
well.
missed one straight away, didn't he?
Yeah.
This is where I want, if Klaassen's standing up, I want him to wear some pads.
And this is slashed away by Kohler Cadmore. There might be a couple here. No, just one down a deep backward point. Yeah, so the problem with the wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps, and why it's not done all the time, is generally you're trying to get a caught behind. And if you were trying to get a caught behind, what you were, it is very hard for a wicketkeeper to do that up at the stumps, because if the edge goes even slightly deviates, you're in a really bad position with your hands. However, if you are trying to swing the ball back in and tuck him in, it's not a bad option, and it also means he can't run down the wicket and get outside the line for LBWs. But you still have to be able to keep it. This is short down the leg side. It's a terrible ball. And Klatt is gone 12 rows back. In fact, that has left the stadium. It's found a dugout and it's off. Wow. It's like someone who just saw a ticket inspector and realised that they were in the wrong area and has bolted up to get away.
That sounds like a personal experience.
No.
Yeah. Do you
Analogy
often
there,
do
Kimber.
that from the first class carriage? You just run to the regular seats?
Not anymore. When I was younger, I did things.
I don't know what the statute of limitations is, so I won't admit that for going to school for years, just never bought a ticket.
You never bought a ticket ever?
Well, when I went to school, that was just as they were starting to integrate Oyster and card machine, not card, ticket barriers.
I don't see you as a man who would vault a barrier.
No, God, no.
Commando roll?
No. So it used to be going through Ealing Broadway Station was much easier just to walk through it. There was no barriers, but now there is, so you can't do it. Don't do it, kids. You'll go to prison.
That 6 has changed the odds quite a bit, Rob.
Yeah, so the 2 off the first over isn't very good, but the 8 with a 6 for Jaiswal off the first over is amazing.
So Sunrisers are now at 3s.
Yeah.
And they only scored 8 runs off that over.
Which was due, what, 6 and a bit?
Cummins has come on. I would have gone with Unuka, and Cummins has fallen over. There's a run-out chance. Well, there could have been. If I don't know who that was with the ball in their hand, but they just couldn't get it out of their hands to throw down.
Was there a lot of sliding around the pitch there, wasn't there?
Markram at mid-off.
I don't think it's that dewy.
No.
Purely, I'm basing that purely on the, what do you call that thing? The remote control fun.
The wheels.
Camera.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be very wet. I think we're okay here.
You say that, he's slid 5 times on his knees since you've said that. But I'm with you, it doesn't look dewy. All the players look friggin' dripped in water anyway.
Yeah, it must be very humid out there.
Have you spent a lot of time in Chennai?
Yeah, it's
not me.
I've said this before. There are 3 places in the world that I would quite happily never go back to, and I would list them. This is back of a length and punched 2 points, and they get a single there. Chennai, Dubai, and Perth. They're too hot for me. I don't think I love the cities either, but it just feels like the sun's right on top of your head the whole time, and I can't enjoy myself there at all. I don't enjoy Chennai. I remember I've been to Chennai for about 2 weeks of my life, and I remember one time I did a bunch of walking around. I couldn't do it. And Perth, no, these places are not for me. Bangalore, much better climate. Pat Cummins coming in again. It's whipped away, and he didn't get much of it. He's towed it.
That should have been a 6.
It should have been a 6. It was a length ball on leg stump, and he got inside it, did Kohler Cadmore.
If he bowls that to Jaiswal, obviously the other way,
it was a bit. Do you know what that was a bit like? It was like watching an underage player playing in senior cricket who gets a ball where he wants it and he hits it, but it hits the toe end of the Harrow bat, and it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing a sweat montage. I've never been more excited to be a cricket fan than just watching sweat come off various men in different angles.
It's all got a bit of 1980s muscle movies, hasn't it?
Did you see that poor woman in the crowd? She was soaked and she's in the crowd.
This is like the bit in...
it's a Van Damme movie. It's Bloodsport.
It's the bit in...
Cummins comes in again. Back of a leg. This is a good ball. Spooned up on the offside, but it just goes nowhere. Again, are we sure Kohler Cadmore has an adult bat out there?
I'm not sure he has. This is
it too lightweight, maybe?
You know Rocky 3 when they're running on the beach and Apollo Creed's training Rocky, and there's loads of unnecessary close-ups on the shorts area, on the shorts area. That was that. Why were we watching lots of sweaty men?
Top Gun volleyball scene?
Not seen it.
You've not seen Top Gun?
Nah.
You like action movies?
I do, but it's all very much USA, isn't it? And I'd had enough of that. After
Unlike
15
Rocky.
minutes.
Are you a Bangladesh fan?
Whereas Rocky 4 is...
He backs away a little bit. It's outside. No, they've gone up. I don't think he's hit this, by the way.
No.
I don't think he's hit this. Klaasen cheered that like it was a wicket, and Pat Cummins has turned around as if to say no. I think, if anything, he hit the ground outside of stump. And the reason I don't think Colin Cadmore hit it is because I think he played the shot too late to be able to hit it. Also, even if he did get an edge, I'm not sure with this bat it would carry.
Klaasen went for the celeb appeal there, didn't he? He just threw it up in the air like it had happened. I love that.
He wasn't. I see that, though. That was for the cameras,
Yeah.
Klaasen, to be fair to him. Yeah, he played that shot, Colin Cadmore, after Klaasen had taken the ball.
He looks very bad here, Colin Cadmore.
He might have thrown that ball up in the air. They're at 286 now.
I'm trying to find a run line so I can back Cadmore unders. If anyone's giving Colin Cadmore 20 plus more here, it's too many.
I might go in myself after this ball, so I'm hoping I can call it, and then nothing too much happens. He backs away, and he should have been caught again. That is horrendous batting by Colin Cadmore. At this stage, I'm not 100% sure he knows what end of the bat to hold. That is the end of the second over. They are 13 without loss.
There's something very Rocky Balboa about the way Colin Cadmore's going about his business today, isn't there? Kind of feels like he's just about sticking in the game. Like, he kind of doesn't understand why he's there. Like, he was just sitting about expecting Apollo and Joss to do all the hard work, and now suddenly he's thrust right into the middle of it.
So the odds are now 288. So let you all know I've gone in on the Sunrisers, not because I think they're going to win the game, just because I think those odds are wrong at the moment. And I think we're due a wicket, and if we are due a wicket, it will come into about 250, I reckon.
It doesn't look like they're going to train this, does it? It doesn't look like Colin Cadmore's going to suddenly start bossing it and see them home here. He looks real bad. What did he get last time? 20 or 14, which is fine.
Yep.
Time before he really struggled. Again, you can
He's
understand
actually
that.
playing on a couple of dodgy wickets, if we're being honest.
The one, not last one, the one before that was tough.
He's been looking at this IPL going, how is everyone scoring at 3 runs a ball?
Yeah.
And he's been hit. And good keeping by Klaasen. Boovie followed him then, and that is hit. I think the back of his hip. He's fine. He's not hurt or anything, but you know,
His
he
back
certainly.
leg or something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This looks too hard for Colin Cadmore. And with this kind of a chase, the 175 against this attack, there's an argument for just seeing these slightly difficult conditions off. But what's Colin Cadmore playing for? He's playing for his life in as far as the IPL goes.
Tell you what, one more good ball here. Be interesting. What happens to the old slashes at this and misses? They have come into 258. So what did I get in? I think I got on 288. So it's already dropped 30 points, that price.
Yeah, it's a lot.
We're due a boundary or a wicket here in this over again. The pressure is building up. Colin Cadmore is either moving his feet more than anyone ever needs to, or standing still and getting in just as much trouble.
It seems like whichever shot he decides to play,
I haven't seen anyone with
wrong.
getting in this much trouble with their feet since Eric Cantona. This is a good ball, and off stump he pushes it to mid-off. He shot it out. That's terrible running. I tell you what, if he'd run out Jaiswal then, that would have been even worse. But yeah, I think you're right. I think the throw actually went to the wrong end. And Jaiswal is back on strike. This is just terrible. But they're just showing a collection of Colin Cadmore playing horrendous shots here. I'm gonna double micro trade here. I think I'm just going to be trading when Colin Cadmore is facing.
yeah, you should probably back his unders if you think he's that bad, because they're giving him, what, 19 more? That's
I'd have to open another app.
So there's a bit of a betting tip for people. Like, have your betting accounts open if you're using them.
No, I do, but I'm also don't commentate on a game or watch along. Oh, he gets a pull shot away here, Jaiswal, and that's for 4.
Yeah, shot.
Tidy little micro trade for me there, actually, all things considered. And he whacks that away. It was a back of a length. Now, that isn't the length we've seen that has given people trouble, Mark. And also, that was probably pace on. It needs to be shorter than that. In fact, he's pulled that off the top of the bails. It's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. I don't think Boovie would have been expecting him to be able to get into that position, to be honest. So I'm interested to see what he bowls up next.
He's bowled a similar ball, but on off start, maybe slightly fuller. And Jaiswal, the new adult Jaiswal.
He looks great here, Jaiswal. He's had 2 bad balls, and he scored 10 off those 2.
I don't even think the last one was bad. He just made it bad by being better at cricket than other people, which is something more people should try.
Yeah, that, like being as good as Jaiswal is some batting advice that I could give people.
But
Be
didn't
as
he
good
have
as
to like
him.
run away from his family when he was like 12 to go and do it?
Yeah, so
So
run away
what-
from your family when you're 12 and then get as good as Jaiswal as at cricket.
Now, what is Kohler Cadmore going to do here? I haven't had a time to get my bet back on.
So your tactic, Jarrod, is and I totally understand it, by the way, is to be on the bowlers when it's Kohler Cadmore and on the bats when it's Jaiswal.
I'm not switching that much.
Well, I kind of get it, because
Yeah.
if you'd never watched this game before and you said these 2 are batting, well, you'd say, well, that one's a batter, but who's that man?
Yeah.
Like, what's his job? Like, he's the overseas, by the way. He's the overseas gun for the knockout. He is not doing himself any favours as far as the mega auction next year goes at the moment, Cadmore.
Can we talk a little bit about how Kohler Cadmore has got himself into this position, because he's a kind of journeyman, travelling franchise cricketer. He's nowhere near getting anywhere near any England squads anytime soon.
No.
How is he ended up in the second biggest game in the IPL,
That's a great question.
starting for what's meant to be a pretty organised franchise team?
I think they probably had a backup for Butler, which was a low budget option.
Yeah.
Because they didn't ever think they would need them all that much.
But Butler was always going to go home for the knockouts.
But I'm talking about, that was before, we didn't know about that until the season started.
Okay.
Jaiswal swings this away, but he's only going to get 1. I'm not wrong in saying that, am I? We didn't know that was the case until the season started.
I thought we did.
Okay.
I thought we knew.
Oh,
that
sorry, I mean when the auction was
when the
around.
auction, yeah, no,
sorry,
that's fine,
what I
that's
mean.
fine. Yeah.
So I think there's an element of that which has played a part. So I think that's part of it. Another part is, and I've been saying this for ages, when the IPL first started, there was like 10 or 12 overseas players on everyone's list.
Yeah.
And the owners started going, we're paying a lot of guys not to play cricket here. This is why you want extra players.
Yeah.
So you can do that.
So what I would have done is I'd have said Butler's going for the knockouts. If we get there, Hales will give you 50 grand if you play the knockouts for us, because it's nothing.
Yeah.
And you'd much rather have Alex Hales walking out here to open in a big game than you would Kohler Cadmore. Like, no question for me.
Yeah.
And Hales would do it. Like, Hales would do it for 50 grand for a couple of games. Like, who wouldn't? I mean, I'd do it for 5. But I would play about as well as
I'd
Kohler
probably
Cadmore
give
has.
them money to.
But I think at that stage, at the end of the season, I think that's a better option, right? You say, if Butler's going, we can replace him. Let's give him the next player a small wedge to come over.
Alex Hales.
Yeah, it could be Alex Hales. I'm sure there's other players.
It should
as
be
well.
Alex Hales. There are other players than
Yeah.
Alex Hales, but
Matthew Short.
yeah, don't bowl short to Matthew Short.
I was only joking. Having Matthew Short and Kohler Cadmore is about the same, I think.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure, but there is definitely a delay,
10
and the
minutes
umpire
between
is now
balls.
explaining to the batters that there's an issue. Usually this means sight screen. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here.
There's several conversations happening at once, but I can't tell what any of them are about.
That's an interesting comment, that last one from Utopia.
I'll just go through a couple of comments actually. Addy says, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a bet saying a 6 or a wicket in the first over of each innings at 13s in the last 8 matches, and it happened 4 times, and I feel good about it. Kohler Cadmore's full toss, and he hit it straight to point. Oh my God, he cannot get anything
That is
away
rubbish.
here.
That was a bad ball.
It was a bad ball. He should have hit that. Jarrod said, would you open with Pat? Would you open Pat with Boovy or save him for later? I would have used Unadkat because he's a better user of the new ball. And also, I think this pitch might suit him as well. And I think it will suit Cummins later. And Utopia says, hello, Cricket 8. Question, why do you think TKC has been so shocking in the chases he's had? He's classed almost everywhere else. I just think he's got slightly more difficult wickets than most other people in this league so far. And I also think this is a slight level above his talent.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a bad backup player in the IPL. I'm not sure he's a bat in the finals chasing 175 player in the IPL.
Yeah, I think he did badly in the first game, but you can mitigate that by bad pitch, and it
Now-
was ages since he played.
I think Kohler Cadmore is sweating into his eyes.
And the umpire's saying you've got to get on with it. You
And
can't just keep wiping your eyes.
I
every
think he is
5
sweating
seconds.
so, and I don't know if you guys have ever had this before in cricket. I've had this. It's almost impossible. Once the sweat starts to come down and you can't stop it, if it starts to sting your eyes, there's not much you can do. You just have to get used to it.
So what you do is
And
you wear Vaseline like that.
yeah,
And if you play the level of cricket that I played at, I've never worn a helmet. So
that's also quite helpful.
yeah, do that.
And I think he's really struggling to pick this up. And also, he backs away here. He's almost running himself out as the ball goes off to point. Good back of a length ball. But I think the other issue here is when you do stuff like that, it's bad in the daytime. I've never batted under lights like this.
Right.
I would assume that will make it much tougher.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this the other day. I just had a whole conversation with Ross Taylor about. He told me he struggled a little bit under lights, and I showed him his stats. And I said, yeah, you should never have batted under lights. Clearly, you have an eye issue. And sadly, it wasn't. No one ever worked it out. Colin Cadmore, he slashes this over the top for 4. Well, he's back. He's back. Finally got one away. Is that? Would you change your rating on Colin Cadmore after that shot?
Not really, but maybe very slightly, because it was a bad ball that was there for him to play that shot to. And he did play it and he did do it. But he's looked bad so far. Maybe I give him another run for that one. Is that a good shot?
Yeah, it's off
the middle. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'd give him an
I'm
extra run for
cashing
that.
out off that shot. I say this, I've pressed cash out 5 times. Nothing's happened. But I'm cashing out off the back of that shot.
So when the market's just on how to use Betfair for a minute, when the market's hopping around and you find you press that silly cash out button in the middle and you can't do it.
He's backed away here and
He's nearly got out.
he's almost got caught behind there.
He's doing his best to get out of here, TKC.
Now, is that the first proper short ball we've seen and a dot ball and almost a wicket, Mark?
I think it might be.
So that is interesting. Because
The
they're
thing
not
I-
ahead of the run rate here. They've started well, but if this wicket starts doing the same thing, Colin Cadmore is complaining about something. Oh, he wants a wide. He's probably right there, actually. I can't imagine that wasn't a wide.
Why didn't he review it then?
Because you don't review wides at the start. It's silly.
If you're Sunrisers, are you thinking actually having Colin Cadmore sticking about, scoring at absolutely no pace, and going like this isn't the worst thing in the world?
No, I'm not. And I'll tell you why after this ball, when he, as he faces this, and he hits it straight up in there. This could be out. Oh, I shouldn't have cashed out because he's going to get caught at cover here. And he is. And that is the wicket. Just as we were getting into even monies there. Now we're back into even money, I should say. He tries to swipe that across the line. He's got the top edge, and it has been caught. A good effort in the field.
Okay.
And now this is an even money game.
I'm backing Raj because that wicket has moved absolutely loads.
50 points.
And we expected that wicket. We told you to back unders, so ring a bell somewhere. Told you to back unders for him.
We also told you to put money in on Colin Cadmore when he was batting. I was the one who got out too early there.
So I think because it's Colin Cadmore that's got out, it's moved all. What was it then? 151, and it's moved 150 something.
I know that Sunrisers was 252.
It's okay, so it was 164.
Yeah,
and it's moved
moved
all the way
30
out
points.
to 197. That's way too much for a guy that was really strong. He wasn't due any more than about 18 runs there. Lots of people can stink out the place in the power play. That 10 off 16 is terminal for his IPL future. That innings there, because he didn't do anything. Then he did a tiny bit, but not enough to. Yeah. And now he's done that in the big game. So that's a shocker from him.
He'll still get a contract.
You think?
So the IPL is it? You can never predict what happens in that auction.
I think being English helps, just as being Australian helps. They seem to like those two things. But yeah,
I don't think it should be terminal for his career, but I also don't think I'd be rushing to sign him up again.
I don't think he gets picked up.
That Rajasthan have come into 189, 188 now, so the market has realised that there was an overcorrection there.
So I smashed the 1.98 when he got out, and if it's 1.88 already, I might give it back, because 10 ticks for 0 balls is absolutely fine.
Natarajan for his first ball.
Wow.
Good ball
Wow,
too.
that's
That
smooth.
nipped around, and Jaiswal
smooth.
ends up dribbling that off his feet, and they steal a single.
Yeah, I backed 198 and now I'm laying 1.88, and I think that's a good minute for me.
There's something in this wicket.
For sure.
And the ball isn't coming on quite as well as it did when Sunrisers were facing early on. 25 for 1.
Oh, here's a good point from Jake. So he sent me a message that I didn't read at the time, saying he thought that the delays were genuinely that Colin Cadmore was massively struggling with the heat.
Yeah.
And then he's also told me that DRS is down, so we can't hear the commentary here.
hence possible delays, hence can't review the wide, all that sort of thing.
Wow.
So they can't.
That was that first conversation then, because I
Yeah.
remember when the umpire went up. That makes sense. Leg bye to start this over. Sampson is facing Natarajan. Plays
So-
us off the back foot.
Us not having commentary here means we don't know that stuff. So thanks to Jake for that.
Just having a look, there's a few people like Addy and Miko talking about Collar Cabell, but he's obviously gone. Berinda says, only watching this watch along as you guys are 45 seconds ahead. Well, there's more than one reason to do that. We also just told you there was going to be a wicket.
We're not ahead, we are actually from the future.
Yeah.
Is what's happening.
Yeah.
Would there be a time in cricket where a team would purposely drop that catch of TKC and just let him bat? No. Well, sorry, there might be a time in the future, but I don't think you would do it with the first wicket inside the power play. Sampson has pushed this down the ground. This is incredible timing. Markram is going to cut it off, and they'll come back for a couple. And the ball is flung back in. Great arm by Markram as well. So there are certain times when it is worth dropping a batter. But I think the problem with dropping someone like Kohler Cadmore is he can actually hit 4s and 6s in a bunch.
Yeah.
And so what you are hoping is when he gets to 30 balls, he's still in that kind of form. But if he gets to 30 balls and then it clicks, and you've dropped him on purpose, and you haven't taken any wickets, and you haven't got wickets at the other end, it's game over.
Yeah.
Right. And I also think if you're defending 176, you have to get as many wickets as possible. Good ball from Natarajan here, push to point, and there is no run.
And we know that 30 ball kind of rule, the Kimber rule, because we watch Sri Lanka play. He regularly drops
Unintentionally.
unintentionally drop batters who are looking like they're not going to play well, and then they go on and find their form and score centuries.
Just interesting here, Sunrisers are now favourites.
Amazing.
With Jaiswal still at the
So this
crease
is the bit I'm quite
and set.
I'm quite happy to be on Raj at this point. The Kohler Cadmore innings has really hurt them here. There's no question about that. But none of us think that this is a great bowling attack. There's definitely something in the
We
pitch.
also think their strength of their bowling attack has probably largely already happened, depending on these short balls for later on.
Yeah, and they've got rid of 2 overs of Cummins, and the swingy Boove overs are gone, and the death Boove overs aren't very good anymore. Boove the bowler is somebody I've loved down the years. I think he's absolutely great. But a bit like Trent Bolt, they're very similar bowlers. They're crafty, they're wily, they're good at their jobs, but when that swing goes, they can get lined up.
Now we are seeing a catcher come in, but it's a cover. Cover. It's like a gully. So Sampson has pushed 2 balls off the back foot here, and they've taken the player off the ring and brought him into like I don't even want to say gully. It's almost like a catching backward point for that push. Natarajan is going to bowl another. Well, he bowls a dreadful bouncer, and he gets done for a wide there. I wonder if Pat Cummins is like, I set this field up specifically for this shot. Or if Pat Cummins is like, no, we're gonna reverse Malachi him here, and try and trick him. So I'm not sure. Either way, Natarajan's got the bouncer wrong. Target is 176.
I'll tell you what's in quite good shape.
Us 3 gentlemen.
Is
This is short, wide, and he's cut it away, and he's got it past the fielder, has Sampson. So that was a poor ball, and if Cummins did set the field up for that particular ball, Natarajan has not delivered on either occasion there. But you were saying...
quite good shape is the highest first 6 over score for RCB.
RCB.
Ooh, where did that come from? Rajasthan Royals. Some people call them RR. Nobody calls them RCB. That is going to win by about 20-something runs. They got 68, I think. So ring a bell, please. For quite a lot of winners we dished out before this game started.
Yes.
So, and we did go on air early specifically to help you all win loads of money. So let's hope you put them on.
Utopia says, not an RCB fan, but curious who would you retain. We're actually doing a whole podcast series on that, Utopia, so we will get to it eventually. But I haven't done any of the research on RCB.
We recorded,
we've done Mumbai, Punjab, and Gujarat.
But we had that conversation on a previous podcast, and obviously Patidar was the one, Jax was the one, Kohli was the other one, and we all
Delhi Capitals.
We all said well, that's a whole new podcast. We also said that Faf isn't the one, and I said Maxwell, and everybody laughed. I would keep Glenn Maxwell. I think you can allow the man a season off. Smack.
He's backed away here, Jaiswal, and he has slogged this over long on for 6. He was on the move. From a technical point of view, his head was everywhere, his feet were everywhere. But when the ball actually came to him, he was standing a foot outside leg stump with his head still at the end and just smashed that. That is a sort of shot you see someone like Nicholas Pooran play. We have seen him get in trouble with that shot a few times in this tournament, but generally it's when the ball's been outside off stump. And also, this isn't the kind of wicket that he should be spooning that up in the air, which has been part of his problem. But that's a remarkable cricket shot.
It's pure muscle, that.
And this one, he's hit straight back down the ground for 4.
What a shot.
Well, just to remind you, an over and a half ago, Rajasthan were 2.10. And we said those odds were not right. They are now 1.54.
Better. Yeah, it was basically the market wildly overreacted to a man that was playing really badly getting out, and it allowed Sanju to come in, who's quite good, and we've got Set Jaiswal here, and Set Jaiswal's a great player. It feels a little bit premeditated, this onslaught in the city. He's like, there's no swing, so I'm going to take Booby down here. So the wicket is in the game.
He's got a long on back now, so he's going to have to go somewhere else. He backs away again. He tries to go through the offside. He actually hits this pretty well. He should have got the run, but Sampson didn't see the misfield early enough, and so they don't get it.
What's Sanju doing there?
I think the misfield went behind the fielder,
Okay.
and his angle, he couldn't see it. But
Okay.
yeah, there was definitely a run there.
So your best friends, Betfred, Jarrod, they think that Sanju Sampson is the favourite to be next man out, and I don't agree with that because of the last 3 balls.
Because
6, like, what was that? A forehand smash for 6.
Yeah.
A very good cricket shot for 4, and then a premeditated wild runaway hack. So 1.91 for Jaiswal next out. Because of the last 3 balls is definitely a bet. It can't be that Sanju is favourite, the 6 off 5 man against the 24 off 12 man. Just look at the scorecard. Smack.
he's smashed this for 4, just gets it past mid-off. I don't know who was up in the circle there, but they weren't far away from stopping it. But that's probably the most normal shot he's played this over. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. That's the most orthodox he's been, hasn't it?
I'd say it was the least unnormal shot he's played this over. That was an attempted something.
I think it was a
scrambled
knuckleball.
seam or
Yeah.
something.
I think it was a knuckleball, and he just waited for it, and it was in his arc, and he smashed it away.
One thing that's happening here is that Jaiswal is getting back into form. So that last game, he played completely within himself. He played in 3rd gear. He got the highest score in the match, which I think was 45. If they manage to get him in form, smack,
He's got another 4 here.
for the final, it's about the best thing that could happen to Raj here.
So they've just changed that market. Jaiswal's now 8 to 11 to be
I
next
see.
man out.
So they're watching. This is the
problem with Cricket 8 as we get more popular.
The bookies are going to start watching and actually learning how to price things up. So what we're going to have to do, while the bookies aren't watching, we're going to have to create new words and signals for when we should bet on things. But yeah, so just to recommend that you all tune in a bit earlier on Sunday for the final, because we're going to line up some absolute belters and we'll be on air before so we can tell you them all. And
Like
tell
we
you
were
why.
today, yeah. Boovy in again. This is a big over. 50 for 1. And he whips this across the line for 1 out to deep square. And they just take a single there. So I think, I'm wondering if we'll get we're going to get a strategic timeout straight away. So we'll be back in 150 seconds. And if you don't know how long that is, just put your lips together and blow. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely some kind of water.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator. And whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win
from
3
there.
playoff games, haven't you? That's
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Bishnoi's played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one. Really? and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner. So he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't know
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, so what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball, and you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down, so you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways, and the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away, so he's only got 2 of those options, and then he bowls faster, so even the bounce that he should get is more skid through. So he's really just beating you with the way the ball comes up out of his hand and then drops. And then the other one is then, can you pick the variations? Whereas with him, there aren't that many variations because he's basically, instead of bowling leg spin all the time, he's bowling wrong ones all the time. Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. With me is Mark Machado from the Merely End podcast. And Rob Barron from the local lockup. Score is 51 for 1. It's the first ball after the power play, and it's chipped in the air. Is that Unad cut? Is the cat on? The cat is on. Yeah. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof. No?
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he is. Yeah.
The prices come in during that timeout. They came in 10 points, Rajasthan.
It's people jumping aboard the train, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what the thinking is. It's like, oh, you've got 2 good bats.
Are you aware of the train, Mark?
I am not aware of the train in terms of cricket betting.
It's more of a cricket phrase in general that cricketers talk about, but yeah, certainly a thing that you hear in cricket betting a lot, which is you'll be sitting with a player and they'll say, oh, they've started the train, which is they're going to, this is it, it's never going to swing back to the opposition.
Yeah.
And if you can spot that from a betting point of view, and you absolutely load up, which I think a lot of people are doing in that time out there, they're going, let's consider what's happening here. The only reason why Rajasthan aren't absolutely miles ahead right now is because Kohli Cadmore stanked the place out for 16 balls. He had 16 balls in the power play and he got 10. And if anyone would have done normally with those 16 balls, they would be so far ahead now. And then you start going, well, Jaiswal's set and he's brilliant. He's an all-timer potentially.
Yeah.
He's still 22. Sanju, like, they haven't lost anyone really.
Yeah, they basically haven't lost a wicket.
And they've got rid of 2 overs of Cummins, which was going to be the hardest thing. They've got rid of all the good Boov overs now, so that's it for him. Natarajan looked okay, looked fine. And whoever thinks that an Adcat is going to win you a match. I hope it'd be funny if he does.
Can I pull it back slightly? And the reason I'm not on the train.
Too short?
They need 9 runs and over. And I think it's going to be much harder to score in the second half of this innings than it was in the first half.
Because we're in Chennai and it normally dies?
And the ball, well, just that first innings, that's what happened, right? Klaasen couldn't hit boundaries. Right?
That's true. We didn't see a boundary from over 7 till over 19.
So,
a 4, that is.
This is another, and there we go. Jaiswal's had a short ball outside off stump and another dot ball.
You've talked me out of the train.
I don't think this is train worthy. Now, also, did the stumps just?
They let up, and I'm not sure why.
We both saw it, didn't we?
Yeah.
It was a wide, anyway, which is unfortunate because Unad bowled the right delivery there. Gone for 3 from his first 3 balls. We know he's going to bowl short bouncers and cutters. We've seen him do it before. This pitch should suit that kind of bowling. Will he go again? He does, and Jaiswal, again, hits this to mid-on, and it's gone barely trickled outside of the circle, which I think tells you that the timing is not ideal. Jaiswal's looking around, a little bit confused here. So, 121 required off 80. Yeah, I don't know if I also want to go in on the Sunrisers, though.
I completely closed. So I think. So I was red all first innings because I was slightly doing it against my other positions, but I was red both sides. And then my biggest bet of today was I was very confident that it moved way too much for Kola Cadmore getting out. So I smashed then. And then when you make the case, so we're making the case for the train here, and then you look down and it's 1.36. I do think that this is doing something, as that ball from the cat tells us there.
We've had 2 balls go through that have been short that the players haven't got anywhere near.
And the market is shorter now than it was at the start of this over, and I totally don't agree with that. So now I'm switching. I'm laying Rajasthan. Rather than being neutral, I'm now saying that this 1.36 is too short because it can't be the same price as it was before that lovely dot. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Just seeing the Rajasthan change room. They don't look too worried about those last couple of balls, but this is about the time we saw it happen. It didn't happen early on. Something to do with the ball just getting a little bit older and a little bit softer, and the way it sort of digs into this surface, it is just not coming on, and Sampson knocks this down. So good over from Unokat. It's gone for 5. There's a wide in that as well. We might see now just a lot of dirty drag downs, Mark. Intentional dirty drag downs.
Yeah, from about, was it about over 11? Oh no, maybe a little bit before that, about over 9 in the first innings. Sunrisers found it really difficult to kind of score more than about 3 or 4 runs and over. If Rajasthan get into the same kind of sticky water, quicksand, then it could be much tighter than we think it is, and we've got a real game on our hands, which would be great, won't it?
Yeah, quicksand's one of those things that basically exists in Hollywood and isn't really a thing.
Well, what you're not meant to do is lift yourself up by your feet with your hands, like Homer Simpson does, and you're not also meant to thrash around and swim out of it. But it was one of the things as a child I was most worried about was quicksand, because I'd been spoken to about it an awful lot on the dangers of quicksand. But like Jarrod, I'm not entirely sure it's actually a thing.
There's a few things in Hollywood that just don't actually exist, but we think is part of our normal life.
Spaceships.
UFOs.
Spaceships and UFOs.
Prove UFOs don't exist and spaceships definitely exist.
Well, UFOs definitely exist because sometimes there are flying objects that are unidentified.
Yeah.
Alien,
I agree with that.
Alien spaceships, I'll say, until I see one. I'm more than happy to say there's no evidence for them.
When I was a
You
kid...
can't prove a negative though, Mark. How did we get into conspiracy?
When I was a kid, because my mum's from India, we used to watch all Bollywood films or beyond. Wasn't necessarily watching them because I was too young to understand what was going on. But something that used to happen a lot is kids used to end up on trains in different parts of India where their family weren't, and awful things will happen to them.
Isn't that the Jaiswal story?
That is the Jaiswal story.
His is the happy ending.
He has the happy ending.
We just had some questions coming through here as well. San says Rajasthan is sometimes bad at chasing, reverse sweep, top edge, but he's got it out of way as Jaiswal. Might be 6.
What a great shot.
6,
That is
Incredible. Maybe it wasn't a top edge. He might have just got under that. But either way, he knew what he was doing. He was trying to get that over. That changes things a little bit. Now the train is well and truly on at 1.29. I was about to put my bet on Sunrisers before this over, but when Shabazz came on, I did not feel the...
As Akshu says there, Shabazz against Jaiswal is a big risk. That is a good shout. Yes, it is. They're trying to buy the wicket, aren't they? Because they're thinking Jaiswal won't be able to resist here.
Well, QTW also said, how does Sunrisers field their 5th over bowlers? And if you remember back to the first innings, we said this was one of the reasons. Has Jaiswal hurt his hamstring there, by the way?
Ooh.
Oh, it's
Yes.
cramp. It's cramp.
Oh, no, that's properly cramp. This is why I look straight to the run-out price when someone's got cramp.
He's looking for 2 out the deep with wicket here. There
He
should
will
just
not
be
get
1.
them.
He's found the pocket, but his cramp is going to slow him down. This is why we didn't think Shabazz was a great person to come in and bat as the impact sub, because we didn't think his bowling would be handy on here. Whereas if they'd got in, it's Sanveer?
Sanveer Singh.
Yeah, if they'd got in Sanveer, his bowling could have been quite handy on this wicket. So now they're in a little bit of trouble. So who is their 4th? Who's their 6th bowler?
They could bowl Reddy.
Oh, so yeah, Reddy will be okay.
They could
on
bowl
this.
Markram. They could bowl Abhishek. They could bowl Samad. There's lots of people that can bowl. They can basically bowl anyone.
Now, Jaiswal's got 2 more balls to go here. Does he swing out, or I'm just having a look to see.
I think this version of Jaiswal knows he doesn't need to.
He could do a cheeky little reverse sweep here and pick up a boundary, though. I don't have any issue with that.
He's playing within himself and he's 42 off 20. He's an absolute lad.
He's come down the wicket. He might be out.
He has gone.
And he is. Well, they bought that wicket. And that is very big. And for the people on the train, that was one of the reasons we didn't feel as confident on it. Even then, the odds haven't changed as much. I think they changed more for Cole Cadmore's wicket. 65 for 2 now. Jaiswal was struggling a little bit with the heat. He was struggling with cramps. We've now seen 2 batters struggle with that. We also saw a bunch of dot balls and singles over the last little while. They did get 1-6 there, of course, as well. But he's come down the wicket. It spun a little bit, but really, he just lost his shape there and tried to whack that over the leg side and scooped it straight up, or sliced it straight up in the air, and long off has come around to take that catch mark.
Shabazz and Jaiswal is gone. Like, I mean, they said it was a big risk, but the risk has paid off.
Yep.
Right? Rob called it when he saw he had cramp. You thought you might get run out, but that's the kind of classic shot you might play if you have got cramp, because he looked like he was moving slightly slower than he probably normally would have without it, right?
Yeah, it's one of the only things I can speak about with authority when it comes to sportsmen is what
Cramping?
cramp feels like. Yeah, because I get it all the time.
Same.
And you can't act how you normally act. My wife, unfortunately, has found out that if I get cramp, all you have to do is that and it comes back. So she's very keen to poke the leg so it reasserts itself. But just to, as I always do, turn everything back to betting. When you see somebody obviously struggling, like Cole Cadmore, like Jaiswal, like whoever, like if you're trading, you should be knocking runs off these people. Like we say, people that get hit in the spuds or hit in the head. It is a thing.
Yeah.
Like when you're uncomfortable, it can discombobulate you to the extent that you're like playing a massive shot when you don't want to, or your brain's going, I'm struggling here. It's fight or flight type thing, and you can play a daft defensive shot because you're like, I just need to get through this bit because I'm struggling, or you play a massive shot because you're like, I need to smash myself out of this for a minute. If I hit this for 6, everything will be fine again. That kind of thinking. So the angle here now for the player runs, which is borne out all day. If you just look at the scorecard, 50 was Klassen played. It's amazing that we're saying this about 50 off 34, but he played completely within himself today for his 50 off 34, and he's the only one that scored 50. Mm-hmm. And Head looked dead after 28 balls, absolutely dead.
Yep. Cole Cadmore even earlier.
Tripathi was sweating like a fountain. He faced 15 balls today.
By his 13th ball, when he would play a shot, it looked like a Hollywood movie where someone gets punched and all the sweat comes off them.
So now what you're looking out for is when one of these two has got to the 20 ball stage and the camera cuts to them and they're clearly struggling, player unders, fall of wicket unders. So let's try and call that out when it's happening later rather than just after it's happened for somebody.
Well, I'm going to go a step further here. I think these two are probably going to knock it around for a little bit now. And they now need 9 and over. If it gets over 10 and over, this is suddenly a very tough chase.
We haven't had a tie this IPL.
We haven't had a tie. Should we check the odds on ties? See if we've got anything good. Match. It's at 38.
I don't mind that at all.
As Abhishek is bowling. What?
Well, we said they could bowl anyone, but here's Abhishek.
So they are trying to steal all 4 of their...
This is burglary captaincy, isn't it?
That's okay. I don't mind that at all. That's clever from Pat Cummins.
It's the sort
Say to
of
Rian
thing,
Parag, you want to hit a 4 off him early on? Great. You take a risk before you're ready.
Sort of thing where the Parag of
he's actually bowled well, though.
2 seasons ago would have tried to hit that ball for 6. There's no question about that. So they're testing Parag's psyche here. I like the captaincy, actually, of trying to burn an over of rubbish. But Jaiswal couldn't quite keep this whole new mature Jaiswal just couldn't quite last, could it? But he scored at 2 a ball there. It was a great knock.
Could you blame Cole Cadmore for Jaiswal?
Oh, this might be out. This might be caught.
Yes!
And it is. Well, that has changed this game even more. We said the train wasn't on. That's why you come to Cricket 8. We just thought that the odds had got completely out of whack there. And this is now a very, very tough chase from here. You could get them at 4.4 not that long ago. And so if you went in at that time, you would be doing pretty well because Sunrisers are now even money. They're actually slight favourites to win this game from here. There's a long way to go, but Pat Cummins has burgled 2 wickets here with his 5th bowlers, and that was not clever batting from Sanju Samson. And they have to make some decisions here. Wouldn't surprise me if Ashwin comes out.
Need now is calm heads, and you've got Parag at one end, so you definitely need a calmer head at the other end. So Sanju played the bowler and not the situation there. It was like, well, it's Abhishek, so I have to. That was why he got out. that's pretty dumb from Sanju, who has done what he does in every IPL and looked brilliant at the start and tailed off. They're hugely under it here. I totally agree that you go Ashwin now and he gets his 18 off 18. So we're now having a look for Ashwin's line, assuming it is him that comes out. They could time out, strategic timeout here if they felt
We've already
like
had one, haven't we? I don't think they could have a second one.
Oh. Interesting. I mean, the rogue shout is you go Trent Bolt for gags. But I think they probably go Ashwin here and elongate the batting order a bit. And Hetmeyer is going to have to earn his money by the looks of this. But yeah, we've talked you through these prices. Like the two standout ones for me there was the Kohler Cadmore overreaction, and then when we'd seen a few balls from the Cat look very difficult to hit, you're like, well, they're not going to hose this home. And so yeah, laying of the 1.37 there. It's Jarrod,
which I'm also okay with because they've still got Ashwin again if they want to go that. And maybe Ashwin after Jarrod makes more sense than before, but I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd gone the other way. Jeremy says, if the weather is the same for the final, the break might be telling for KKR. Not just the break, like these players are going to, whichever team gets through might be really struggling. Like we see that in baseball and basketball sometimes. You know, if one team rolls through in 4 games and the other one goes through to 7, they are going to be a lot more tired. Whichever team gets through.
Well, it's going to take them 48 hours to rehydrate, right? And that's basically takes you up to the moment of the
Is that
finals.
how long it takes you to rehydrate?
That's what they reckon. If you dehydrate, it takes a professional athlete.
Right?
That's what they say.
It takes me about 46 usually, but then I'm at a
higher, more
high
elite
physical
level.
peak.
Yeah.
That's interesting because that's definitely a thing then. Like to consider when it comes to the market.
I don't think we many players who will feel comfortable after this game going into a major final 2 days later. I know players do it all the time, but this does look like a particularly draining game.
Did you read? Sorry,
it could get worse.
Sorry, Jarrod. Did you read the comments before this game where Sanju said he was ill, and he said basically there's been a lot of us that are under the weather here. There's some sort of cold or bug or something going around, and he was like, we're going to have to get on with it. They're kind of playing like, look, Kohler Cadmore looked like he looked ill there, didn't he, rather than just hot.
Yeah.
Maybe that is a thing. But what I would say is KKR are currently 1.93 to win the IPL. If you're right here, Mark, and it's like I've bought it, what you just said,
Yeah.
I believe you. That
And
the
Jeremy on
dehydration is a
YouTube
thing.
as well, yeah.
And thank you, Jeremy. And it's going to be super hot, isn't it, on Sunday? Then KKR should probably shorten a bit as Shabazz gets a second over. This
There's
game
no point
is
taking them
on
off now, is there?
a knife edge.
You don't take these two off until boundaries start coming. And what did I say the runs per over was? Is it gone over 10 yet?
It's 9.78 required.
I just think this is a hard wicket to score at 10 runs and over. Down leg side and flicked away. Good batting, but for Jarrod, but just one. I mean, both of these players have played some extraordinary innings at times in this season. Roll says, twice in 2 matches we've seen Jaiswal getting tired after 20-25 balls. Could this be an issue going forward in his career? Every single player, Roll, has got tired in this game. Every single player. I don't think it's Tripathi had barely been out there and we mentioned he looked exhausted.
That Rahul has big Asian dad energy there, isn't it?
This is defended cover.
Sadly, son, you suffer from fatigue.
He's the same guy that's played 9 Test matches and averages like 70 and has got an unbeaten double 100 in blistering heat. Like, I think he'll be all right.
But this does look different. The conditions are causing some issues. Parag, she's poking this ball out to covers. It's gone above 10 runs and over. You get the Sunrisers at 1.8 at the moment.
If you were a Sunrisers...
Which I think those odds are fine, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're a Sunrisers fan, how would you be feeling? Would you be getting... What stage of the biryani process would you be at? Would you be getting the wood together to get the fire on to start making it, or would you be down the market picking up the lamb?
I think they should be favourites, and I think they should stay favourites for the next 4 overs. So if I'm a Sunrisers fan, I don't know how to make a biryani. You've gone above me there. That's not one. More of a dal person. Full outside off stump. They might look for a couple here.
This has been another sensational over from Shabazz here.
Yeah.
The
We've gone for 3 in that over.
The market's believing a lot in SRH now.
it wants to be on the defence, which doesn't happen very often. I think that your call there, Mark, of the conditions being so in favour of, well, it's the bowlers, isn't it? Because the bats are dying out there.
Yeah.
Like everybody's wilting under this heat. But they've got some magic left in this batting order. Parag is a magic man. Has he really matured enough? And then you've got to get past Rodman, Powell and Hetmeyer to win this game. There's no way they don't chase this if they haven't got those two guys out.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, Hetmeyer's the one because he hasn't been fielding for 20 overs, right? So
Good
you're
point.
thinking maybe he might be coming in slightly fresher
Good point.
than
Really good
everyone
point.
else. I've never met him, so I don't know what he will feel like being on the bench.
Yeah, good point.
He's from Guyana as well, and I would assume the weather is a bit more like this at times. I mean, I have been to Guyana. It's
Yeah.
pretty hot and sticky. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You can ring the bell a couple of times anyway. We won that first 6, and that next one out cop, didn't it? The Jaiswal against Sanju.
Yeah, I couldn't get in on that because they were listening.
Yeah,
remember?
they bugged the call again, didn't they?
Half
Bugged the
volley
ring.
on leg stump, turned into the gap. Some singles here. So they just look a little bit more comfortable at the moment, last couple of balls. But that run rate is going up and up, and they now need almost 10.5 runs and over. And just as I say that, there's a half volley outside leg stump, which probably should be fielded. It is fielded.
Very well fielded.
Down on the boundary, but that was a poor ball. That did look like a part-time bowler.
Yeah.
I should say, it should be hard for the bowlers as well. To be able to get through some overs of spin here is quite handy for the seamers, because if one of the seamers does get exhausted, that will help. And this one is finding 2s here at the moment. What's our rate on 2s? These two are going to look
Good
for a lot
shout.
of 2s.
Very good shot. Well, it's hard to run 2s in this kind of heat, though. They won't want to run loads. 2 is available at 7.
I don't think they want to go for boundaries at the moment, though.
No, I certainly wouldn't be back in the 4. But yeah, 2. It feels like singles time, doesn't it? If ever there's a singles time. 2
Defended, no run there.
7.6 is not that appealing. Like they've obviously moved it in because they've just seen one.
186. So market just moving around a little bit at the moment. No one's quite sure. It's now down to 179. So someone's just laid some money in. This is a good ball cut.
Ooh.
Doesn't get it away. So they now need 97 off 54, and I'm going to keep updating this, but it's almost 11 runs and over. So you can see how quickly that has changed. So I assume this next over, they can't keep letting the spinners bowl like this to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is it this over or the next over?
I don't think it's quite yet. I think basically what they're thinking is like 2 a ball is fine for Rovman and Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer, they both did great at that the other day when they needed to do 2 a ball. But if it goes north of 13, then the madness starts happening. Just read the comment there from
You can read it.
Shera Tank.
Shera?
Shera, sure, makes more sense. Please predict when Parag will do something silly. Will do.
Didn't you predict that for 10 overs the other
Because
day and it never happened?
He will do.
Oh, this might be out! This might be Parag doing something silly!
I predict now.
It's happening right now. He's hit that straight up in the air. We just said they might wait one more over before they go with something. He couldn't do it. He wanted to have a go, and he's yanked that across the line again with the big... It wasn't even a slog sweep. It was almost just a slog. And he's hit that straight up in the air, and he has been caught. Wow. This... No, even when Pat Cummins brought the spinners on, there is no way he thought this was the impact he was about to have.
Incredible.
It's just a length ball outside off stump. It's a terrible shot.
In Parag's defence, that ball should have been hit for 6. But that is a shocker. That's
it's also about execution.
That's the old lunatic Parag who has decided that the ball's going for 6. Then he's seen an actual pie be bowled. That was rubbish, that ball. And
it's the wrong shot to that ball, though.
Yeah.
He just hit that over covers.
It's Parag being a lunatic is what happened.
There was just no excellence in his execution there at all, was it? It's the right idea, but just not good enough.
So this is where, if you're a big fan of how innings can mirror each other, it's almost exactly the same as what's happened. It was, 68 they got, but they'd lost the wickets in the power play. Since the
Jaiswal hit that 6 just before he got cramp. We haven't seen a 4 or a 6. It's turned on its head, and yeah, often innings mirror each other. By that I mean the pitch plays similarly in both. And one thing that happens at Chennai all the time, no matter which strip it is it gets harder to bat as you go along, doesn't it? I don't think they're done though. You've had in the last 15 minutes.
The train is in. Oh, is this Ashwin who's played and missed first ball? I tell you what, it does. We might get Barron on this later, but it does appear to me that it is spinning a little bit more than it was earlier on. Certainly for the finger spinners, anyway.
They're definitely causing more problems.
Now that one seemed to have spun.
Yeah.
Good keeping by Heinrich Klaassen. It's not something you always say. 1.35 the Sunrisers are in. So the market has decided this game is over, Rob. Do you feel like this game is over?
No. I mean, we haven't seen a tie this IPL. No, it's not over because you've got to get Hetmeyer and Powell out to win. So what they're doing now is they're going the Ashwin, let's score at 8 and over for a bit, which means they're going to have to score at 14 and over when they come in.
Are we seeing a review here? I just thought his toe was back in. Am I...
Yeah, I thought it was.
I didn't think I'm not even sure he's missed it by 7 inches.
Spending half an
so
hour.
we don't need to see that, Michael Goff or producer. His foot's on the ground. 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 His foot remains on the ground. I'm not an expert on the laws of cricket, although I dabble. Pretty sure that's not out.
Okay, thanks for the 5 minutes there, everyone. No, I don't. I'm in no rush to bat.
Oh, that was fun even more.
Wowzers. Okay, is Shabazz good? That's my question. Has he been hiding this talent all along, or is the pitch suddenly doing something that it wasn't doing earlier?
The ball is turning more for Sunriser spinners. What I want you to do, Varun, is to have a look at the finger spinners compared to each other, because I just think it is certainly spinning a lot more for the finger spin. But to be fair, Ashwin tried to push it through and play his bowl at the hip thing. Maybe if he just bowled proper off spin, he might have had even more success.
Is Varun an actual person or just like an AI that you've got that you just start to throw questions and
Oh, this is out! He's come in as the pinch blocker. The pinch blocker is gone. Ashwin, he could not get anywhere near the first 2 balls. Sadly for Rajasthan, he got near the 3rd one, and that edge has gone through, and that is a big, big wicket. They still have some West Indians to come, and Shimron Hetmeyer is the man that they have paid a lot of money for this particular job, but they have given him a lot to do from here. It was a good ball, back of a length, he cut it straight into the middle of Heinrich Klaassen's gloves.
So there's lots of miracles that just happened there. I mean, Shabazz bowling well is the first miracle. I don't understand how that's happening. Klaassen taking a genuinely good catch. That's the first one he's done this IPL, where it's genuinely good. And like you say, Jarrod, they are now... It's over to you guys. It's over to the overseas to get this done. But this is why these blokes get paid fortunes, is to win them matches from this spot.
Is Shabazz the impact sub of the tournament?
Well, I mean, his batting wasn't exactly a positive, was it? No one was sitting there saying that he's done brilliantly with the bat, but that is absolutely brilliant work from that perspective. So, well, there you have it. You can get Rajasthan at around 5s, which I don't think is terrible because they're not chasing a lot of runs. And Shimron Hetmeyer is going in, although I can't get actual 5, which is what I wanted.
You got your actual 5 there, surely. You just jumped up and down. Again, very interesting game. How long can Rajasthan afford to knock it about? Because another wicket here means it's Rodman has to score, what, 70 or 60? Like, it really does get to that. So what do? Do they do 2 overs of 7s? I can see the 6.5 quote going out there for the next over runs. And that's so the bookies are saying they think they just have to knock it around this next over. They have to.
Hetmeyer defends back down the wicket. There's no run there.
Are we just about to see a double wicket maiden from Shabazz? Because I did not have that on my IPL bingo card, I can assure you.
This is for it.
If we see that, it might be time to open a drink.
Hetmeyer. What is he going to do off this last ball? And is it a maiden? No, he gets it.
Boo.
So, we have now had 3 overs from Shabazz. I think you bring a seamer back now and you give Abhishek a spell. Or do you go one more over a spin?
Good question. I think you keep him on. I think I mean, we're discussing whether you bowl Shabazz all the way through.
No.
In a knockout game.
Shabazz, you might give another over. I'm talking about Abhishek.
Oh, Abhishek, you don't.
Yeah, that's. I think with Abhishek, you
don't.
You take your winnings. And
Exactly.
head to the pub.
You get down from the table. There'll be time enough for Abhishek when the bowling's done. He can come in and have
I remember that
another
song.
one for the kids. Isn't it called The Gambler? Simon will know.
They've got enough full-time bowlers now, isn't it? To
Yeah,
kind of see
that's
them
what I mean.
through. So you don't. Yeah, they're all right. Yeah.
So Abhishek, what are his 2 overs have gone for?
10.
1 for 10.
Unbelievable.
So I think you probably bring on either Unadkat or Natarajan, and you get them to bowl short for 1 over.
5 overs, 4 for 24 between Abhishek and Shabazz. What cricket are we watching here, lads?
Also, oh my God, it's Aiden Markram.
Of course it is.
Oh, Pat Cummins is just he's gone freestyling. I don't understand what's happening.
My word.
Well, we've got.
I think there's going to be a 6 this over. I don't think Hetmyer allows this.
The dude does not abide. Oh my God! To short fine leg. Aiden Markram has bowled the ball to short fine leg, and Hetmyer couldn't actually do anything with it because it was 7 metres wide of him.
And it's a no ball.
And it's a free hit.
That's my
Well, if
favourite.
you got it on the 5s a minute ago.
That's my favourite ball of the IPL by a considerable distance.
Absolutely, it just slipped out of his fingers. It doesn't even look like it slipped out of his fingers. It looks like he was trying to bowl it there. He looked back at the crease. Yeah, it was the crease that made you bowl that.
Oh, gosh.
Well, Hetmyer is 1 of 4. He should
stunning.
be. Oh no, he's missed it! He's missed the free hit!
Shimron.
Now he's reviewing this for a wide. That's not a wide.
I
is
think
it?
he's reviewing his own shot, is what he's reviewing. He's like, can I just have another go at that? Because I really didn't mean to miss it by a foot. It's not a wide. It's just, I mean, you're never going to see a worse 2 balls than that in the IPL. The ball that was bowled 15 yards down the leg side by a spinner, followed by the dot off the free hit from a very standard ball.
So Markram, Hetmyer hasn't moved. So the blue line remains the blue line. But that's pitched. I'm going to say that's pitched a foot, 2 feet inside the line and stayed about half a foot inside the line. I don't know what.
Is that the worst thing anyone's ever done off a free hit? Considering
bad,
he's lost a review during his free hit as well. I remember.
I kind of think Hetmyer's still due a 6 here.
Xavier Marshall, there's one for the kids.
Yeah.
Xavier Marshall blocked a Brett Lee free hit once. It was like 94 miles an hour and he just didn't like it. And it was a free hit. And he played the forward defence and everybody just looked at him going, what did you
What
just
did
do,
he?
mate?"
This one is.
In fairness to him, that was pretty early on in the free hit world. So
Yeah, true.
there's a bit of kind of.
I do love the free hit.
Yeah.
Lots of people don't like it, but I love it. I think it's great.
It's one of the world. It's one of the great cricket innovations. I was going to say one of the world's great innovations, but really hasn't had that
I
much
agree.
impact.
I agree.
It has changed the
It's
world.
better
in
than
many ways.
penicillin, I would say.
Yeah, it's up there with penicillin, definitely.
And the pizza cutter.
Yeah. And the electric toothbrush.
Yeah,
Yeah, electric toothbrushes.
big
Brilliant.
statement. Like I can move my own hand.
Yeah, but not like an electric toothbrush can.
That's not actually what electric toothbrush does.
What does it do?
It vibrates around to fun.
Okay,
Yeah.
easy.
They've got half an appeal here as Hetmyer defends this into the leg side. So we are now seeing in a T20 game in the 13th over, Aiden Markram coming on and being defended. We might be wrong. But Cummins might just be like, let's just keep bowling the part-time spinners until we have an over for 20.
Who do you think is the side? Who do you think on Sunrise's brains?
Oh, here we go. Jarrod comes down. He's whipped this across the...
There's your 6.
And there is the 6 that we were saying. So, again, that's why you cricket 8. And that's brought it from 5s down to 4s now. And that was a good shot from Jarrell. Once Jarrell starts to hit 6s, well, I should say, when he's moving his feet perfectly and he starts to hit 6s, he does look like a different beast. They have the 2 players at the crease that could win this for them.
And they have somebody backing them up who's really good.
And they have a guy who can come in and hit 30 off 10 at the end. But that's it.
But that is it. They've also got Trent Bolt, who's the funnest batsman to watch. But Jarrell is somebody
who's a bit of a mystery to me because I've seen him
wrapped in an enigma.
Yeah, indeed. I've seen him finish games ages ago, getting the 32 or 15 a couple of IPLs ago, like doing that at the end. But we've talked a lot about SMAT and people's numbers. His SMAT numbers this year were rubbish.
Were they?
Like rubbish. Highest score of 25. He's got 25, 16 or 14 not out at the end. That's no good to anybody.
Wait, just going to go through Varron's numbers here. Degrees of turn for Shahbaz in that over. 2, 7, 6, 4. That is ridiculous. Oh! Hetmeyer tries to hit this for 6.
Hetmeyer's timing.
It's Abhishek again. Hetmeyer has missed the full toss there. There's no excuse for that, is there? That should be in the car park.
And he knows it. To be fair, this isn't a player who's going, oh, I was unlucky there. Abhishek, that just came out of Abhishek's hand wrong. And I think, he stopped the wide as well by accident there, Hetmeyer.
Is this dew or sweat?
I think it might be sweat. Also,
if
I would be
Abhishek-
taking the ball out of my part-time spinners now.
Because you don't want the over for 20 and then they're right back in it.
I want the over for 20. Oh, another over pitch one. Hetmeyer's going to steal 2 here.
He's the best runner in the world.
No, he didn't
He
get it.
really wanted the strike back then, Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer's ticking a bit. So
He's saying to Jarrod, come on, mate.
Come on, yeah.
just remember when Hetmeyer.
Do you know what he was saying, actually? He's saying, I'm the left-hander, get me back on strike there. I hit it there because there was a gap. There was definitely 2 there. Yeah, Jarrod's made a huge error there. He would have got back.
So the reason why
Now, is Jarrod going to go this one? No.
the reason why the run out is in the game here. There's a few reasons why run out is in the game here. Hetmeyer we talk about this a lot. Hetmeyer's the best runner in the world. He's the best runner of 2s in the world. He's much faster than the other bloke thinks he is.
Yeah.
Plus, it's mega hot. Plus, these 2 don't bat together loads. Plus, he had a whole innings off. He's the only one that didn't field, didn't he? As you pointed out.
Yeah.
So he's much fresher. He still looks knackered. He's been out there for 5 minutes.
He's been out there for 9 balls, and he's absolutely drenched. And so every single player on this field looks like Daryl Mitchell. Hetmeyer's bowled! Oh! He's bowled him!
Huge.
Wow.
He's just gone on his back foot there, and he's just pushed at that, and he's got absolutely nothing on it, and he's out. Wow. I cannot imagine a more limp way for them to go out in this game. That is tragic for Rajasthan.
The biryani is definitely on now.
Sunrisers, who have been bowling horrendous all year, have decided we're going to stop batting, and we're going to be the greatest spin bowling team you've ever seen. I think that just slid on. I don't even think that spun all that much.
That might be the worst Hetmeyer's ever played in his life, that innings. He missed the free hit and burnt a review doing it. He missed 2 full tosses from Abhishek. Then he got really angry because he couldn't get back on strike, and when he did, he wasn't looking at the ball then. I just don't understand how that can bowl him. I think that might be the worst innings he's ever played, and what a time to do it. Rajasthan, is this the pressure of a final? Because they're getting slaughtered by clowns. They're getting slaughtered by part-time,
let's be fair,
non-spinning spinners.
That is spinning, though.
But if that's 7.45 degrees, have we seen a ball do that in this competition?
Do you know what this is? This is Hyderabad playing Murali ball. He's got into their like part-timers and just been like, this is what you got to do. They're not expecting you lot to bowl, and when you lot do come on, they're all going to try and hit you. Just back yourselves, believe in yourselves, and play your kind of stock balls, and it's kind of working.
Just a reminder, Ashwin bowled 4 overs for 43 on this pitch.
I don't understand what's happening.
But they were prepared for Ashwin. They weren't prepared for
for
this.
Ashwin didn't spin it like this.
No, yeah.
And he wasn't trying to. Maybe that was as simple as the error, that this is a good wicket for finger spinners, and he was pushing it through and bowling for singles. We thought it was clever cricket at times. He did come on a bit early though, didn't he? He maybe didn't come on when the ball lost its slacker. He bowled 2 overs early on, and he bowled 1 at the death.
Yeah.
And we didn't know that was a mistake at the time. Robin Powell's now leaving balls. Robin Powell isn't going to want to face this if it's spinning like it is either. This is not what he is here for.
He's going to have to become Rov Zilla if he's going to get them over the line, isn't he? Like, it's got a lot of work to do here. They need to go over 2 runs a ball to win.
He's got a single, but
I think we've got to give Pat Cummins a shout out here.
We've given him about 4.
But the identification of the conditions. And
it is a good shout out. Don't you think it would be better in 150 seconds time? We'll have a strategic timeout. We'll see you in a moment. It's much better. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a second chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely some kind of water.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator. And whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win 3 playoff games, haven't you?
Exactly.
That's the issue.
And he's been bowled. That is just stupid cricket. I'm sorry. He didn't need to do that. He already had more than enough runs off this over. He wasn't even looking at that ball. I know that sounds weird, but he was looking at the gap, which he thought he saw there, moved across, and then tried to take that away. And Yash is bowling it up, about 90 miles an hour? He's bowling quicker than Mike Yadav is. Why walk around the crease so many times? He's backed away twice. And this one, I don't understand. It's poor cricket from Shubman Gill. And he's given Lucknow a chance in a game that could have been over. I have lost more than I've won. So I've got a 66% win percentage, but I've won far more than that, and that I've actually lost because I put the wrong bets on. But it gets better.
I mean, this is very much like my girlfriend's at a different school, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's seen them though. I sent him he's aware of all that thing. But
I've actually been right all the time. It's just I kept pressing the wrong button.
But I'm going to tell you why it gets better, because the other day I did manage to pull it back. The other day Sudarshan came through, and I Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and I'm all the way into a final. No one has ever shabazzed the way that Shabazz is currently shabazzing. We also have Mark from Murley End and Rob from Decimal with us as well. As Shabazz comes in again, and Robin Powell, he's not sure what to do at the moment. He's got a nosebleed. He's not supposed to be this high up in the order.
How is Shabazz 3 for 14 off 20 balls, please, in a cricket match?
So that one didn't really spin all that much again. The one that got Hetmeyer. And this one does spin quite a bit from Shabazz. And Robin Powell can't find a single. Looks like he bowled that one with it off the knuckles, Abhishek. I want to see that one again. Someone said he was trying to bowl a Karen ball earlier. That might have been it, in fact. And it just went the other way. If that's the case, to be fair to Hetmeyer, it's a slightly interesting ball. Anyway,
Yeah.
they got a single.
You can get 5.0 for a boundary, these last 2 balls. They need 15.5 and over, and they must win. They must win. There's no net run rate considerations. There's no let's hope we can get 30 off the last over sort of thing. Shabazz has got 2 balls left, and they haven't been able to hit him even a tiny bit. 5 for a boundary, 1 in 5.
Here's the boundary. Reverse swoop. And over the top, Dhruv Jurel gets one away, and it just trickles. No one got that bet on in time, though, did they?
You could be on for this ball. Well, someone might have got on in time. But
someone you messaged off.
But just keep an eye out for that sort of thing, because the bookies have got into a mode now where they're saying this is completely impossible, and they need 15.5 and over, and Jurel's a bit set and he can hit boundaries. So this isn't done yet from a impossible to hit boundaries point of view. He might take the one now. He might go again.
Cerebro's messages tell you how Shabazz and Abby are doing it.
Shabazz in again, he backs away and he launches this over cover, And Rob Barron has just got you 2 cheeky boundaries there. And
clip
they're
all
back
that-
in it.
Clip all that up, Simon, to 4-1 winners in 5 seconds.
Who was the person who sent the message?
Varun.
You can read it.
Guys, there's a clear reason why Shabazz and Abe are bowling well. The ghost of Bishan Singh Bedi has possessed them.
I think if you look at the Hawkeye data, that's what it suggests.
Yeah.
So
Varun never gets it wrong, right?
Exactly.
I was asking you about Varun because you kind of just say stuff and then he messages through the answer, which is how AIs are meant to work, right?
he also works for me.
Oh, right. So that's
He
what's
is
going.
my AI.
He's your AI. He's your Cerebro.
He's
to
actually
your
my
Professor
OI,
X.
my organic intelligence.
Your BI, your bowling intelligence at this point.
102 for 6 here. They need 74 off 30. I know this is going to sound weird, and I don't see how there's a way back, but 1 over of 20 runs completely changes this. And Rodman Powell and Jarrod, I think the odds are wrong at the moment.
Just watch your boundaries.
Oh, full toss,
right?
outside off stump. That should have been hit for 4, and it's hit for a single.
That's rubbish from Rodman. You've got some of these balls, right? We can explain some of this by there having been a difficult pitch and the ball's doing plenty. But some of these balls that have been dots and ones have just been terrible cricket from the batting team. The full tosses that have been missed is inexcusable. You should always be able to hit a full toss.
Jarrod has just pushed the cover for no run.
Once again, the boundary price is being anywhere near 4, which I can see here. This is any boundary. This is 4 or 6. When they need 15.5 and over, and they've got Abhishek bowling, they're not going to dot this over out. It'll get up to 20 and over if they don't get a move on.
Jarrod will use his feet here.
Clang.
And he smashes this for another 4. Rob Barron is letting you know what's happening here. Also, just remember that as much as they've been completely on top here, it is 69 off 27. It's currently 9s.
How many times? This is a stroll in the park some days, this kind of equation. The pitch is difficult. They're running out of spin. How they've bowled 8 overs of Abhishek and, they bowled 9 overs if you include Markram. So they have to go back to pace, right, after these 3 balls. Imagine if they get 12 off these 3, then what do we see?
And that is a single there. Of course, if you do invest any money, remember, it might disappear very quickly because if there is a wicket, you're done. Well, I shouldn't say that. One of these guys on their own could do a lot of damage, but the chances of them getting you there are pretty low, I think, from here on in. But I've just gone in on Rajasthan at 10s just because I don't think they're that far behind.
Rothman needs to come and play, and he needs to start doing it now.
Well, he just hit a ball that was a single. Oh my God, run! Muppet! Stop making sure you're in the crease. No one cares about what camera is on you. Just run. He had no idea there was an overthrow there because he was too busy posing.
I also lay the 109. I think 109 is a bit short here.
Well, they're coming.
Oh, that throw! What is going on there?
You can get them at 12s right now too.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
All right, I think they have to go for a boundary here. So this is a wicket or a boundary ball again, and he smashes right down the ground for 4. Dhruv Jarrell.
A good lay, the 109 lay, everyone.
Dhruv Jarrell or Jor-El, if you're a Superman fan, you'll understand the reference. He's looking like no one else has on this wicket, pretty much, other than Jaiswal and anyone else early on? Oh, Tripathi.
Yeah, but both.
And they did it early. No one's looked this good late. Even Klaasen, when he batted well, I don't think he ever looked like he was timing the ball like this.
But both of them also kind of did it for a short period of time and then ended up mistiming something and getting caught, right? So whether or not he can see it all the way through, because they basically, the better innings, the better overs in the 2 innings we've seen so far have had kind of 2 boundaries. Anything more than 2 boundaries is exceptional on this pitch. If Rajasthan are going to get over the line, they need to really hit 3 boundaries and over here, which looks really difficult in these conditions. But stranger things have happened in cricket, Rob.
Sure have, mate. And they've been massively struggling against spin, but unless they go Samad, that's the end of the spin.
Yeah.
So let's see what pace does. If this,
You wouldn't bowl Markram again?
I would not. After him bowling,
I kind of want them to, though.
100 yards away from the pitch. I mean, that was genuinely like me bowling, watching Markram there.
Yeah.
Somebody who cannot bowl at all, that's what that looked like. But it only went for 10 that over.
Pat Cummins, he's brought himself back in.
Now, he will bowl into the wicket, and cutters probably. Into the wicket, cutter, and this is pulled away out to deep square, and he just takes one. To be fair, though, that came on a little bit. So it wasn't a situation where the ball wasn't coming on.
So something to look out for here is the next over run line, which if you want to back overs, you can't bet until the end of the over. That's just a general thing. If you're backing overs for next over runs, unless you know that it's like Head and Abhishek and you're going to get Klassen walking in number 3 and they're going to keep going, you want to back over at the end of the over when you know that you've still got the bats there. If you want to back unders, you do it at the start of the over because you've got a chance.
Cummins on the pads. This is flicked away. This should be 6. And it's a rope. Oh, I think he caught that and his feet have hit the ground. I think that'll be given a 6. He's then fallen over as he's thrown it back in.
This is interesting. Yeah,
but
I'm
pretty sure that was a 6. And his feet just touched the ground. We'll certainly have a couple of minutes here where we all think about our life. They need 61 off 22. I just noticed the market is given that as a save.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm like you. I think his feet were touching the toe.
No, definitely a 6. Definitely a 6.
100% a 6. Laid at 1.1.
Not quite sure how the market got that one so wrong, actually.
Either which way, you're definitely going to see that on social media, a clip of that on social media all weekend. Because it was one of those very athletic ball stops on the boundary, which we all love seeing.
That was brilliant. It was just unfortunate for him. He got his feet in the wrong spot. If he'd gone a foot on either side, coming short down the leg side, would this be given as a wide? It's not too high. No, it wasn't given as a wide.
I think that was a really good ball, to be fair.
Can I say one thing here, though? We are seeing sixes being hit by seam bowlers at the end of the inning. Can score very, very quickly. One is set, and one is probably one of the best hitters I've ever seen at the crease at the moment. You could still get 8s. It got down to 6s after that 6. So there's value there if you want to take it. And he goes for a big pull shot here. Did he find the gap? He doesn't find the gap. He's just going to get a single.
They should. So a 1 is a bad result for the batting team here. So if the price stays the same, I don't agree for a single.
Yeah, went down to 8.8.
Yeah, it's so when you're one way that you don't need a model to trade games is you look at the prices, and if they don't move enough, it's 1.13 before that ball and it's 1.13 now. A single is not neutral. Single is definitely bad for the bats here. They need a 4 or a 6 in these last 2 balls for sure.
4 or a 6. Certainly going to be looking for it. Cummins comes into the wicket. Heaves this away to Rodman Powell. It's a lot easier now to hit those balls. This wicket is random because it didn't seem to spin in the first innings all that much. It spun like crazy in the second innings, and the ball is coming on a lot better now when you bowl short than it did in the first innings.
So just keep an eye out here. There's just going back to what I was saying about backing over next over at the end of the over. Bet365 and others. 10.5 is the line for the next over. 1.91 either side they are at the moment. I would back over if this isn't a wicket. If it's anything other than a wicket, right? So right now I'm backing over 10.5 for the next over.
They should get 2 there. Oh, it's terrible running. Rodman Powell was ready, and Dhruv Durrell is exhausted. I don't think he can run 2s, if we're being honest.
Because they're 10.5. They're the same price for 10.5 over 10.5 now as they were 5 balls ago. There's no way that can be the case because Jarrod is on strike and definitely in now, and you couldn't have said that 5 balls ago.
So there's 18 balls to go, and they need 53 runs. So they really need 5 6s in 18 balls, and they win this game.
Rodman can do that. Jarrod can do that.
So both of the players there can do it. What they can't do at the moment is steal 2s. Now remember, if these batters are exhausted, Sunrisers have been out in the field for a long time. They've been using spin, and now the quicks have come back on. And Cummins looked absolutely drained in that last over. A couple of mistakes here, and their fingers, I could see Cummins just drying his fingers almost regularly here. So he's sweating so much, we have a big chance of full tosses and free hits. We are a big chance of just the ball not coming out exactly where we want. This game is back on. I still think, obviously, Sunrisers need to be massive favourites, but I would not be going in on 1.09, I can tell you that.
Are we going to see an Adcat bowl again? That's what I want to see.
I want them needing 15 off the last with the Nagcat bowling, and then I'll be all in on the chase.
Do you remember how excited I was before this match started? This is why. This is amazing. 53 off 18 runs. It could go every which way. Rovman Powell seems to be... Well, he's at the crease.
Natarajan, who has been their bowler of the tournament, has bowled 1 over in this game and is coming back on now. He's going to bowl short and Yorkers. If he bowls anything else, he's made an error of life
Look
decisions.
at the sweat here, my word.
There is just... Jarrod can barely see. We're just seeing him blinking his eyes from the sweat in his eyes at the moment. We have 3 fielders out on the leg side. It's short and it's hit him. It's hit him in the head.
Ouch.
That is hurt.
Yeah,
it was a slow ball bouncer, so at least it wasn't full pace. But Jarrod, it might have hit him in the throat. It might actually have hit him under the helmet in the throat.
What's that going to do to his odds about getting out, Rob?
Yeah, most of them are done now with player runs and stuff like that, which is fair enough with 3 overs to go, but that's a lot more than a dot because that hurt that, you can tell. And he's knackered, there's no question.
If he's smart here,
now
let's have a look. Yeah, he should just take an absolute age to get back up. It's definitely hit him in the Adam's apple.
Yeah, that hurts.
And that does obviously hurt a lot. But if he's smart here, he will take as long as the umpires will allow. Don't talk about gutsing it out. I would get my helmet replaced. I would say, the strap's not right on the helmet. Can you bring out another helmet here? No, he's waving them off. This is way too soon. Give yourself some moments here, mate.
Thing is the heat, right? He's thinking, the longer I stay out here not doing anything, the more likely I am to cramp up.
Possible.
He needs to keep moving, right?
We said 5 sixes. That's now 5 sixes in 17 balls. Rovman Powell is very capable of hitting 3 and 6, but they have to get a couple more to keep themselves within that distance.
I agree with you, Joe. Jarrell's made a mistake there. He should have taken more time. I know he wants to get on with it, but...
He's whacked this incredibly hard straight down the ground, but unfortunately, it's straight to Long On, who was very well placed, and they just get one.
I question Rovman Powell not having his gloves on at the non-strikers end there, because you've got to be running quick here.
Is it potentially it's a sweat thing? Yeah. He just wants to keep his gloves as dry as possible.
Chuck him down the other end then. So Rovman is 6 off 10. He has to come to the party right now.
Yep. The party is now, are you coming? Bring a 6-pack. Has he got a 6-pack here? Natarajan comes in, it's a soul ball. He does not have the 6-pack. In fact, he brought Mentos. Who wants Mentos brought to a party? Unless you have Coke bottles, I suppose. That was the off-cutter, back of a length, and that was the ball that has caused the most problems for the seam bowlers today. And clever bowling by Natarajan. You have to stay in your shape. You have to wait longer. And I also think you have to hit that over the offside. Everyone's been trying to drag it to the leg side. Try and hit it over cover and play it like an off forehand. Easy to say from here in this studio. But that is what he has to do. Now he's moved across. He's hit this up. It could be a wicket. And it's a good catch out on the boundary.
And that's blockbusters.
And that also, not only is that a wicket, that means that Jarrod is going to have to do everything, and he is exhaustivo. And also, it's going to be Trent Boult on strike. So they might lose a couple of balls here. What do you do? It's 17.4. Do you just tell Trent Boult to swing out the next 2 balls?
100% you do, yeah. Try and get 12 off him, Trent.
Well, he's not going to get 12, is he? He's going to get...
Well, he might.
He's not
got 10, he'd be doing well, wouldn't it?
You can currently back Rajasthan, who were, remember, early on, they were 130, weren't they, at their lowest price?
I will be able to
Rajasthan?
tell you. I'll be able to tell you.
You can currently back them at 290s. I wouldn't.
You can sort of make a case for backing them at 300, sort of.
Okay, I'm in.
Because Jarrell, have a quid. But they have got a mega set man there. It just, like you say, it needs somebody to totally lose grip of the ball, is what it needs. Pat Cummins has scored 50 or 14 before. 1.27 is the shortest they've been.
1.27. And remember, we talked about the train. We just thought that was wrong. We thought the market got it wrong. And if you listened, I think when they were about 390 Sunrisers, we said that was a very, very good bet. Unfortunately, I did get on in time. It's all right. I'm in a good position, and now I have my bet at 330s.
I need 2 more 4s is what I need. For Rajasthan, most 4s is what I backed before this game.
It is Trent Bolt.
In Trent we trust.
The Flamingo King. If anyone can do this, it is not Trent Bolt.
If Trent Bolt can do this, I don't know anything.
T. Natarajan comes in. Where is this ball going to be? It's at the stumps. Trent Bolt plays a beautiful shot for no run. Maybe the best shot of Trent Bolt's career. Got in line. Smash that. Straight to mid-off. No run.
You kind of misunderstood the assignment there. It wasn't to look pretty, it was to try.
If I was Trent Bolt, I would have then gone down and knocked the wicket with my bat as if to say, yeah, got it, lads.
Yeah, done it.
It's all in hand, boys.
Trent Bolt is about to face one more ball. This is the last ball that he should face. If he faces more balls than this, my 330 to 1 shot may not come up. Natarajan. He goes for a big swing, Trent Bolt. Good bowling by Natarajan. And he really needed an edge over the keeper's head there for 4, and he hasn't got it. They need 52 off 12. I'm looking for the right word. Unlikely, Mark?
I think you can put a very in front of that as well, if you wanted to.
Well,
Rob's still in. Look at Rob.
call me
Are
silly.
you telling me there's a chance?
I've been called silly before, but there is a very set man there, and it's 1,000. It's 1,000 to 1.
Are you putting another pound on?
Yeah, I've had a fiver for a laugh. Like I've had quite a good day today, but I wouldn't lay 1,000 here. Like, let's say 5 wides come into here. You got to really make cases that are beyond the realms.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
let's say
you had me at a low. I put it on. Taking the thousands.
let's say Cummins can't grip the ball here, and the first ball is a no ball 6. Then what happens?
What if he bowls 7 consecutive head-high full tosses?
They probably won't let him. But
Okay.
what if he bowls 5 wides 5 times?
But
Then it's fun.
just a reminder that Marchant Delanga one day was defending 12 runs off the last ball and lost the game. It's a 4! He's whacked it! Take that!
It's unfortunately that puts them behind the rate. That 4.
Yeah, the rate's going up.
It's now harder to chase this than it was 1 ball ago after that 4. Jarrell's played very well here, and nobody else has. Like, Jaiswal was great at the start. Jarrell's been good here, but it's the Hetmeyer, Rothman, Powell 10 of 22. I mean, you need your overseas players in moments like this, and neither of them did anything. That's
Jarrell facing up again. It's short. He whacks it again. Oh, the timing on this is magnificent. But unfortunately, he's not lofting these balls. He needs to get some air under them. Did you need 2 more 4s?
I did.
Did you get 2 more 4s?
I did.
Did we tell everyone to bet that?
Probably. It was definitely on the list.
You could still get in at... Oh, no, wait. They've shortened to 890.
Now we need the no ball 6.
We do need a no ball 6 here. It's very hard to bowl a no ball here when you're bowling the ball halfway into the pitch. But he's bowling slow ball, so if anything's going to go wrong, it will be with the slower ball. And he's whacked this, and I'm hoping they haven't run, because they don't need a run here. No, they did not. 44 off 9. It's still mathematically possible. It is not mathematically probable.
I have to agree with you there. Last over runs, what do you think? This is the sort of stuff that really gets me going, is when the game's finished, but there's still markets out there that you can bet on. How many do you think? And Decimal, to be fair to them, are still doing Rajasthan innings runs here. Your favourite market, Jarrod.
Second innings run?
So what do you think the line should be? Yeah, the Decimal are still, like, fair play to bookies that are still doing stuff. And I've bagged off Bet365 very many times on this feed.
So I've got the line at 144 on Betfair.
Okay. If you look at your trading tab on your cricket8.com, you'll be able to see what Decimal think, and they are now currently 144.5. So fine, 12.5 more from this point. I would say the 365's 10.5 for the last over is probably an under, because if Jarrod gets out, it's already 1, and there's still 2 balls left.
Another dot ball. This might be a wide.
And yeah, they have to review that.
Review that. Just review it. It doesn't matter, but review it.
So with Jarrell not on strike, under 10.5 for the last over is quite good. He's not going to try and take the 1 here, is he? They need 44 off 7. I quite like the under 10.5. The wicket percentage is through the roof here. It doesn't get much higher than this when you need more than 6 a ball. The wicket percentage is extremely high. I like the bowled at 4.5 or whatever it is. I like the run out at 12 that I can see. Like, this is the bit where I get going when games are going like this, because I'm like, what markets can I get here? Because the bookies know that this game's finished, and they're still chucking prices out on stuff, and mentally they're thinking about the final or the pub tomorrow or what they're going to do afterwards. Jake has already ordered us in a magnum of champagne because he's been all over SRH in his defence.
Yeah, no, he was very much on top of that. We obviously tipped them around, I think they're about 440, but it was really at 390 when we told you to get in.
Sadly, do you want to run
myself?
So the big bets today of the SRH highest first 6 and the under on their 4s, under 15.5, that one pretty easy after a scary power play in which there were about, how many 4s did they get in the power play? About 8 today? And then they hardly hit one after, did they?
Yeah.
That was given a wide, so we've got an extra ball here. And he's whacked this for nothing.
1.
He'll take a single probably and bring Trent Bolt back on strike.
At least we get to watch Trent Bolt back. And that's always a good thing. The praying being done by Rajasthan fans here.
It's always sad to see little kids crying though, isn't it?
It's often sad to see little kids crying. Some of them thoroughly deserve it, but I don't suppose that
Only ours.
Only ours, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not mine. Or yours.
Yeah, well, mine.
Some do, though, surely.
It is still mathematically possible for a tie. If Trent Bolt hits this for a 6, we could still be on, and he's not. He's not even close.
Oh, dear.
Pat Cummins has captained this so well.
Yeah.
To get 8 overs out of Shabazz and Abhishek, 5 for 48, is absolutely mental.
Well, he pushed it so far that we saw Markram.
That might... Well, lots of people rate Markram's bowling. Like, he bowls quite a lot for South Africa these days, doesn't he?
What do you think the line should be on this last over?
I think it should be, with Jarrod on strike now, I think it should be about 10.
So they are on 134. So the line on Betfair is under 143. So that's 9. That's quite low.
9.5, but you've got to back over 10.5, haven't you? With the line there. So I couldn't possibly bet there.
Right. He looks a bit spent to me.
Jarrell, like I say, the wicket percentage is really high. Decimal's still doing dismissal method here. And they've got run out at 17. That can easily happen. And bowled at 4.4. I would probably bet those two. Natarajan's going to aim at the start.
Do you think Jarrell also, will he take a single? Is it point?
It doesn't really matter what they do now, does it?
That's what I mean.
I can see the run out happening.
He's not taking the
single. Okay, so there's no single, so now the run out's quite difficult, unless they want to try and run off the last ball for fun. Makes you think that unders is the value if they're definitely turning.
It's 141 on Betfair. That's quite skinny.
Yeah, you can't bet that.
Too skinny for me. 134 for 7 as Rajasthan, their season has deflated. The Sunrisers start, as he whacks this away for 4, as a full toss. The Sunrisers start is probably what has won them this game.
The explosive intent, it will not be talked about.
No.
But Tripathi's knock today has basically been the difference.
You say it won't be talked about. They're about to show highlights of it. Someone's talking about it.
Do you think he's going to be man of the match?
I think they probably give it to Jarrod's favourite man in the world.
Shabazz.
I think they probably do. Because for a part-timer, getting 3 for 23 is an impact sub.
Oh, that was almost caught there.
Yes, a stunner of a performance from Shabazz, because he came in and he didn't do well with the bat, the 18 off 18 in 32 minutes. But my word, has he done well with the ball. Abhishek wildly overachieved. I mean, personally, I give it to a Nadcat because I love him, but it's hard to make a case.
I'd give it to all the people I backed.
How have you done today, Jarrod?
Yeah, I'm up, but I should have gone back in when they were around 4s, and I didn't. And also, because I like Hetmeyer so much, I didn't go in when Hetmeyer came in, which was probably the other time to go in on the Sunrisers. I
made one big mistake in the chase, and that was when Markram bowled that massive no ball. I laid the hell out of them, and didn't just cut my losses after the dot, the following ball, that was a telltale sign that Hetmeyer wasn't right, because that should have been, he then missed a full toss, and I didn't admit defeat with that. So if I was trading that properly, I would have took the loss from that particular trade and still been fine.
This could be caught. No, just drops in short.
Is that no run, or are you going to let Trent have a ball? I want to see Trent bolt back. No run, boring.
The last ball of the innings, the run line is 140. They're on 138. So you're basically betting on whether the next ball is a boundary or not.
It feels like a long time ago, but during the last over, we did say under 10.5 was a good bet for this over. So we're going to finish today with yet another.
I'm wondering if it's actually worth betting on under, because he looks so exhausted. Yeah, It would have been worth betting it anyway. Doesn't matter, as they take a single in the end, and the Sunrisers go through to the final. Well, they did it the tough way. They have been batting teams out all tournament, and they decided to lose a bunch of wickets in the middle and struggle throughout the back end. But it was their bowlers, and I can't believe I'm saying this, it was their spin bowlers, and it wasn't even their frontline spin bowlers. It was their backup spin bowlers who came in and were just the difference between these two sides. Rajasthan never quite got ahead of the chase, and once they started losing wickets, things went away very, very quickly. But a lot of it was down to just how exhausted Rajasthan looked when they were batting, and they couldn't, their batters were struggling with sweat, they were struggling with cramp. It is a very, very hot day, and Rajasthan could not handle the heat. We'll take a break here, and we'll be back in a little while to do our podcast at the end of the day's play. Big thanks to Mark and Rob for being with us all the way through. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and we'll be back in, let's say, a couple of minutes to have a look at what happened and also preview the next game. I have lost more than I've won. So I've got a 66% win percentage, but I've won far more than that, and that I've actually lost because I put the wrong bets on. But it gets better.
I mean, this is very much like my girlfriend's at a different school, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's seen them though. I sent him he's aware of all that thing. But he also
I've actually been right all the time. It's just I kept pressing the wrong button.
But I'm going to tell you why it gets better, because the other day I did manage to pull it back. The other day Sudarshan came through, and I've never done a bet on Sudarshan being overs, but you know that he's the most consistent player, so you should bet Sudarshan overs every single time. He has something like 60% of his innings between 20 and 45 runs. No one else is close, right? So I went for the overs, and I was so confident, and I got it on. But I've never bet overs before on that particular market. And the app I was on, I hadn't used, so I went the wrong way. Sudarshan comes out, and he smashes 2 cover drives for 4. And I'm sitting there going, he's going to go past 20 in about a minute and a half here. And just as I tell him I've made the mistake, Sudarshan hits the ball the middle and runs and gets run out for 12.
Joy.
So it's the only time he's got out below 30 this season, by the way. When the Jarrod millions go down, he can just change the universe.
So I've made 8 mistakes that have cost me, and 1 mistake that I've pulled back. So I'm not happy with that.
No, you shouldn't be happy with that, because that is literally 7.
How do you feel as a commentator about the reviews for wides, Dan Norcross?
Well, do you know, I really enjoyed them when they first came in. And obviously, it was in the women's tournament that it first came in, because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his natural stance can't play a normal shot to the ball.
Yeah.
But instead it's become, is the ball inside the blue line or is it above head height?
Yes.
Now, of course, if you are a midget, then, you know, the blue line is irrelevant. I mean, if you're really short, if you're Sunil Gavaskar, the wide line is going to be different from if you're Cameron Green, or at least according to the laws it should be. But in reality, it's become a very binary thing.
Yeah, they've changed it now, and they've now actually started having official measurements of every batsman, is how far we've got to now. So they officially have everyone's height. They put everyone's height into the computer. They've got his height. They will have a number. They're doing something that they call smart reviews, which is an oxymoron or a misnomer or whatever you want to call it. But it's supposed to be, literally, it's a number. And if it's over that height,
for the high
It's a
for the high
wide,
wide as
yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to for the wide.
It's got away with this
and
one.
the wide
Cameron
wide
Green.
still seems arbitrary, yet you can review it and check it, and then some bloke makes an arbitrary decision after some other bloke's made an arbitrary decision a minute before.
Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to two players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, first. This is first
You
innings.
bowl your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first innings.
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler, so Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo's on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I am Jarrod Kimber. We're going to do a podcast here. I've got Mark Machado from Near the End. I've got Rob Barron from everywhere. Okay, let's have a look at this game. There was a lot that went on, Mark. Let's start with the fact that the Sunrisers won the game with the ball and with the spinning ball and with their openers both kind of failing. I know Head made some runs, but he wasn't Travis Head, was he? I don't know what was going on. Abhishek didn't last long. It wasn't with a big boom from the two big booby guys, Travis Heck or Abhishek, whatever you want to call it.
It's incredible, right? So this edition of the IPL has all been about big runs being scored, huge chases. And today we saw the exact opposite of that. It was like a throwback to about 10 years ago where batters were struggling to find the boundary. I think there was a 30-ball spell at one point, right in the middle of the Sunrisers innings where they didn't get a boundary. And we thought at the innings break, 175, we thought it was a little bit pedestrian, a little bit mediocre. Turns out they were about 30 runs more than they needed in the end. Absolutely superb from Sunrisers to kind of, they had to outthink them. And that's what they did because they just kept throwing unexpected things at the opposition. I also think you go back to the beginning of the Rajasthan Royals innings when they were in, Tom Kohler-Cadmore just couldn't get going, just issues with trying to see the ball and sweat and all that kind of stuff. Jaswal looks set, Cadmore gets out, Jaswal gets out, and no one really gets going after that. And it was kind of like, you talked about the train during it, and it was like the train was going in reverse. It was like the further it went on, the more and more, the harder it was to get going.
Let's talk about the heats, because it plays a huge part in this. We saw Tripathi face 13 balls and looked like he'd been dipped in the ocean. And we kept seeing it over and over and over again. Even Hetmeyer, who didn't field, came out and he batted for 8 balls or 9 balls and he already was absolutely dripping with sweat. We saw the spectators dripping with sweat. This was as draining a game as you would see, and you had to be very smart. That Rajasthan, who we always go on about being one of the smarter teams, were not as smart as Sunrisers today, and Pat Cummins played a bunch of blinders.
Yeah, they got outthunk all day, and Kohler-Cadmore stunk, and now they're done. It was
End of podcast.
It was a tremendous effort from Pat Cummins. Part of the great thing about having loads of spin overs was that spin's way easier to bowl than paces when it's 1,000,000 degrees and everybody is sweating buckets. Like there were genuine concerns over the condition of some of these really fit athletes today. everybody was knackered.
Well, Aiden
Everybody was
Markram
falling
bowled
over.
a ball to short fine leg on the
and
full.
The best ball of the IPL, without a shadow of a doubt,
Ever.
15 yards away from the intended target. And then he bowled, like, Hetmai couldn't hit full tosses. So I don't know whether that's a tiredness thing or a conditioning thing or what, but it looks so difficult to go on. I mean, we saw 2 50s today, but Jarrod will be lying down somewhere now. There's no question about that. And the reason why SRH are going to, Mark made this point earlier, they've got to go again in 48 hours' time, less than 48 hours' time. And how does Klassen feel now after getting a 50 within himself and then keeping for 20 overs in that? And, you know, he's not, I mean, he's ginger. He's going to be absolutely drained as anything. How does he rise again in 40 hours?
His innings, you just couldn't get the ball away unless he was facing Chahal. And he got almost all of his sixes off Chahal. It wasn't a Heinrich Klaassen innings, though, was it? He realised, maybe more before any of us, just how hard it was out there.
It's a couple of days ago when they played KKR and lost. He kind of had quite a similar type of innings where he just kind of dug in at a point. He came in earlier than he was expecting and kind of stuck about. Today he did that, was a bit more successful. We were all left thinking we wanted to see a much bigger innings, but actually he had the right tempo for the game that was needed. We just couldn't see it, but he's, you know, that's why he's a professional cricketer out there. And we sit here telling you what to put money on to win money.
Tripathi,
Brilliant.
that innings is incredible in this game because no one else was that successful or had that intent. It's really, there's 4 guys who batted at all in this game, right?
Pretty much. He's an intent master, Abhishek, and he comes in and he gets on with it. And we even saw today how exhausted he looked having faced 10 balls. And the writing was on the wall there. But 37 or 15, and the shot he got out to would have been a wide if he left it. But because he was in such intent mode, he tried to ramp a ball that was already over his head, and there was a fielder there. Let's remember, so lots of mad things happen in this game. Chahal taking 3 catches is up there. That will never happen again. I guarantee you that. And Shabazz and Shabazishek, going 8 overs, 5 for 47 is a miracle. And Pat Cummins deserves a lot of the credit for that because it was his idea that happened.
He was, but it spun 7 degrees.
So
there's no way he was assuming that was going to happen. He brought on Shabazz because he was trying to burgle an over.
Yeah,
and he went from burgling an over to winning the game.
To burgling the entire match.
And you have to give him credit for the fact that I think a lot of captains would have stopped after a couple of overs. Even we were talking maybe Abhishek didn't need to bowl as much, and Cummins just kept going with it. But it's interesting because Shabazz was the impact batter, and he had almost no impact as a batter. just to back on Rajasthan, we know that they're a fantastic team, and we know that in Bolt early on, and Chahal when he's at his best, they have wicket-taking options. In that particular case, Mark, by not finishing off the game and going through them and attacking, and Ashwin was bowling purposely defensive at times and everything else, they actually left themselves with more to do than they would have if they had just maybe gone for the wickets.
It's interesting because not too long ago, Ashwin was the person saying in T20 cricket, wickets don't matter as much. They used to, and that's what's been their undoing today. If he hadn't bowled defensive, if they'd gone attacking, they might have got them out. Because, I mean, they finished 9 down. If they'd got them out for 140, 150, which probably looked at points like it could have been on, then this game, you know, Rajasthan are into the final, and it doesn't, you know, we're having a totally different conversation about it. So, yeah, they got it wrong. I mean, Ashwin's 5D chess he was playing a different game today, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he actually, you know, credit to the kind of SRH think tank because they thought the opposition, right? We all thought this is going to be a really difficult total for them to defend. It wasn't in the end. Part-time spinners getting through overs very quickly when the opposition are melting, when the batters are melting, was the tactic that got them through today, and it worked.
certainly, there's no other way of looking at it that Rajasthan melted in the heat today.
Sure
Whether you want to call it choking or whatever else, it was ridiculous. Anyway, that's the end for our podcast. We will obviously be back for the final, and we'll be doing a preview as well. So if you are on the YouTube at the moment, stick around for a few more minutes. But that man is Rob. That man is Mark. My name is Jarrod, and this is the Cricket 8 podcast, which you can find in your ears whenever you stuff it in.
Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s. We should be putting money on Delhi at this stage because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like. I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205 is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
They're 199 for 6 with Rishabh Pant still there.
That's like they lost 4 wickets for none.
And they lost 4 wickets for
Oh,
none.
you one. Nice.
I got the jammiest bet of my life. I mean, to be fair, I would have cashed in afterwards anyway. But I had given up, Dan.
Of course you had.
I was sending him messages saying, I'm done, this is stupid, I shouldn't bet on cricket anymore, and I ended up having my greatest day. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets some kind of water.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator. And whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. I'm with the Rooster, Rob Barron, Murali Ann's Mark Machado here. All things are happening. We're looking forward. We're looking sideways. We're looking backwards. We're looking in every degree that we can on this final to see what is coming up. I think the most important thing in this final, as we have a look at the moment, KKR's odds are 1.9, is that Sunrisers have to be exhausted going into that game. That was as brutal of a T20 game as I think I have seen 2 teams play. And if I was KKR, I would have been sitting in the air conditioning laughing, Rob, at the fact that the Sunrisers had to go through that.
Yeah, Mark called this really early today.
He did?
It was like, he told us that it takes pro athletes 48 hours to recover, dehydration-wise, to get the right amount of fluids back in your system and be okay again. They don't have that luxury. They'll be playing in 40 hours. And Klassen had to play all the batting and all the keeping, and he's definitely going to be absolutely knackered, and he's their main player. If it spins, it's Chennai again. It's going to be probably a used pitch. We played on pitch number 7 today because they were running out of pitches to use, so it's probably going to be a used pitch. It's going to spin. They've got Chakravarthi and they've got Narayan, but I mean, those 2 are on a different play. Imagine if those 2 had been bowling in that second innings. What on earth would have happened? We just saw Abhishek and Shabazz like spinning it round corners. KKR, as you say, Jarrod, are in prime position because they've had a lovely extra day or 2 days off now, and they didn't have to play in that because that looked brutal. And you don't often see every single player looking around and going, I'm absolutely exhausted here. Can someone else do it? And fair play to Jarrell. I mean,
how two guys got 98 or 56 between them in a chase of 175 against Sunrisers and got nowhere near winning, lost by 40 or something.
Yeah. Not that we care about that because he's not playing in this game that we're previewing now.
It's a crazy game, so we don't care about that. So I'm glad I didn't.
Jarrod is dead to us.
But
incredible innings.
But moving on, the reason why the 1.9 looks a bit big now is because of Mark's point from earlier. Is they've got to physically recover, and that they put themselves through the mill to get to the final. I mean, it's not rugby where they've all been battered to hell, but it's definitely a thing, and I'm not sure the market thinks it's a thing.
So the other thing is that we all thought Chennai was going to spin more and more as the season went on. That seemed to spin more and more as that game went on.
Yeah.
If we see a wicket that spins like that next time, I don't know how Sunrisers are going to handle Sunil Narine and Varun Chakravarti unless they're none for 80 or 4 when one of them comes on.
It really feels stacked against Sunrisers. I mean, they found a way to beat, to get into the final and beat Rajasthan Royals today. They're going to have to find a whole new way. I don't know whether they might think about bringing in players. There might be some players just too exhausted and too dehydrated to actually play the final, and they might have to bring other players in. I don't know. The interesting thing is these two teams played each other, 4 days ago? Or 5 days ago by the time the final rolls around. So they've kind of got data on each other. They should know each other pretty well now. I really think it's hard to look beyond the dehydration though. Like what state will these lads be in when they step on the pitch? Look at Klaassen.
I think Tamil Nadu is the state.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll be in Tamil Nadu.
Here we go.
but can I say a positive for Sunrisers?
Please.
Yeah.
They're in the final, and their openers haven't been dominating the last few games for them. Right? They are due. I've always said from the start that Sunrisers were always going to regress because they had too many players in form at the same time. But I also think that there is always an opportunity that one of Abhishek or Head comes off in a one-off game. We haven't quite seen that yet. If that happens in the final, that changes everything.
It sure does, but Jaiswal kind of came off today, and that didn't do Rajasthan any favours.
Yeah, true.
He scored at 200. He was great, 40 off 20 or something. But it was 3 days ago. Kolkata absolutely battered Sunrisers. They didn't just beat them, they chased 162 down with 7 overs left. They absolutely murdered them. They also had the good Mitchell Starc, £2.2 million. And he's played well for 3 overs in this competition.
$1 trillion.
So he cost $1 trillion, and he's decided to play well at the business end. What if he plays well again? They've got no chance. If he plays well and the 2 spinners are playing on a pitch like that, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done. No more talking required from me.
If it swings as well, Aurora and Starc.
So where's your conditions that favour Sunrisers?
I don't think there's conditions that favour them.
Mega Road that can't happen?
It's more they can rekindle their vibes. You think there's no way that Sunrisers win this game?
I mean, Sunrisers.
You did say there was no way that KKR would win this tournament.
So,
clip that?
Which is still very true. Just clip those together. Me saying that KKR can't win the tournament because Narayan has to fail at some point and Salt's going and all that. But just picking this game in isolation, I'm trying to make a case for SRH. Let's say they're all fine.
They're all on the drips now, and
they all recovered brilliantly well, and they're in hyperbaric chambers and getting loads of water chucked at them and stuff, and they're all fine. I can't see whichever pitch they play on here. We're back in Chennai. I can't see how it's a pitch that suits them.
Well, I think if you're in the SRH team, you're thinking we've got ourselves to the final, and the last 2 games. We've lost one of those, or we've won one of those. But
and we haven't really played that way.
We haven't played the way we want to play. We haven't executed our plans. We're in the final. Let's get hydrated. We're used to playing these conditions now, and let's play our game, execute our plans, and then we take home that giant, big golden trophy.
Here's the case, is they've got a great captain who's very good at thinking, and that can win you a fight. They've won in that game, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it was an accidental burglary. It was the Brinks map 1983, went to steal a little bit of gold, ended up stealing the most gold anyone's ever. They were like, oh, there's absolutely loads of gold, let's nick all that. And they tried the burglary by getting them 1 over in, and then they burgled the whole innings and the whole match, and maybe they burgled the whole of the IPL.
Is this a true crime podcast?
It's a real thing, yeah. We'll do another podcast, 7-part series on that, straight after this. Back to you, Jarrod.
Okay, let's finish up here, Mark. Who's going to win?
I think KKR are going to win.
Okay, well...
KKR cannot win the IPL, but they will definitely win the final.
I think I'm going to have to go KKR as well. The tiredness and the spin are the two things I can't get past. Although, all due respect to Sunrisers, they just won a game with their spin bowling. If you said that they won a game with their bowling, I would have said, what are you talking about, Willis? But I don't know what the next level beyond what you're talking about, Willis, is. But that's where we are at. Also one for the kids, though. That's where we're at, because they won it with their spin bowlers. And not even with their Sri Lankan prodigy or their aging wrist spinner, but literally it's bits of spin they found behind the sofa cushions. And, you know, sometimes you have to find a way. They found a way once. Maybe they'll do it again. We all think KKR. So let's see how we go. We will be back on Cricket 8 about half an hour before the final. We've got Mark in, we've got Jack in, we've got Kritika in. Not all at the same time, because this is, it looks like a big studio, but it's not. We've got to fit our fan in, because Rob won't do it without a fan aimed at his Johnson. Anyway, big thanks to Mark. Big thanks to Rob. I'm Jarrod Kimber. We will see you again here on Cricket 8 very, very soon. If you're not already subscribed to our podcast, what is wrong with you? Go and subscribe right damn now, and we will see you again very soon, again on Cricket 8.